Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I unmuted you, Keeper.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
Good
morning.
do we get to phone it in with Brian just running the show?
Yeah, we're gonna work on it. I'm working on the thumbnail. Right now it's called Cult Warning. Who is this product placement bitch passing itself off as a king among men?
Interesting.
Product placement bitch has a good ring to it. This is where the poetic nature of my writing comes in, even though I'm not a writer.
Do you like my name on the you have them hidden, but do you like my name on the video
Yeah.
today?
Did I make it hidden or did you make it? I don't think it's hidden. I think it's just by the screen layout. It just depends on what our screen layout is, Keevers.
Okay.
It's not me.
So it's
I
up
don't
for
want to start
interpretation.
fighting like the Pedro and Hannibal's and be like an old married couple on the air.
Yeah.
That'd be gross.
So it's up for interpretation because it could be subs as in subscribers or subs as in subs.
We know that kind of stuff. Well, yeah, Pedro's into S&M, dude. Pedro's big into S&M.
Well, so it could be subs, subscribers, or substances. So you never know.
Oh, I always think it's subs and doms. Pedro's a dom.
Oh, he definitely. I mean, he doms the shit out of everyone. He could never get below the level of a dom. He could never submit to anyone.
Oh God, Jesus Christ! Can you imagine Pedro trying to not be top dog?
Oh,
he'd fucking spontaneously combust.
How could you be a top dog?
It's literally impossible.
How could you be the top dog and the lowest fucker?
Oh, God knows. Okay, so are you taking a look at the screen here, Keevers, that I'm working on? All right. He must have muted himself. Let's see. What's the layout going here? Chat overlay. And then we're going to go over here. Check that out. Check out that bad boy.
Looking good so far.
You see it? It's real good. I think we got to do more. We got to do more. Let's see. Huh. I got an idea, Kiever. Let's do a little bit of this. That. I hope everybody's enjoying this. We're not doing a lot of talking. I don't know who's on the show. Keever, you with the show? Are you in the show?
Yeah, I was picking up.
Why don't you talk to the people? Why don't you say something?
I also, for my name today, I wanted something. When my camera went off, it was kind of funny.
Yeah, it says Pedro uses subs, which is funny. I like it.
But when it comes off and you just see the icon, the abbreviation, the acronym is it's kind of funny too.
Oh yeah. Plus. I had that. Yeah, I had that up there. That was good. I liked it. I saw that. That was quality. I was proud. I was actually really proud of you in the moment.
Yeah. Plus, or some might pronounce it.
You see my Keevers. You see my hair game today. Not only am I wearing clothes, but I took a shower.
That's fantastic.
It is. Well, here's the thing, Keepers. I got up at what I thought was 6 o'clock, but I didn't have my glasses on, and it was 5 o'clock. So I was thinking that I was starting the show around 7, and I look at the clock, and it's 6. Imagine my surprise at the space-time continuum giving me another hour back in life. I had my own daylight savings time fall back.
Have you ever thought to yourself, like, maybe I should use technology to see the correct time and you mean
like wear glasses?
Why you're not very smart?
Like wear glasses to bed?
Yeah, like wear glasses to bed. Reflect on why you're not very smart, and that you can't.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to wear glasses to bed. I sleep on my face, Keevers. The glasses dig into my nose.
Oh, well, I'm hoping you sleep with like a pillow in your nostrils and mouth. So
No, I got much better. I'm old. I got a CPAP. I got a breathing machine, man. I sleep like a fucking baby. I sleep like a fucking baby. You're so jealous of how I sleep. Trust me. I got the best fucking deal. I got fresh air shooting right up my schnoz. Shooting right up the fuck there. So good. It's so good.
Listen, I sleep even better than our president does when he's not on all his hype up medication. Like whatever cocktail they have that keeps him alive, I sleep like he does when he's not on those.
Right.
Which you can imagine is pretty well, because even when he's on the medication, it's like he's sleeping when he's fucking walking.
Oh my goodness. Saturn came in. I think that's Flex. Flex came in this morning as Saturn and says, "Good morning, you two momos. We love you."
Yeah, I banned him from my channel because I was just tired of his comments, because they're illiterate, which makes me
Yeah. This is the place. The morning show's the place for illiterate comments. That's why we have Felonious Friday. That's why we have Thirsty Thursday. This is the place for your felonious comments. This is the place for Saturn.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad he's here. And I'm
we're glad that you joined Patriot Prayer and are a Fed.
That is good.
Yeah.
Because I don't know anyone. I've never heard anyone in my life ever use the term turd. I
don't know what that is, Keevers. We need to maybe look it up. We probably should look. We may be saying the worst word in the history of the universe. True. We could be slurring people across the planet and not even know it.
Well, Flex is known to be a wild, vicious racist. He's kind of like our president.
Yeah, he has his moments with the hate speech. He's had a lot of bad hate speech moments. I'm going to give that to you, Keevers. I'm going to concede the hate speech deal.
I think he did try to have a couple black friends until they intervened with him. They gave him an intervention.
Well, look, the black people are allowed to do certain things, but organizing isn't one of them. If you can't, it's like the NRA. If you get too many of them in one place, now you got yourself a problem, Keevers.
Yeah,
you got to be in civil rights as long as me and understand about the number. For the black people, it's more about the quantity than the quality of the black people. If you get more than a couple in the same place, they can be dangerous.
Yeah, I've heard the NRA does not have the power it once had.
The power what?
I said I've heard they do not have the power they once had, 10, 15, 20 years ago.
No, nobody does. Because the politicians have all the power now. They're lobbying, or they got a lot of power, but I mean, come on, the politicians are now gods. With good old Citizens United, I mean, everybody's just getting stinking rich. And by the way, Keevers, they don't even have any conflicts of interest anymore. It used to be that if you're a politician with inside information, you didn't just profit off the whole world, but now they can. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Yeah, nobody cares. Nobody cares anymore. They stopped caring.
Yeah, Dianne Feinstein died with a $200 million home or $300 million home.
Yeah, well, it's a good. If you can get that type of work, Keevers, you want to get it. You want to take it. It's real good.
Yeah,
you look, you're going to be able to support kids in a way that you would only hope would happen. I mean, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, it's like there's some people in this community that love making money and profiting over screwing off other people. So it makes sense why that market would be out there. And I might have to do some more research.
Well, see, the funny thing is, like, there used to be shame anywhere, somewhere. There used to be shame in the world in general. And so, like, people had a conscience. Like, if they did something really wrong, they'd like skulk around being ashamed of themselves, but not anymore. No, you don't have to worry about that anymore. We took care of that.
They'd at least go to church and pretend to say, they're Catholic churches, and they would just, say your Hail Marys and all that, and you're good to go.
Right. Hey, Mary Poppins, I took a shower this morning. I woke up an hour early because I misread the clock, and that bastard Glitch Dash Thomas Schubeck was yakking in my ear, and so I misread the clock, and I thought it was 6 o'clock. Got up. Fed the dishes and washed the cat. Took a shower, just because I thought I'd get real sneaky. And then I was on with the Keevers. I didn't even know what time it was. I thought it was somewhere around 6 o'clock. So I'm on with the Keevers, and he's impressed that it's real early. And I'm thinking, well, it's not that early, but it was that early because I started the show and then it's 6 o'clock. I'm like, how the fuck did it get to be 6 o'clock again? And my guess is either the space-time continuum slipped an hour, or either I slipped an hour in the space-time continuum, or I looked at the clock without my glasses and I saw 6 when it was 5.
I know you can't read, but Brian's trying.
Yeah, no, I saw that. We're going to do that. I have to warm up my box, but it's going to come real fast. He's going to get in here real fast.
Okay. Well, as long as he comes in your box really fast, we're good.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time to waste in this world, and we just got to.
Well, it's almost over.
It is. So. Funny enough, you say that, Keevers. Yeah, it's real exciting times. It's real exciting times that we're in, and I'm gonna pull Brian into this show as soon as I just get done with one more thing. Now, Keevers, you and I were on live this morning for like 45 minutes, and that was pretty fun. But nobody should go watch it now. But they could watch it later if they wanted.
Yeah, no. I mean,
don't watch it now because we're doing a show.
Yeah, and
don't watch it now.
You can count on this morning show is not giving news for the actual person. We're gonna watch a restream of our stream, so we don't get any more watch hours.
Now, Kevin, are you in bed with the Googlefy and the YouTubers?
Oh, I'm working on it. I'm really trying to take some money from Google, so I can then use it to spread hate speech against YouTube. So, it's good. You get, sometimes you got to fight fire, or you got to fight demons with, water. And that's kind
of. I have always been told you got to fight for your right body.
Well, listen, we are going to find out today from the Padia himself how to fight for your rights to potty.
That's right. We are. I think Brian's a little angry this morning, Keevers.
I heard he's not angry at me, is he?
Oh, well, he's pretty furious at you. No, he's not mad at you. Now, this is a real great thumbnail. You see what I did here? You see how complex I did it?
Yeah.
So it says, come into my office, which is like a Pedro tagline, come into my office. And then cult warning, who is this product placement bitch passing itself off as a king among men? That's real good. And then I need like 2 more things, and then we're going to bring Brian on in just a second. I think we need just like a couple. We just need a little bedazzle here, Keevers, when we're putting this together. We just need a slight bit of bedazzle added for some color.
Well, and this very well could be part of the reason why Brian is upset. This is just my guess. In his live yesterday, when Pedro said he is above others, and Brian will probably agree with this. There's only one person above anyone, and that is our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think that's one of the problems. I think the whole debacle of the whole debacle of the.
Are you trying to say debacle?
Yeah, the whole. Okay.
I was just making sure I wasn't
of the thing of the interview last night. I think it just got under Brian's skin for some reason.
Yeah, I didn't watch.
Brian's such a good guy. He's such a good friend. He's such a nice person, but he's real angry this morning, Keevers.
Yeah. Well, also, what you have to understand, and this could be an underlying issue for Brian, as it is kind of for me. For 20 plus years, we had a football team that kicked everyone's ass. And the last few years have been really tough on us. And that's kind of like an underlying, it makes everything worse. It's like, when you go Instacart shopping and you wait 14 minutes, normally it wouldn't make you upset, but something else happened that caused you to be really, really upset.
Right.
It's kind of like that. So we instead of operating at a 1 in anger every single day, we're probably at like a 2 or 3 now.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take much to bring us past a 5.
Yeah.
So that could be part of the reason why Brian's so angry.
Well, I think sometimes when we're just sitting here watching the world go by, and we just see the same people committing the same fouls over and over and over, and we realize who they're being paid by and what their motivations are, we get a little bit crusty. We get a little bit crusty. Okay,
one could say like a clown.
That's going to have to be good enough on the. That's going to have to be good enough on the thumb. I'm just going to have to. I'm going to have to call it right here on the thumb before we bring Brian on. Yeah, it's as good as I can do at the moment. I'm not a graphics guy in any way, shape, or form. Come into my office. Colt warning. I like this one. I could have a spelling error in there, and that embarrasses me beforehand, but I'm not sure. I don't see any, but I'm not wearing my glasses, so we're taking a chance here, Keevers.
Well, that makes sense. So,
okay. So update the thumbnail. I got to update the thumbnail. This is how you do it in the Google Fi. You update the thumbnail. There's the new screenshot. I open it. It sucks it right in there. And now when I save it, it'll load itself right up to the U-boobers. All right. I think that's real good. I'm real happy with it. Good morning. 2 estate sales to go to. I can't with Pedro did it. Good. You don't have to. Mary Poppins bought a vintage Barbie collection last estate sale. $25 on eBay. Those Barbies hate America, Mary Poppins. Those Barbies hate America. You got to watch yourself in those Barbies. They're like the M&Ms, Keevers. They hate America.
They certainly do.
Well, so we're going to add a friend to the show, Keevers. We're going to add a friend to the show. The person's name is Brian. He's actually a cat, but he's a real feisty cat. And hi, Brian. How are you?
Wait, but
can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, and I need to know before Jeff chimes in. Is part of your anger due to the fact that the Patriots have been terrible for 3+ years? Is that a base level anger?
Who's been angry for 3 years?
I said is part of your anger on a daily basis being higher than normal?
I don't want to break in on the anger fest, on the rage fest, but has anybody noticed my hair this morning?
We've noticed it, Jeff. It's not important.
No, we had the plumber here yesterday or the day before when I was naked. We had the plumber here.
I could freaking mute you. If I could mute you right now.
You could if you ran the show, but you don't. So we had the plumber here, but check out this Jufro I got going this morning. This is real good. This is fluffy.
So I'm going to finish my question.
You get your fingers stuck in this stuff.
I'm going to finish my question, Jeff.
Because it's very important. I just had to point out
Yes. And the community needs to know, Brian, is your base level anger that you start off on the day higher than normal because our team, the Patriots, have been dog shit for 3+ years?
Oh yeah, they've been really bad with Mac, whatever his name is there.
Trash.
Yeah, you'll never see them ever win a championship again. That's for sure.
Do you think Belichick should retire, or should he get McDaniels and Patricia back?
Retire.
Ooh, strong sentiment there.
Yeah, that's all over. We had the glory, didn't we?
Yeah, it's okay. We had 6 in our lifetime. Well, 6 in our lifetime, so we're good.
That's right. So, anyways, I've been punching the plaster out of my walls at my house, going berserk, putting my hands through the walls and everything, taking it out on the walls because, I want to take it out on someone else, but we got to change the world, boys, and start waking these people up to this fraud of the gig economy because it's getting worse, and people are all in on it too. The content creators, not all of them, but a lot of them have sold their souls to the devil. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world but lose his soul? But for YouTube. So in other words, if you're going to sell your soul, at least buy the entire world. Don't sell it for YouTube. Get Google AdSense. So, anyways, we all saw, we saw Pedro and Hannibal's video with Eli on there, and I'm going to break my silence on a couple of things here because,
Brian, hey Brian,
yep.
I am also a cat. I'm also.
I know you are.
We got a cat, and then we got Keevers, and then we got a cat, and then
I'm a pussy cat.
Yeah, Keevers, stay on the
Well,
stage. We need your good looks. We need your good looks to draw the YouTube views. Thank you. We need.
Well, that's a picture. That's a picture of Bye Bye. He's 25 years old, by the way, in that picture.
So that is an amazing, beautiful cat. Hello, Bye Bye, and Odin here playing Odin's Halloween vampire costume. Odin is 18, so we got two real old cats up here. Keevers, both of these cats are smarter than you.
That is true.
Yeah,
I'm not very
There's
smart.
no fucking question. There's no fucking question.
I am a big cat fan and a dog fan, but
yeah, so Brian,
I'm down to one cat.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mute Keevers because he just annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna mute myself, and then you just talk for a while so I can go phone it in.
Me too.
Okay. So we I was going to critique a video about the whole situation, and I have to just say this. Like, first off, when Glitchgate first broke back in August, and I had found your channel, Jeff, through Torp because he was mentioning you, and I saw the beginning and the end of DoorDash. I was being warned or emailed by some people saying, hey, this guy Eli is trying to get in touch with you and this and that. And I was like, I thought, okay, who is he? I didn't even know him at all. Nothing, So I was like, oh, okay. And then I saw this wonderful video on me, talking about how he really loved the content I was doing. And I thought, oh, this is cool. And he was saying he was going to try to help the gig workers and stuff. So I thought, oh, great. We need more people on board, And I just assumed he was doing that type of content for a while. I didn't know, and apparently he just kind of jumps in from, I guess, community to community. Now, with that said, I've spoken with Eli and stuff, and I don't think he's a horrible guy or anything. I just think that his allegiance is to no one but himself, and he just kind of, from what I see now, because I've been sitting back watching a lot of these videos, a lot of live streams. It takes a long, long time to watch all of them because you got to sit there for hours and hours of content. It's not just his, it's a whole bunch of others. But, in my estimation, or what I want to say is that I am officially excommunicating him out of this gig economy. Because if you want to talk about any leaders in this community, I'm the leader of this community. I'm going to step up to be the leader. Okay, there's no one else going to be the leader but me, because I've been doing this on my own for 2 years anyways, except for when Glitchgate happened. And I'm not putting anyone down. I love all of you. I want you to join the whole thing in exposing the lies, the fraud, the manipulation of the gig app companies. And I always was fighting for the drivers. I never did my channel for money, and I never will. It has nothing to do with money, making it on Google or anything like that. But when I'm out on the road, I want to make the money. So along the way, hey, I love all the people joining the bandwagon. The problem is they have no allegiance to this community because they're not staying steadfast. And I am a steadfast person, and I follow through with things that I say. I try to, at least. But I don't flip-flop, and I don't go backwards. So what I've been seeing is a lot of that. Now, knowing that Pedro DoorDash Santiago is a complete liar, a shill, a corporate man, person who only cares about himself, doesn't care about the gig economy, doesn't care about anyone else but how he makes money through his Google AdSense and his super chats and his subscriptions and all of that crap, and then lying to the community about the glitch. And he knew about the glitch before May 8th. That was a complete lie. He used that as an alibi to try to say, oh, I have people that will. Why would you come out and say, I have witnesses that will attest to that? Hey, I can go to 5 of my friends and tell them, hey, listen, I need you guys to lie for me and tell people, certain thing. And if I have 5 friends that would lie to me, no problem. I mean, lie about what I would say if I was going to lie about it, right? So he had an alibi all set up. He knew about the glitch way before, going way back to Glitch It. He'd been using that glitch ever since. And so and it's clear to see because he went from no tip, no trip the Mr. Bet on You, one day at a time, and all of this stuff, and telling people, oh, top dasher matters, acceptance rate matters, while he was using the glitch and never told anyone. Then when he got called out in the stream, he tried to backpedal and defend himself in his own stream when Torp and Glitch Dash was in there. So now it comes up to Eli. When Eli came on board, when that broke and everything, right? I was so inundated with so many things going on, trying to research everything, and it was cool to have, Eli come in at first, but then and I thought, okay, he's here to help the community, but all he's ever been doing now is just talking about the trolls every time. It's like, but if I come into the stream and talk about a certain subject, even religious things, is, oh yeah, I love Jesus and this and that. It's almost like he's doing it to appease the person who's trying to talk to him so he can get in there with you, right? And it's like, man, what is this with this flip-flop and going back and forth? And then he's the way I see it, that's being a traitor to this community by going into Pedro and Hannibal's live stream. Why would you want to be dancing with the devil in the pale moonlight with Pedro on a stream when we know that he's a complete liar? And then you have Hannibal that rides shotgun with Pedro because he's trying to suck subscribers off of Pedro to get more people to watch his channel. Hannibal hasn't done any ride-alongs or anything. He doesn't even do DoorDash or any of these apps anymore. I think all he does is really Rover or whatever. And then Pedro has no content to really bring to the community anymore because there's nothing else. What is he going to do? Continue to lie to the community, which he is, because Eli asked him, oh, now the Glitchgate is exposed. What are we supposed to do now? What are you going to do now? And he says, oh, I have plenty of content because there's more people coming from Google and YouTube researching, how to be, basically how to drive for DoorDash. And he knows that when you search, how do I become a DoorDash driver? How do I make money with DoorDash? We know the first person that comes up in the search results is Pedro Santiago, right? So he knows that he could still manipulate and lie to all the new drivers that come into the community. He's not worried about the people who already know and have exposed him. He wants to brainwash all the new cult members that come into his cult community drinking the Kool-Aid, like Jim Jones. That's how Jim Jones was able to bring all these cult members over to the People's Temple and bring them to Guyana and execute them out there. In a way, this is the execution of all the drivers because the drivers are getting fleeced, lied to, manipulated, stolen from DoorDash, ripped off every day. They steal from the merchants. They do all this stuff. And then we have content creators that are going to come around and say how wonderful DoorDash is and the gig economy is great when it's a big AI roulette gamification, gamblification system that's here to fleece the entire all of America and all of the world. Now that the cat's out of the bag, so now you have Eli going over and agreeing and telling that Pedro can be a life coach and all this. We're gonna take advice from someone who's psychotic and a maniac, who goes berserk in a store because he's angry because he has to stand in line for 15 or 20 minutes and he doesn't have patience, right? Then we're gonna go and watch him, and he's gonna wear many hats, put hats on. Now, Eli, I understand you got to make money and everything, but that's not the way to make money. And it's not a way to make money by turning on the drivers and turning your back on them. What you've done is make a mockery of our community and make us look bad when in fact we're telling the truth, right? And you should stick with the truth, not stick with liars. So you look like a fool and an idiot by being over at Hannibal and Pedro's channel. So now that you've gone over and been on his channel, why don't you join him? Because you're no longer welcome in this community. You have been excommunicated from this community, okay? We don't need you in this community. We were doing just fine without you, okay? And money isn't everything, okay? Money is not my God. God is God, okay? So, yes, I'm pretty upset and angry because there's a lot of bullshit that was said in that stream. And all that does is reaffirm the lies for Pedro and Hannibal to stroke their own egos, for him to go in there and he goes, oh, I'm not sucking Pedro's balls. Yes, you were. You're just deflecting the fact that you were sucking his balls, and he loved it. But you got to understand, the rest of the world now knows the truth of what's going on with Glitchgate here. That's been exposed. Each and every one of you, it's your responsibility individually to share that information with fellow drivers on the road, your friends, your family, get it out on Reddit posts, everything. Because you on YouTube, even though we have channels here, our channels, including Jeff Thomas Black's and everyone else's, is being suppressed. They don't want that information out there. So they push and push up all the bigger content creators to get all of the lies out. Like we have this guy, Jacob Warren, who's been around, the Jeff Thomas. I critiqued one. I'm putting up a critique video on him real soon, Jacob Warren. He's another corporate fluffernutter. All of these channels are here to lie, cheat, and steal from you. Do you understand that? They're helping these corporations that are fleecing the rest of the drivers. We can no longer put up with that. And there's a new standard that's coming about where these content creators are going to, if they want to start continuing to keep putting out content, they're going to have to prove that they're doing, live streams that show exactly what they're making, because no one's going to believe the edited videos.
Yeah. So Brian, I'm with you. After doing some of the research, and I do my research a lot of the times, as Kevin knows, on the show now. I'll look stuff up on the show. And I think what we're seeing is that all of these bad actors are basically product placement for DoorDash. They're who comes up when you search DoorDash on the Google Fi. They're who comes up. So these guys are being fed by the machine. So we got to take them down. Pedro's
absolutely.
Pedro works for BlackRock. Pedro went full Nazi on us. Anyway, Pedro dehumanizes people if they, in his mind, commit sins. So Pedro literally says people are subhuman. He went full Nazi. Pedro needs to go. They all need to go.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the thing is, like, I don't personally, like, I have nothing against Eli or anything like that. And I don't believe in what's going on.
I'm there now. I got stuff against Eli now. I don't have to share it because I don't really care. But I don't know the guy, but I can't stand him. Well, the thing is, I just don't like traitors. I don't like someone who's going to go on another side and go over there and kiss their ass when they're in the wrong. They're in the wrong. It's you just don't do something like that. So he's excommunicated out of this community. And Brian, we watched the show last night. I muted about 2/3 of it, which improved it considerably for the audience. But the parts that we were dipping into, they were making it clear that the reason that they want to collab is that the Google Fi feeds them the newbies for their cult to chew up and spit out as impoverished tent dwellers. And so that's the game they're into. So all of these corporate folks are just into impoverishing people and sending them homeless and profiting off that as they just chew up the new people. And so now we have all the people with intelligence, right, that can tell the difference between a cult leader and the truth. But the new people coming in, if you go to DoorDash or if you go to the Google Fi YouTubes and put in DoorDash or you put in any of these things, you're going to get one of these dipshits. You're going to get the Jacob Warrens. You're going to get the Dash and Blackleg, Wet Leg. You're going to get the Mikes. You're going to get the Pedros. And see, they're selling the app slavery, which is why they don't like the term. They're selling the app slavery. They should just go on app slavery. And of course, Pedro's a product placement. Pedro,
absolutely. Why do you think when they search for a name, like if you put how do I make money with the gig economy of DoorDash, why do you think none of our channels come up? Because they don't want people.
Listen to this, Brian. So the Daily Dot that covers all the fake news about DoorDash, and they cover all these fake things and fake viral videos and stuff, and it's all fake, right? It's advertising. It's paid advertising. A lot of it's critical of DoorDash. DoorDash don't care. That's just good stuff because it's only advertising to us. Nobody sees that but the app slaves. It's all targeted. So they're showing us news for us, which is designed for us, not other people. It's only news for us. So the rest of the world isn't seeing it. And we're seeing all this salacious gig economy news through the Daily Dot because it's a fake newspaper. It's just work for shitty writers. So they put out these advertorials. Business Insider put out the advertorial with Dashing Wet Leg and your driver Matt, Mike, and Mark, right? So we can see here that these people, this is what Glitchgate exposed. We broke them, Brian. They're all exposed now. They're all fully exposed as corporate shills because that's all.
Right.
And
well,
take them down.
What-
That's the phase that we're in now. It's going to be a fun phase, Brian. Because
What we have to do is get more information out to the public, because we can't rely on just Google and
right. Google's in on it. Google's in on the scam.
Right.
So that's
They're suppressing channels like us,
That's
Jeff.
right.
They're trying to
and remember, so this is all a global organized crime scheme. So the advertising is feeding the company, which is feeding the advertising, which is feeding the company, which is feeding the global scam, right?
right.
Which is feeding the Pedro glitchy pantses of the world, the bitches of the world. Like Pedro's a bitch, and see, Pedro's
That's right.
on my show because Pedro's a bitch, and Pedro made a video for me yesterday, and he's such a bitch he won't even say my name. And then last night, one of my favorite parts of the live there, Brian and Kiever, is Pedro said he's only made one live video in reaction, and he took it down. And guess who he made that for?
Who? You?
He did it for me. Do you know how special I feel? Do you know how special I feel? That almost.
So I don't know if you also realized he mentioned something about content. He mentioned, what if my daughter were to look at content that I put up?
Oh, I love that part. That was a good part.
I think he was talking about the whole meth looking in the hoodie. That's probably what he was referring to, because he looked like a meth head in that hoodie.
Right. Yeah. Or it could also mean like the grocery store tantrums and stuff. That'd be real.
That's true. Could be.
Saw anybody doing that?
Kiefer, what do you think about what I talked about here? You want to elaborate a little on that?
So the whole, I'll touch on the Eli situation first, because I've said this before. I never followed Eli, never watched any of his videos. Interestingly enough, after I made the criticism of life coaches, he gave me a fucking wrench.
Yeah.
So I never, even when you guys were, when he was like with you guys, and the only thing I knew about him was that he had 4 months of gig work. I've been doing gig work since 2019.
Right.
I would never in my life listen to someone who injected themselves into a community for 4 months and all they brought was drama. So I've never really looked to his content. I've never, even though you guys may have said like he's part of the movement, I never looked at him as a true, because he doesn't even know. I watched his interview with. Just
to clarify, I never told any community that Eli was part of anything other than being alive down here in the sewer with us, and I'm not capable of kicking people out of the sewer. I never endorsed this feller. This guy dropped my name so many damn times, and then when he threw his little tantrum after I told him he had to disappear from my world because he was wasting too much of my time, then he's like, "Oh, Jeff said he'd come on shows. Well, he never came on shows." I never once agreed to go on any show. Eli continually invited me into shows that he was on because he thought he could use me, and I didn't show up. That's not going on a show, Eli. That's inviting me to a show that I don't want to go on, and I don't want it, and I never wanted to appear with you, Eli, which is why, guess what I never did? Guess what I never did, even then, Brian?
Listen, I give people.
I have never been on a screen with Eli. I've never shared a voice call with Eli, any of the above. And so this guy runs around acting like, and then, by the way, he'd send me emails saying, "I want to talk to you." And I'd reply, "Go, here's my phone number. Go do it." And he never called me. And then he tells people, "Well, Jeff never responds, whatever." This guy's he's just a liar. He's just a gaslighter because I gave him my phone number, everything. He never replied to anything. I never invited him on my show, but he never invited me on his show. He said,
"Listen, I give people the benefit of the doubt. I give them a chance."
I give them down. Just to be clear, I would not have gone on his show, but he never invited me. So this is that he's running around all like he's butthurt, and that's why today, Brian, we got our special sponsor this morning for Pedro and for Hannibal's and for the Pedro and the Hannibal's and the Eli's. I got us some hemorrhoidal cream, some of the fun cream. It's Top Care, which is like a brand from CVS. It's real good stuff. Pure hemorrhoidal cream for all your butt hurt.
See, the thing is too, as we talk about Pedro, right? That strokes his ego, right? But the gig economy doesn't revolve around Pedro.
Yep.
Pedro is just one of the idiots that's out there that's lying and fleecing the drivers. Okay. there's a lot of other content creators, which that's why I'm here. I'm Superman. I'm the one that exposes all these idiots. Okay. And you write the book about the gig economy. So it comes together just like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You know what I mean?
And
but
see, this was the interesting thing, Brian, is that I reached out to Pedro, honestly, too, and all he ever did was troll me and gaslight me because he doesn't want the truth of my work. He doesn't want the truth of your work. He's gaslighting the entire community by pitting himself against people telling the truth.
Why? Hey, Jeff,
pretending he's some kind of martyr and Jesus character and telling people he's the king. This guy
why would he join us?
Hey, Pedro.
Why would he join us when he's making $860,000 in the 3-4 years that he was doing this? He's made a lot of money.
Brian, he wants to talk to you about that. He spent a lot of time with the Hannibal's and the Eli talking about that he didn't really make that kind of money, and that was just a fluffer nutter lie.
Well, oh, really? Okay. Well, you want to hear a fact? You want to hear some facts?
I like
right. Here's the fact. That every content creator that is monetized, right, is public knowledge, and you can look up their public records and find out exactly how much they made with Google, including super chats and subscriptions. Okay, it will tell you what they made in the time they've been on the channel. Are you
saying Pedro's lying? Are you saying Pedro's
lying? Absolutely, he's lying. Okay. That's you could prove it yourself by just researching what I just told you. Every person who's monetized, it becomes public record because
Why would he lie about that? And by the way, Eli mentioned over and over that he claims $500,000 of lost income from his trolls.
Well, first of all, I mean, I don't know. I've never looked up Eli. We could look up what he's made on his channel. I think he mentioned something like he only made $6,000 or $7,000 or something. I don't have a problem, with people making money on Google AdSense and all that, as long as they're doing something to help people and help drivers and help the community. When you're lying to your community and then making money and you're using glitches, that's called fraud. That's frauding the community. And it's against the law to do that. So there's a lot of people under investigation right now, by the way. Did you know that, Jeff? A lot of people. And the FTC is looking into it, too.
I think a lot of it we don't know, right? I mean, Hydeshare Hodio Steve claimed that...
Right.
Hydeshare Hodio Steve claimed that there's a federal investigation underway, according to David Pickerel, the CEO of ParaWorks.
Right.
They claimed there was a RICO Federal Trade Commission investigation. That was what those two guys claimed to me directly, or not.
That's right.
Sorry. Steve. I want to make sure I say this properly, Brian, because this is about facts. Steve claimed that to me directly that the FTC licensed federal agents had contacted Steve Johnson, Hydeshare Hodio, and told him, keep doing what you're doing. We are watching you. That's what they told him.
Yep. And he was correct. But then he backpedaled and stopped talking about it, didn't he?
Well, he also stabbed me in the back, which was real weird. Now he runs around. He's a real creepy fellow. He runs around. He's got real dark images. He's like real apocalyptic, real weird images with his stuff. He runs around. He's like a vampire or something. That guy's fucking weird, Brian.
Now I gotta mention something. That's important because this is important. And I like this guy, and I've given him many shout outs, and I'm not going to say anything bad against him because I haven't found anything to say anything bad, with the exception of that he was on Rideshare Rodeo's live last night, and that was Gig Geezer. He's been going on to his show, and I don't know if Steve got to him and just hey, come on the show, whatever. I don't know what that connection is there, but it's not a good connection because I don't know. What do you guys think about that? What do you think about that, Jeff?
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, we got to realize this. So I have gone on because I'm a writer, or I'm not, one or the other. I have gone on January 29th. I was on the Rideshare Guy, and they talked about the first 4 chapters of my book. And Zach drives money trains on people with payday loans. Actually said he read it and liked it. He said I should be a writer, which was real funny. Because I said, my mom and dad said the same thing. And and so I was on that show. Now that's a real corporate show. And so then I was on Hydra Hodeo with Steve before he stabbed me in the back. I was on Pair of Works with Steve and David Piccarell. I've been on the Gig Economy guys from Gig Economy podcast from Grand Rapids. I've been on I don't know. I mean, I've been on a whole bunch of them.
Right.
Too many to remember and count. But see, that doesn't mean I'm affiliated with those fellers, right? Just because I've been on their show now. And so it's not, I don't hold Gig Geezer responsible for what corporate shenanigans
I don't either.
goes on. But I want to make a point out of it, though.
Okay.
So the Gig Geezer knows me, and I know the Gig Geezer, not personally, but we both recommended each other's work, and he said nice things about me, and I've said nothing but nice things about him. I got no problem with the Gig Geezer. He's in a very different business than us now. I see him as somebody that tells a lot of truth, especially about the van business. I mean, he talks about losing money and everything. So I like the guy. The fact that he's going,
I do too.
The fact that he's going on the corporate channels doesn't really mean. I mean, the Gig Geezer will come on this show, I believe. I talked to the Gig Geezer, I've messaged with the Gig Geezer coming on the show, and we can talk to him about it. But I'm a real fan of his in general.
Me too.
And so, but Hydra Hodeo is just a scuzzbag, and Hydra Hodeo is just a podcast host. It doesn't really matter to me. But let me make that clear that Cody, Wild Alaska, and myself and many other people know that you don't want to get yourself anywhere near that Steve Johnson Hydra Hodeo. That's a scummy, scuzzy, dangerous.
Oh yeah, I know about the Cody thing. Hold on one second, Keeper. Yeah, that was an interesting story about Cody. Well, what happened there? I mean, that was amazing. Anyways, back to you, Keeper.
Brian, you may be giving this young man shit, which I completely approve of. But you know this young man's name is actually Kevin, right?
Is it?
Yeah, it's Kevin. It's actually Kevin. His name, the name of his channel is Gag, Chode, and Thud.
No, it's
it's Gag, Chode, and Thud. His name is Kevin.
Oh,
so let me tell this back.
I just tease him a lot.
I got a couple things.
Well, also,
there's a couple things.
Brian, I'm real old. I forget his name a lot of times. I just say whatever comes out. I just say whatever comes out. It works. As long as
there's a backstory.
He knows I'm talking to him.
Yeah. So here's the backstory. So before, I used to hang out on the Geek Wars official channel a lot, and just because like Red, and all them, they're pretty cool to talk to typically. Dad Dash came on a couple times while I was on there.
Wait.
He knows my name.
Asking for slutty catfish, or are you talking to me?
No, it was asking for slutty catfish.
Okay, because I didn't go on. Okay, good. All right, I'm Dad Dash,
and
just to be sure.
So he watches a lot. So he knows my name is Kevin. He knows my channel name is Gig Drive and Thrive. So when I made that video, I made the reaction video to you and Eli going on Robert's channel, and talking about the trolls, how they took over the interview, how nobody was paying attention because of that. The interview was good, but
Kevin, the host of the show, when you use a pronoun, you got to identify the person. There's two people on here. When you say you and Eli, people on the audience are thinking me.
Sorry.
And you're going to get people thinking that I went on a show with Eli, which didn't happen.
Well, I'm explaining this to Brian because I'm
coaching you through it. You're a good young kid. Keep going.
Okay. So when Brian and Eli were on Robert's show, that's what I'm talking about. So, and I mentioned Dad Douche for about, I think 45 seconds in the video, and he made an entire, I think 10-minute reaction video to those 45 seconds. And he mispronounced my name, my channel name, even though he knows it. So that's where the whole messing up my channel name comes into play. But let me interject with the whole people that are talking truth going on these corporate channels. So, people like Brian, people like you are not going to ever be allowed on those channels. So I think we need people who are a little less salacious, that still tell the truth and are still allowed to go on these programs, to go on there. So it's kind of like a little morphine drip. Like you got a little bit of truth coming in, and eventually people are going to wake up. The content that, we put on over here is good for all of us that are already awoken to the bull crap.
Well, wait, let me say one thing, Kevin, on that one, okay? the thing, it's interesting you say that, because I find that mostly just content creators are just watching other content creators. So we're not really getting out to the major audiences that we should. Anyways, back to you.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, so I mean, when it comes to those quote unquote corporate shows, when it comes on those shows that are, you know, whether it be Necro's Lounge or whether it was be the Trash Lounge, like, maybe spreading the message might be a little bit more effective if we had people that weren't as salacious, but could still portray the same message.
Kevin,
behind
Kevin,
it.
that's first of all, that's why I did a show nude 3 days ago, is to add some salacious content over here. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking more nudity.
See, what they've been doing, right, is they've been gang stalking, right, different people, right? But the problem is now that there's a whole big community starting to prop up, they can't attack everyone now, and now they are being exposed, because they used to go after one person individually and call them a conspiracy nut and a kook and all of that. Now they're trying to save face by coming up with all these excuses and continuing to lie and gaslight everyone. But it's less effective. It's less effective.
Now, I'm not a nice person, as we know. I'm not a very nice person.
True.
I'm not fun to troll. But
True.
they were coming
You're
real hard at me. The second Eli mentioned my name, they basically started contacting me, telling me they were going to literally ruin my life. And I'm like, you're probably not. And why don't you fuck off? Because I've dealt with this stuff before. And they were real upset, but they did opposition research. They tried to extort me. One of them. So Brian, it's real funny. I've had my personal communications surveilled by the Portland Police Bureau and the FBI. And so it's real funny when some private citizen thinks they're going to do a background check on me. I don't get real scared. But one of these people tried to extort me and said, so Coach Rom, there's some guy named Coach Rom. Coach Rom is doing a background investigation. Is there any crimes you'd like to admit to? I laughed real hard. I said, "Yo, why? I took some Ambien. I don't remember."
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, Brian. Like, especially like people call you a conspiracy theorist. The fact that like you talk a lot about the World Economic Forum and their plans are, and people are so stupid that they can't do a YouTube search when, you know, typically, you know, back in the day, conspiracy theories were like things that only some people knew about because they did the research. They're talking about it in public.
Yeah, so you could go.
People are
so
to
New York
stupid
Times if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin, Brian,
so
I have a breaking news update in the gig economy. Odin just took a horribly stinky shit. It's wafting into my room. I have to go.
You probably deserve it. You probably deserve it.
I got to take care of it.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So, go ahead, continue, because that's interesting, and you're right about that. Go ahead, Kevin.
But yeah, so like you know, because their heads are in the sand, they do not want to hear that, because then they'd have to take the veil off their, you know, they'd have to get out of their pods, stop eating their bugs, and people love those bugs. They love eating those bugs.
Oh yeah,
and they just can't handle it. They're the most delicious bugs there are.
Z bugs, as Schwab says. You know who he is, right? Klaus.
Eat the bugs. Yes. Oh yeah.
Right.
And it's funny, people who, I cannot find this freaking building. I feel like a newbie. Let's be around a little bit. Sorry, I'm one of those gig workers that actually does gig work like you, Brian.
Exactly.
So I'm trying to find this door.
By the way, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for coming into this community and trying to help as best you can or whatever you can do, because we need more people like you. And I can tell you're a really nice guy. You're genuine and honest. And you're very welcome here. I'll tell you that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I found it. There's a sign for it. It's I'm walking the right way. It's probably cold now, but there's no instructions. But yeah, I did have one more question to ask you. I'll ask you in just a second. Let's see. This is for Fahima.
Oh, what state do you live in, Kevin?
Hello.
What state?
Have a great one. So I am in Ohio. I'm in Columbus.
Oh, okay.
Look at these beautiful trees.
Okay, so look
at these beautiful trees.
Yeah, you get the same type of weather as we do here in Massachusetts.
No. I used to live in right over the border in Derry.
Oh, Derry, New Hampshire. I know it well.
Yeah, I lived there for up until I was 20, And then I moved to the free state of Florida for 12 years. And then we moved to Columbus back in March.
Nice.
And it's the thing I like about living here is you get very nice seasons, but you don't get the snow of New England.
Right.
Which is one of the main reasons why I left New Hampshire, because the snow there is
it's insane.
is freaking awful.
Yeah, it's insane.
I don't look forward to. I tell people who they're like, oh, you're gonna get, you're gonna be shell shocked by the cold and the snow. I said, no. I'm used to growing up, getting a foot every other weekend. Like, yeah, that's when people would ask me, like, would you ever move back to New England? I was like, no, because, getting up an hour early just to shovel and de-ice my car was not something I was enjoying doing.
Even when you guys in New Hampshire got snow, sometimes we didn't get any down here because the snow line, sometimes we got lucky and we didn't get any, Yeah,
but I know you guys got nailed. Was it back in 2015 where the snow didn't melt till July?
Oh, yeah. It was terrible. We had 3 blizzards that year, I think. 3 blizzards in a row.
I think back to back.
Yep. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
But anyways.
I was, but yeah, so my other question. So because I was on Glitch Dash's live and we were watching when you were talking about the 860,000.
Yep.
With his subscribers, how I'm trying to think, are you using Social Blade as your metric?
Nope. I don't have it on the top of my head right now, but there's different sites you can go to, and Google, because of the tax laws and stuff, they have to post what the people are making publicly because they're public figures. So all of that stuff and you got to understand, it's figured in with subscriptions, with Super Chat, Google AdSense, and there's like a couple of other metrics in there, okay? And it's all compiled, okay? And that figure was within the time that he monetized all the way through to basically, let's say 5 or 6 months ago, because I haven't looked it up yet. It's probably not, because he was lower. He wasn't able to collect any AdSense because they took it away. Right. So, but up until then, I mean, it was public knowledge. I mean, you can look up any of these content creators and find the same thing. Now, you'll find some disinformation, but you'll find the factual information. And when you find that, you're like, wow, and by the way, it's not unheard of that these content creators are making that type of money. I mean, there's gamers that make millions and millions. I mean, 10, 20, $30 million. I mean, because they're making all this money for Google. So his money, if you separate it from the amount of years that he did, it's not a lot of money, but it's enough to go buy a house and go on some cruises and all of that, right? I mean,
well, let me ask you a question.
It's better than delivering hot dogs and Happy Meals.
Yeah, and that's not to mention.
Well, and he said the other night.
Well, that's not to mention all the money that he sold out under the table money that was given to him to lie and fleece the drivers and lie about everything that he was saying. I mean, he at one point he was okay, at the beginning, but once he saw the money coming in, that was it, lights out, and lies to the drivers. Go ahead, back to you.
Well, and that's does that site show just money earned online, or does that also include possible stuff like from the casinos or from whatever else he was doing, or does it just show online stuff?
It's only supposed to show money that was made from Google, from the company Google. In other words, like the checks that are paid out to him or any content creator.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Because when you said that, I kind of I was thinking, because I was like, his subscriber jumped. I think he went from 20 to 60,000 very quickly. So I kind of was like, when you said that, I was not questioning it, but I was like, because me. I'm an optimist, and I like to believe that God can come into anyone's life and change their heart.
Absolutely.
Time, and I'm still praying for that for
me
everyone.
Too. I don't. By the way, Kevin, I don't hate any of these people or anything. I don't.
No.
I pray. I still pray for them. I pray that they find God, because if they don't, they're going to be in big trouble, because they're going to have to stand in front of God someday, and He's going to say, "Why did you lie to all of these people that you were telling?" That they could make money and everything. I mean, why? Why did you do it, right? And
well, here's the thing, Brian. If they're not saved, then they're not going to even have that opportunity.
Right. Exactly. No, right. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So yeah, when you said that, I was like, because obviously for the last 6 months or whatever it was, the incomes got dramatically lower, and then I think he went from 20 to 60 in a matter of like a year. So those first 2 years, I was kind of questioning, because how much money could you actually make at 30,000 or 20,000?
That's right, because I had my spreadsheet from last November that showed him in the 20s when I tracked it, right? And then he's up this year now.
So I'd like to see that because
let me explain it a little bit so you guys can understand it a little bit better.
Okay.
So
I just want to make one comment before I get out of you guys' way.
Go ahead.
About the Eli, because so I'm a Jew. You can look at me, look at the Jew fro, like the whole thing. I think we can. If Robert Reese was here, he would say, "We verify you, we affirm you as a Jew." And I thank him. I thank you all for that. I appreciate it, because it's an ethnicity. It's not. It's also.
And by the way, Jeff, we love Jews. I love Jews. How's that? You guys are my brothers. How's that?
Some have said we're the chosen people, and I would love to believe that's true. But I was not raised. I've told this story many times, that my maternal grandparents, from who I get my Jewish race, my maternal grandparents were the only two people in their families to renounce Judaism when they grew up as young Jews in America in the early 1900s, and they never talked about it their entire lives. It was just something they didn't talk about, and who knows what they suffered. In terms of, I know my grandmother worked in the factory as a child laborer, and she told me that the factory guy would spit on the floor and say, "Clean it up, girly." And so that was in the factories of New York. My grandmother my Jewish grandmother was child labor. So anyway, they renounced that. So of the three of us, I'm the only one, I'm guessing. I'm the least religious of the three of us in terms of formal religion. I have no attachment to any formal religion whatsoever. So, but the interesting thing about that isn't that point. The interesting thing was when this character Eli met me, and I do say character Eli met me. He met me based upon the fact you did a video on me, Brian, and he was very impressed with your video. He knows you're a very godly man. And he obviously soaked that in, because what Eli does, he does this real creepy thing of mirroring people. Now, we all do that naturally because that's part of the human condition, but some people use it like a cult leader to manipulate people, and that's how Eli and the Pedros and Hannibals. Pedro's too egotistical to mirror anybody. He doesn't. He just mirrors himself. He stands in the mirror. But Eli, let me just finish, Brian, because it's a real important point, and I want to get the fuck out of the way. But sometimes I feel like I have to make a point. It's my fucking show. Anyway, that's a
yes,
joke.
Sir.
He came when I first heard this. I got tagged, and I'm seeing this guy walking with a porpoise with a giant fuzzy penis mic, and I'm going like, okay. And he says, "Hey, Jeff Thomas Black, you're in my chat. I love God. I'm a real Christian feller. Love God, love the Jesus. And saw Brian, love your work. He's a godly man. I'm a godly man. We should collab, and you should monetize your channel." I'm like, well, that's all real interesting. This guy's, and I didn't take offense to it. I'm just like, wow, this guy's just a real, obviously a real devout Christian guy. Well, I noticed over the coming days, he never mentioned. I didn't mention it back, so he never mentioned Christianity again. So I don't think he's even a real Christian. I think he's like a pretend, occasional religious person, depending upon who he's around, which means he's just a total fake. Anyway, I just wanted to make that point in general about religion, about the three of us, about how people can come in and mirror people in a fake way. Or now here, I just want to make one point. I'm going to get out of the way. I really apologize for screwing this up. It's important stuff. But now the three of us, again, I always want to be fair, and I want to be accurate, because this is about educating people. Now the three of us are mirroring each other too, right? Kevin and I have facial hair. We put our glasses on. We tell the same jokes. So we all do some social mirroring. But when we're doing it genuinely, that's just part of who we are. We're not doing it to manipulate people. When you're mixing it with lies and half-truths, as all these dickbags do, then it's real nefarious, right? Remember, because that's why the half-truths and the dickbags slipped into our world, because they got some element of truth, and then they're snowing you. So that's all I'm saying. I'm going to mute myself now because Kevin would mute me if he could.
Okay, let me address that too, because, okay, so here's the thing. So since the beginning of my channels, because I have DoorDash Sucks, I have Gig Apps Exposed, and DoorDash Gig Economy Police, and I may make another channel as another additional backup channel just for, anything. Right now, my DoorDash Sucks channel is down for maintenance, and it'll be up in about 32 days or so after I'm done with the maintenance I got to do on it. So it's not gone anywhere. But anyways, the religious thing, right? So from the very beginning, I told everyone, I even said it on Pedro's channel. I says, I'm a Christian. I love God, and that's the reason I do this. I've never deferred.
And you keep sticking with the story, Brian. You just keep being a Christian, which is real strange.
Well, a lot of people will attack Christians and say, oh, yeah, you're a Christian and you're calling people out. Well, Jesus, when they were gambling in the temple, he says, get out of here, you thieves and liars and scoundrels and, gamblers. He threw them out. God got mad. Okay, so we're human and we're the image of God. So I get mad too. So of course I do, because when I see injustice, I'm not perfect. I'm a sinner. I make mistakes, but I'm trying to do the right thing. And I stay steadfast on my message. I don't flip flop around. And when I told people that
Brian,
I wasn't,
are you like Kiefer, Kevin, and you're claiming two things to me? You are both not some cop or federal agent, and you're not going to stab me in the back. I have a hard time believing that like of the three people on this channel, at least
I'll tell you one thing.
At least one of them isn't going to stab me in the back while I'm showering.
I'll tell you one thing. If I was, I'll take credit for this. I'm probably the greatest infiltrator, because you want to talk about selling snow and ice to the Eskimos. I could probably do that 100 times around Pedro, but I'm not Pedro.
Manchurian candidate, the Greek, Urub Manchurian candidate.
Exactly. No, I'm sent here by the Most High to help these drivers out, okay? Because no one else wanted to stand up in the gap, and I'm standing in the gap where no one else will. I will, okay?
Well,
because
the thing,
it takes a
everyone
strong
is sent by the Most High.
Yeah.
But nobody is willing, because
we're
all called to do that. We're all called to do that. Go
That's right.
forth and spread the gospel. But nobody, and again, if you don't believe this, that's fine. You can still do it from a conscious level. You can still do it from I want to help people level. It doesn't have to be a religious thing.
Right.
But there's religious undertones to every single thing we do in society, because moral framework comes from the Bible. Whether
that's
people
right.
want to, whether they're atheists or not. That's why people have such a hard time explaining simple things.
Yeah.
Because like everything does come. It's the oldest book in existence for a reason.
Here's a real strange thing. Two of my very good friends, two people that I've met fairly recently, but who I would probably trust with my life. God help me, Brian.
Absolutely, I would too, Jeff. Same, right back at you.
So here's the thing about both you two fellers that you should know. As a person who was raised with none of that stuff and has always been quite the skeptic, this project in and of itself, in addition to me being alive right now, has made me believe in God as well, which is real strange. I'm struggling.
Amen.
But anyway,
God reveals himself.
Let me tell you, the fact that I am both here and alive is definitely a miracle. The fact that the three of us are here together and we got an audience is a miracle. And I don't think we can be beat. That's the only reason I've done this, is because if we get beat, we're all dead, and I'm just not willing to lose that game.
Amen. And I truly love this community, especially the ones who have stepped forward, especially even Kevin here, and all of the new people that are coming forward. Because you know what? I always said on my videos, anyone watch my channel, I said, if you want to know the answers to things in this community, look in the mirror, because it starts with you. Because only you can affect change, right? I'm not the guy here just to get you motivated.
Guess what, Brian? All those people that were lying about me saying I wanted to be a cult leader, if they would have read the fucking introduction and first chapter of the book, they would have seen that I revealed the fact in the first chapter, the only people that are going to save us is us, and that the only people that can save you is going to be you. Only you can protect you from artificial intelligence and giving your soul.
Isn't that funny, Jeff? Because I had never seen any of your material, and I was preaching this from day one on my channel.
Well, and Brian, so you said the only person that can save you is yourself. Look in the mirror. The funny thing is, that is a very well shared thought, I think, throughout most humanity, and people like Pedro and other people will use that, but then take it to another level. They'll take it from, you have to do, because I believe the same thing, like, you know, and I said it in my life coaching video, and I've kind of preached it my entire life. Like, if you want to make a change, you have to decide you have to make a change in whatever that situation may be, whether that's life, whether that's relationship, whether that's business, whatever it is. You need to first make that decision, right, and then you need to figure out what steps you have to do to actually go through with it. But you take it to another level when you start, like Pedro, you say that and say, if you don't follow through, you're a piece of shit.
I want to add something else here, Keevers, because these were three completely and totally morally bankrupt individuals having a conversation last night, and there's no doubt in my mind about that. Okay, morally bankrupt individuals. How do I know? Is that these three egotistical douche nozzles are sitting there. One of them, the biggest egotistical douche nozzle of them. Well, shit, I just fucked that up. One of the egotistical douche nozzles, it's a fucking tie there, I think. The one named Eli keeps talking about how you have to smack your children to keep them in line. I don't think that fucker has any kids. I don't think he's a top fucker at all. And this fucker keeps talking about how you got to not spoil kids and smack them around. It makes me want to smack him around. I just have to make that point. And then douche nozzle number one and douche nozzle number two are like agreeing, because Pedro's into S&M, and you can absolutely bet he believes in smacking people.
I do not believe in hurting kids.
For a real long time last night. He bragged for a real long time last night about how he really was going to go beat Eli's ass, and how Hannah Balls talked him out of it and talked him down. So Pedro really is a real psychopath. Pedro really is a bitch. And Pedro's probably watching the show. Pedro, you a bitch. Come on the show with me. These other two guys will log off. You come on the show with me, Pedro, you bitch, and we'll have a man talk.
Listen, I've studied enough in psychology because I took it for 4 years in college, and actually I have a sister who's a psychiatrist. And the funny thing is I took up that field. I mean, I was going to go into that field, but I ended up going into something different. But just because I wanted to change the career, you know, many people do. But I studied enough, and I've seen enough white papers and medical documents and all of that stuff. You know, I'm not making any medical diagnosis on people, but you can see that some of these people out here are not in their right mind. I mean,
well, can you give
just obvious.
Can you give financial advice with no disclaimers like Jacob Warren? Because you should try that.
Warren.
Jacob
no
Warren,
financial advice for me.
That dude, Jacob Warren, man, I'd take your YouTube site down real fast. You're giving like significant financial advice that's both real bad and real illegal.
Oh yeah, I got. By the way, I have a Jacob Warren video coming out real soon, within the next day or two. I already did it. I'm just putting it together. You guys have to see that.
Brian, these guys fucking insist on going to federal prison. I don't understand it.
I know. They don't understand when they get a knock at the door, they're not going to be too happy, you know, from some of the authorities to come knocking, because they're going to want to have accountability to what they've been doing, lying.
These guys are all product placement for DoorDash. They're all product placement. They're all in on it. They're all product placement. You look at
isn't it funny?
Look at Pedro's page. It's got a DoorDash bag. You look at his name. This guy can't even leave. This guy is trapped in the DoorDash world because he sold himself. He sold his entire fucking name and channel to DoorDash. Yep.
There's other channels that are really deeply locked into this whole thing, like way more than any of us even realize. They're so committed to making sure that they tell the wrong thing to the driver, so the driver just continues to go out and try to do what they do, and then eventually those drivers find out that it is a lie and a scam, and most people just throw their hands up and say, "That's it, I'm done with DoorDash, I quit." People like me and others who got sick of that says, no, I'm taking it to another level. I want the money that they stole from me, and I'm going to try to get it back for the drivers, and I'm going to try to change things so we can, at least if these people are going to keep continuing to work, doing this type of work, they need some security, some benefits. They need more money. They need to be promised things and not walk out into a roulette wheel that's spinning around, which is going to be hard to get these things accomplished because the government's in bed with them too. So that's the other problem.
It's already so bad that if you're not, so here's the deal. They lied about what an independent contractor is, but we're now at the point in the gig economy, and I'm just thinking out loud. This is just what I do. Talking and thinking, and I would write this down too if I was writing today. And instead of writing, I'm broadcasting to you guys because I think this is what we need to do right now.
Absolutely.
Anyway, if I was going to say what was happening, I would say that they're moving on to a new phase of the scam, and damn it, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh yeah, no, they're taking the scam to a new level now. You're right, a different phase. Absolutely.
Yeah, a different phase, and so there's also, because of what's going on in the economy and everything else, they're seeing the signs that this jig could be up. So you're going to see some real erratic behavior from the people that run these gig app scams. And remember, there is no DoorDash. It's just artificial intelligence. We can't even just talk about DoorDash like there's somebody directing the scam. Oh, by the way, you guys, listen, this is good. I forgot in my notes. Do you know that Tony Hsiu did a live interview yesterday about Q3? We're going to watch that when we're done with
I did not know that, but he does that yearly.
We're going to watch it together when you're done, Brian, or if you stick with us, you could when you're driving around on your shift, you can watch us go through it.
Oh, definitely. I'll be continuing to watch, but I had to come out and just talk about some things because this is,
I wanted you to, and again, this disgusting group of people just outed themselves last night as purely predatory members of the U-Rubes that just want to catch on to new people coming in and take advantage of them. Oh, I know the point I was going to make. God damn it, I knew it'd come back to me. See, this happens, is that we are now at the point in the gig economy that everybody that was lied to, that was an independent contractor, has been washed out by enshittification. The people that are left are the people like Thomas, or the people like Kevin, are the people who are, and there's a whole bunch of newbies getting used up, right, and churned up, but the people that are left are the people who are real independent contractors and figured out how to create a business for themselves, like Jeff of Uber Jeep Arizona, like Heavers over here, like you, Brian. And even then, it's a struggle. You have to work way too hard for the money and would be way too strategic. But here's the problem. All these newbies coming in saying Pedro Bitchy Pants Bitch, Pedro Bitch Santiago, they're coming in seeing this bitch, and they're getting screwed and chewed up. So they're never going to make it as far as Keevers or you or anybody else, because it's so bad now. They're never going to even have a little bit of success. But it doesn't matter, because remember, DoorDash is bringing in brown kids on bikes. They can't afford to have people driving cars anyway. We're heading toward the first phase of the gig app apocalypse, and these
absolutely
guys are going down. Lyft's going down, DoorDash is going down. Uber has more diversification, but it's a scam too, so it's going to go down. Now remember, all these people, all these companies provide air cover for each other. Grubhub, all of these, they lobby together, they act as a unit, they're owned by the same large investment organizations like BlackRock and State Street.
You nailed it.
This is just a giant organized crime syndicate designed to end humanity as we know it and make most of us dead, including our children.
Well, and not only that, but BlackRock and State Street, they bought up their. People don't realize this. They're buying up all the real estate to create a permanent renters class. You will. You want to finish this with me, Brian? You will own nothing, and you will you will own nothing. You'll be happy, but you won't be happy.
Yep. Well, and you'll also be subject to a constant daily fear that you're going to be decapitated and dehoused.
Oh,
so,
no money, no credit cards.
Afraid.
You get a
CBDC. Afraid.
You get CBDCs, so you go buy something they don't approve of. Sorry, you can't buy that.
You know what's funny? They talk openly. If you just go to even the World Economic Forum of their videos here on YouTube and you watch them, they openly talk. They talk about how stupid we are. Like, these people are stupid because we're fleecing them, and they're loving it. Like, they're just loving the fact that we're doing it.
I'm sure you've seen this video. There was a video they released. I don't know if it was right at the beginning of COVID or right before COVID. They talked about needing a world-changing event that they could literally put trackers in people to create
hackable animals.
Oh
I don't know
yeah,
if you've seen that video.
Yes, I know the one you're talking about. Yep, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, it's crazy. We have to watch what we say here on that level because
okay. So here's the thing. I'll say it a different way, and I've told people this many times. Is that everything that we're getting is propagandized to a point that most people are completely and totally asleep. The only way to break any of it is for people to become conscious. That doesn't mean they have to become religious, but they have to understand that they are more than their thoughts. They're more than money, a medium of exchange. They're more than slavery to their job. They're more than their ego and their image, because all of those things, that's why Pedro sells a false god. I mean, Pedro sells a false god of ego.
Well, I want to touch on something real quick because that's right what you just said, but I want to expound and say this, that a lot of these people who like go along to get along and say, well, I'm just going to go along with what they want us to do, right? These people don't understand that they're going to be fleeced in the end too. The ship's going to go down and sink with them on it too. They're not going to be saved out of this whole thing like, oh, I made all kinds of money. Their bank accounts are going to go to zero when the central bank digital currency comes in.
They're going down too. That's what I tell people. Like, we're all in the sewer. If people want to fight to stay app slaves so that they can be decapitated by a corporation any day of the week when they wake up, then I mean, they can fight for that. But why?
Exactly. Oh, one final point I want to make, and I'll let you guys continue because in about 15 minutes I got to stop my shift. But the thing is the Prop 22 was brought in because it was lobbied to reverse AB 5 so that they didn't have to pay the minimum wage for the people. So if you say you started an 11 to 7 shift, 11 in the morning to 7, and you come on and you don't get anything for 2 hours and you sat, well, you should get paid for that, right? But they reversed that. AB 5 was going to allow all the drivers to get paid whether they had a delivery or not, and they took that out with Prop 22. If that doesn't show you how controlled it is, I don't know what is. So the plan is to impoverish everyone. This is what they've always wanted, and this is through that Agenda 2030 plan that I've always talked about.
Well, here we are having a morning show from the sewer. This is the Dad Dash Daily with JTB and Kevin. Our guest right now is Brian from DoorDash Sucks, Gig Apps Exposed, and his main channel right now is called DoorDash Gig Economy Police. Listen to that, Brian and Kevin. Do you understand how much like a morning show this actually sounds?
Right? That was
absolutely.
Brian, before you leave, I'm going to be on Sunday. I am going to be doing a Trevor style video, but I'm going to be live streaming the entire time. And
nice.
then I'm going to obviously I'm going to cut it to put it into a viewable video.
Okay.
My
cool.
area is.
I assume you'll be warping the space-time continuum.
No, this won't be like my video. This won't be like my video from before. I'm gonna actually be working, and I'm gonna because I'm very lucky. When I moved from Florida, this market that I'm in right now, I'd be willing to say Columbus is one of the best markets in the country, just because of it's a test market for food.
That's where we're broadcasting from today. If you didn't look, we're broadcasting from Columbus, Ohio. In fact, if you look at the YouTubers, and then Keevers, isn't that the home of the Ohio State Universities, the Buckeyes?
They are number one. Yes, they just took over the number one spot this past week. So
you are aware that Oregon will beat them. I do see the future, not just in economics, but in football. And you are aware that Oregon will beat them in the NCAA college football playoffs, right? And you're okay with that?
I'm not a Buckeyes fan. I'm not a college football fan because there's too many divisions.
I just wanted to let you know what's coming.
Yeah, but so I'm going to be doing. I don't know what my goal is going to be for that day. I'm hoping I get, there's a good chance I'll be back on Spark by then because they told me that, so I'll have another avenue to do that. So I don't really know.
Now, how do you get, what is the process for becoming undecapitated?
So I contacted them.
Do they actually screw your head back on your body?
So I called them and they said that I'm an active driver, but my app says I'm deactivated. So they said they're gonna get back to me with 1 to 3 business days, which I believe tomorrow is the last day, and then I'll give them a call. But I'll have DoorDash, I'll have Amazon Flex, I'll have hopefully Walmart Spark, I'll have Grubhub, Uber Eats, to try to hit whatever goal I'm going to go for, and I'm going to show people I'm gonna show people the everything, and then I'm obviously I'm gonna splice it together to make it at least watchable in like a 10 to 15 minute video, so
That
you can
sounds-
react to that.
that sounds real creative. That sounds creative. That sounds exciting. I like that. I don't
might
edit anything,
actually
so I
jump
don't got
cut
no
45
time. I
times.
got no time for editing, but that sounds real good.
Yeah, so it's gonna take a long time because it's gonna be like 10 to 15, 18 hours worth of live streaming. So it's gonna, and that's one of the reasons why I never wanted to do a live stream video like that, because to go through 15 hours of content is a fucking nightmare.
Hey,
but
why do you think these content creators don't want to show a live stream with 2 cameras to show what they're actually coming in with declines and accepts? Because that would show that all of the shit they've been telling everyone about, all the lying they've been doing, telling, oh, you can make 300, 500,000, 700 a day is a bunch of shit, and you can't do it. That's why.
Here's the thing, Brian. This is where I don't disagree with you, but it is more. I'll agree. It's market specific. I think they should be more transparent up front and say, hey, this is, because to be honest with you, when I had shipped, I was able to make $300 a day, no problem, just because it's such a high shipped market.
Well, maybe I should have said it this way. Yes, there are a small percentage of people that probably can do that, but I mean, when you start talking 400, 500, 600, 700 a day, that's a problem.
Yeah.
The 300 can be believable.
Here's the thing, Brian. Like I made a video where I made 500 and it was all legitimate. I didn't live stream the entire thing because for me, going through that much content, I got 3 kids, a wife, and I'm working. I don't have time to do that. But to do it once, I'll do that.
Oh no, I'm not saying you can't do it at least once. Maybe you could, but do you think you could maintain that every single day, Monday through Friday, or 7 days a week?
No.
Okay. Okay.
No, I know that, and now, like I said, when I was on Shipped, $300 a day, I think is a very achievable goal if you're in a decent market. That's well,
in order to consider yourself to be a business, don't you think you would have to at least make about 300? Because it's a joke anything less. I mean, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, unlike your area, my cost of living is super low compared to Boston.
Oh, I see.
It's astronomical over there.
It is.
Like, I remember when I lived in New Hampshire in Derry, a 2-bedroom apartment back when I was I was a junior in high school was $1,200 at that time.
Right.
So I can imagine what it is there.
Oh, it's insane, man. I have to report because I haven't put the videos up yet, but in one of my videos I reported that I actually broke through my $253 all-time record of making money. In other words, that's the most I ever made was $253. But the other day, like 4 days ago, I made $280. So I almost got the 300 in my market for the very first time, but I never broke the 300. And I do everything out here. Are you kidding me? I'd love to make 500 a day. It's impossible. And I've gone to a million markets, different ones. You just can't do it in Massachusetts here. There's no way. So yes, I guess you could say it's market specific. But most of these channels, they want you to believe you can achieve all these dreams and everything. It's all a lie because there's too many drivers driving, number one. And number two, the companies won't let you make past a certain amount. They've even said it at the World Economic Forum. They said they want to keep everyone at mediocre pace, everyone making low wages and the same, because they don't want anyone prospering. I mean, you know what the World Economic Forum's about, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I know you're picking up there, doing a delivery. But yeah, I'm glad we touched on some points here so the general audience knows, and at least some people are waking up,
Yeah. But now I know you've done other apps. Do you strictly only do DoorDash now?
No, I mainly been trying to do just DoorDash only because it's the most prevalent one here. But Uber Eats is terrible. I've done videos like crazy, but I'm doing some more to show everyone what comes through consistently. And they're trying they're trying to send $5 going 15 miles, 10 miles, and all this stuff, and it just keeps coming in, and there's nothing good out of Uber Eats. You can't make money with Uber Eats in my market.
Well, that's just
DoorDash,
that's just like Grubhub. Grubhub will send you, I was talking to Jeff yesterday, and Grubhub will send you 47 bad orders, and then you'll get a banger. But like most people don't want to sit there and decline 100 orders to get a good order.
Exactly. So I was doing Deliver That a bunch of times until I found out what a scam that really is, because the scam of that is telling everyone, oh, we use a tip pool to put all the money in. But what happens is like the company that normally ordered before, like through DoorDash, now is using Deliver That. And what they're doing is, so the same company will say, put a $300 tip in there for the driver after they ordered like $1,500 worth of food. And they'll take the $300 and only give you like 25 or 30 out of it. And it goes into the tip pool. And that's wrong. If you did the work, you should get the $300.
So I completely agree. And I'm going to be on right now. The order I just picked up is a Deliver That. And the next one I'm doing is a Deliver That.
So you know what I'm talking about.
I do, but and this is my thought, and I put it in my last video. This is my thoughts on that. You remember on how DoorDash used to have the drive program?
Yep.
And then you would pick up a catering order, and that was when they wouldn't really show you what the total was at all. So you'd pick it up saying, "Oh, it's $500," and they would use Easy Cater, and then
there's Odin. Wow. Sorry.
And then you'd be like, "Oh, great! I just picked up $500 worth of food and made $7."
Right.
The reason I like Easy Cater is for me, my tip for Easy or through Deliver That, my tip's $25 pretty much every single time. My range is 21 to 27.
Right.
So every single time I pick up an order, the base pays at least $7 on Deliver That for me. So I'm making like this order right here. You just saw me pick it up. I'm going to deliver it in 4 minutes. I'm going to make $32 on that. I have another one that I'm going to pick up right after that. That is the same type of drive time.
Yep.
$32.
No, I get it.
Even though the way I look at it is, even though we're not getting fully what we should make, it's still a 1,000 times better chance of getting a $32 DoorDash order back to back.
No, I get it, but the practice of what they're doing should be considered illegal. Like, for instance, that's like a waiter or a waitress serving a customer, and you're serving them, and they come in and they say they have 10 people at the thing, and they spend $2,000 for the dinner. It's a high-end dinner, right? And the person looks at it and goes, "Oh, I'm going to put 20%. So what's 20% of 2,000? Isn't that 400? I think." So, okay. So now the manager comes over and goes, "Wait a minute. I'm going to take $350 of that, and you're only getting $50. That's not right. You did the work, right?" So
think of
my
this,
friend.
think of this.
Yep.
Think of this. 100% of the time. I know 100% of the time I'm going to probably make $32. There's a lot more transparency than DoorDash gives you. At least, they tell you there's a tip pool. They tell you you're going to make 21 to 27 in my market.
But that's
$21 to $27.
Let me just say this. I'll clarify it even tighter than I said. If it was truly a real legitimate tip pool, like let's say that this was a Christian company, right? That says we love God, and they really were, right? And they were truly putting all the tips in that tip pool, and they literally cared about the drivers, and they said, no, we're going to make sure even the ones that don't get tipped. I would be for that, but that's also part of collectivism. But let me separate it too.
Yeah.
The problem is these are not Christian companies. These are not people that care about you. So what do you think they're doing? They're putting their hand in the till. My friend Chad was talking to the same managers of this. Like, for instance, we have a place called EMC around here and Dell Computers and stuff, right? And Dell Computer, they have like these monthly board meetings, and they order like $5,000 worth of food. And Chad used to get $600, $700, $1,000 tips, right? And the guy saw Chad come in once because he was using Deliver That. And he said, "Hey, Chad, how you doing?" He goes, "Oh, I'm here for Deliver That." "Oh, okay." And the guy said, he told him, he says, "Listen, we're not getting the tips." He goes, "Are you still putting the same thing?" And he goes, "Yeah, we're putting the money in." He goes, "Well, we don't get that anymore. If you put $1,000 in here, I'm only going to get $35 of that." And the guy was upset. He's like, "Really? That's supposed to go to you because we do that as a tax write-off, right?" Mm-hmm. The driver who's doing the delivery, if I said to you, "Hey, Kevin, I love you. I want to give you a $5,000 check, a Christmas bonus," I should be able to do that to you. But these companies come in as middlemen and they take the money so you don't make it. That's what I have a problem with. And I have a problem with because they're using it to their advantage and their benefit, not for the drivers.
Well, I understand that, and I agree with that. And I think, and I'm waiting to get my card for it. I don't know if you've ever tried or looked at Dumpling. Dumpling gives you that option to, it's like a marketplace that basically allows you to advertise yourself as a personal shopper and for catering. So, but
I am on Dumpling, but I haven't used it. I've never used it. I did sign up for it though.
Okay, I am going to try that and see what it is. But like I said, and the one thing that really has me doing these is, you know, I wouldn't have access to that. When am I at the right place? I am. I wouldn't have access to this order unless I had direct access to the company, because you know these corporate companies or these corporate restaurants, unless you, I'm trying to think of the way to put this. It just gives you that access for me. And like I said, I'm going to make $70 in this hour off of these two. And would I like to, of course, get that full tip? Yes. But it's kind of like working within the system that we currently have.
Well, what I'm saying is laws have to be changed or put in place so that the money does not go to a third party, that it comes directly to the driver. And by the way, in Deliver That, I don't know if you knew this, but we do have a way to input our own PayPal or separate things in there. And then I've talked to separately to people of these corporations and said, hey, if you're going to leave a tip to the driver, would you mind tipping me in my PayPal app? And they're like, oh, I have no problem doing that. So you can circumvent them so they don't put the tip in there, you know?
Yeah. Well, and so that is definitely possible. And obviously, you can do that.
But listen, guys, I'm going to have to jump off here. Is there any final thoughts, JTB, on that? I'm going to continue to watch your stream and everything. I just have to work here, you know? Have to get on shift.
It's all good. We got plenty of day ahead. Brian, thanks for coming on.
I want to thank you for having me here. I really appreciate it because we talked about a lot of important things here, and I love you, brother. You're doing the Lord's work here. You know, you really are. And so aren't you, Kevin?
Thanks, man. Stay real safe out there today, and we'll talk to you tonight.
You too, guys. I'll be watching. I'm going to continue to watch. Take care, guys. I'll see you later. Bye now.
Well, that was real good. We got a new poll out. The question is, Pedro, is Pedro the evilest Teletubby? Is he a nug spanking S&M king? Or is he a bitch? Or is he a bitch? If I had a vote from a sock account, I would both of the bitch options sound real good. I'm gonna go bitch. All right, that's real good. But of course, that would be if I had a sock account. So now on my YouTube an update to decide how many people like me. I have 550. We got 550 subscribers with the Kiever here. 550. Now that is almost 200 less than yesterday. So it is possible that either 200 less people today like us than yesterday, or it is possible that YouTube is just a bunch of wacky shenanigans. I don't really know. I'm guessing wacky shenanigans. I'm going to go ahead and start the show since Kiever's phoning it in with his pustules. This was our thumbnail of the day. This is what we had. Had our first poll the question was Hannah Balls, and 80% of you said that Hannah Balls is a Pedro's bag holder. 10% said poop scoops, and then 10% said simp pimp, and 0% of you thought that the Hannah Balls was a dick baggian. It was a pretty decent option, and nobody went for it. That's interesting. Nobody wanted to add more branding to the Hannah Balls. So Hannah Balls is Pedro's bag holder, according to you. That's real good. Now we got a new poll, right? You want to look at that. But we probably should get to starting the show. We only do that one way. It's the only to start a show, regardless of the fact that it's a copyright violation. And we'll just never, ever, ever probably get monetized. Mr. Rogers takes money for this, and I'm glad about it. The estate of Mr. Rogers, making the estate of Mr. Rogers wealthier today than it was yesterday. That's what we're here for. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you, so let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be
my
neighbor?
Hi, neighbors.
Oh, hi, neighbors. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, JTB, how you doing?
I'm doing good. We talked to the Brian. It was real good.
Nice.
We're going to start the show. We've only been going for 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 57 seconds. Normally, you wouldn't have missed anything in the first 2 hours of the show, but today you would have missed the Brian. You don't want to do that. We had a real good conversation with the keeper and the Brian. I phoned it in. I made coffee. I did a pee glitch. They had a real good time. I took a shower this morning. I'm going full Jufro. Kevin's got the hair under the hat. What are you using today? Are you natural or using product, Kevin?
I am natural. I actually did not shower this morning, so I am going full hippie, full grunge. I am. It's not
Nice.
pretty underneath this hat, so we're
Nice.
gonna leave it as such.
Nice. We today is November 2nd. It's 2023. It is 8:06 a.m. Pacific time. That means we've been going since almost 6 a.m. This morning. And then you and I, which nobody should watch, were on your stream prior to that for like a pre-show collab, a little pre-show collab. I couldn't get my camera on my iPhone to work, but it was real great conversation.
Yeah, look how greasy this looks. It looks like product.
I was going to say, are you greasy or is that natural grease?
Oh, that's natural grease.
Is that like the Pedro hair jizz where you have a steady supply with you at all times?
Yeah, it smells like it smells great.
It's nice. It looks good. It looks real good. It looks real good. Insta Poppy's here. Good morning, Insta Poppy. Wild Alaska showed up. Cody showed up in time for the song. Yesterday morning, we saw, if you want to tune into yesterday's morning show, which you obviously don't have any time to do because I broadcasted for like 10 hours yesterday. There's no time for you to watch yesterday's show. You got to catch up or you'll never catch up.
Yeah.
But we did it last night because we had to, not because we wanted to. It was fucking awful. Last night, I did a live review of the Pedro, the Hannibal's, and the Eli. It was fucking awful. I muted about 2/3 of it, which made it a lot better than it would have been if you were on their direct feed.
Wild Alaska would approve of the muting.
Yeah, I muted a lot of it. And we established, we got a real good poll this morning, Wild Alaska. You're going to like this one. It's Pedro is the question. Is he the evilest Teletubby? 17% of you think so at the moment. Is he a Nug Spankin' S&M king? Nobody's going for that at this moment, but that is, to my knowledge, he is. And then
one thing proven.
Yeah, the third and fourth options, we're going to go ahead. It's kind of a secret poll. It's kind of a trick poll. It's kind of a Pedro poll. We're going to go ahead and add the third and fourth options together, but don't tell anybody. We're not going to do that till after the polling's done. The third and fourth options are both what is Pedro? Pedro's a bitch.
It has been said by some in this community.
I said it a lot. And the reason I say it is that he's just gaslighted the entire world and then walks around acting like he's Jesus. It's just too much for me, Keevers. I can't take it anymore. He's just a bitch.
Yeah, one could say there's only one Jesus.
One could say you could have Jesus hair and still not be Jesus. Just like I'm a Jew, I can be a Jew, not Jesus.
Yeah,
Jew,
that's true.
not Jesus. That's like a two-step thing. Pedro, Jesus hair, not Jesus. It's cool how that works.
Yeah.
I see this little curly thing I got in the middle of my forehead today.
Yeah.
It's all fluffy. I took a shower this morning real early. I looked at the clock and I thought it was 6 a.m., so I got up and it was 5 a.m. Didn't have my glasses on, Keevers.
Well, it has been said by many in this community that you cannot read, so...
Well, you know, the closer you get to dying, the less sleep you need, Keevers.
That's what I hear.
You know, our good friend Matthew Perry kicked the bucket this week from Friends. He kicked the bucket at 54.
Yeah.
That sucks. I'm 1 year older than him, and he's deader than me, and that's not good.
Yeah, it's not a good sign for you.
Well, I mean, basically,
you know what?
Basically,
your favorite
I could just drop dead at any second is the fact. I could just drop dead at any second, right? We could just be on the show, and the next thing you know, you're the main host.
Well, that would not be good for the entire community.
Well, it's not my plan. I'm not planning it. It's not a plan. It's not even. I'm not even pre-planning. I haven't bought any burial plots or anything. I'm not even pre-planning.
Many people are hoping it though. So.
Yeah, in pre-plan. You got to pre-plan sometimes. So Keevers, we're gonna.
You know what? And the sad part is, it was in a hot tub, and you have been known to enjoy hot tubs. So
yeah, somebody
careful
once told me that it would be a shame if I was sitting in the hot tub and got a needle in the neck and was found dead in the hot tub. Somebody told me that once. I thought that was funny. That would be funny.
Interesting.
It's satire. Satire.
Yeah, of course.
It's satire.
Just like books.
You don't know what satire is like when you use hate speech. That's what satire is when you use the hate speech. That's what satire is.
I thought satire is when you say something that's like, you're not supposed to say. You say, I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I don't know.
That.
We'll have to look up the word later.
I'm not a fan of definitions.
Just in case, we'll look it up. We want to be accurate. We want to be accurate on this side of the aisle, Keevers. We don't want to be misleading people about what satire is and ain't. People be walking around saying the N-word and going, it's satire. And they'll be dead on the pavement with a pumpkin head, and they'll go, well, why did that guy get offended? It was satire. They'll be dead on the pavement walking around saying the N-word, and they'll go, well, it was satire, and they'll be dead anyway.
Yeah.
Not for me, but I mean, you go out and say certain things in public, you ain't going to go home. You ain't going to get back home. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to say certain things in public. You just want to keep those. And you don't want to say them on YouTube either. Just don't say them at all, Keevers. There's just a whole bunch of things you just shouldn't say.
Remember,
and it's not a free speech issue, Keevers. It's not a free speech issue. They're just things you shouldn't say because you shouldn't say them or write them ever.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. You should be able to say whatever you want, but sometimes there are consequences. Free speech means what and this is my problem with the definition of hate speech is hate speech from one side could be like, hey, I don't like you. Okay. And the government says you can't say that anymore. That's hate speech.
Okay. That is true, but that would be redefining hate speech in a manipulative way because hate speech has a real definition too. That's pretty legitimate.
Yeah. You should be able to say whatever you want, but there are consequences, societally. You should be cast out. I don't know. You said you don't watch Family Guy, right? Or you've not watched it before?
I'm unmuting myself, Keevers. My computer was loading up our next thing, so I had to unmute myself. I've never watched the show as a show, but I've seen clips, lots of them. I've seen lots of clips.
Have you seen? Yeah. I'm sure you've seen the clip where the world is ending and Peter says, "I'm gonna go to," I think he said like the bad neighborhood. He says like, "I'm gonna say the N-word," and he comes back with a crown and a cape, and he goes, "They were and like a thing," and they're like, he goes, "They respected me. They made me their king." You ever seen that clip?
Did it come back and he says, what again? Say it again to me.
They go, how does it go? And he comes back like in like a king's guard basically, and he goes, they respected me for.
Yeah, exactly. They would respect you. They will respect you. They will respect your body as they put a sheet on it.
I don't like how this is Shannon Sharpe, I believe.
Jeff, did you see the Democratic People's Republic of Idaho did to a female going to Oregon for an abortion? No, I did not see that. I haven't had the time to watch any news whatsoever except for like the worst stuff, which is like the gig economy. I watched the worst news. It sounds bad though. The people, Idaho's got some crazy motherfuckers out there. They got some real nutty ones.
Speaking of Columbus, look at this. We got the Ohio State Stadium.
There you go. I used to drive by the Bloomington Stadium all the time. That's real nice. That's a big stadium. I bet the traffic on game days is like worse than hell.
Yeah, I made a mistake of doing Lyft during game day, and I made I think $40 for a 20-minute ride, which was nice. But the traffic getting out of there was a freaking nightmare. Yeah, Shannon Sharpe has he's gotten a little too much surgery.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I suppose so. I suppose so. I'm more fascinated by the work of the channel. So this is some of the work of the fine Pedros and Hannibals. One of the things that the Pedros and Hannibals do is help us understand modern culture. Because Pedro's a cult leader in his mind, and so he wants to help us understand the world according to Pedro, which is real crazy. So let's watch this for a second because it's real strange. Now, here's one thing though. If you want to talk real big testiculars, Kiefer, this guy on my left could beat up you, me, and Pedro all at the same time. Right. This is an NFL
rich.
Hall of Fame football player, Keevers. He's a big, strong feller.
Although he wouldn't have to. He would just pay someone to do it.
He could pay somebody to do it because he's real rich too. He's a baller. This is actually like what a real baller would do. If he wanted bling, he'd look like this.
This is how Pedro sees himself.
It is how Pedro sees himself, probably including with the makeup. But let's watch this and just see what the fuck Pedro. Let's see what Pedro and Hannibals want to teach the world about Pedro and Hannibals and former NFL, because I haven't watched it, Keepers. I don't know, but I love the concept. I love the coverage. I love the channel. Let's see what happens.
Yep. Facial injury? Like, why is his face so? This is not. I didn't.
Why?
Photoshop.
Why?
I didn't saturate the colors and make. No, that's how he looked. Pedro told me about it. I'm like, really? Because I haven't really checked out a lot of.
I'm sorry, I muted myself instead of muting you. This is real interesting. See, I knew it was going to be good. I knew it was going to be better than you expected. Here's the thing. Did you just run over a person, Kiefer? Did you just run over a body by the state? Did you just run over a student from Ohio State? Okay, it sounded like it. Okay, God rest their soul, Keevers. Try not to hit any more pedestrians while we're on the show. You're gonna get a suit. My umbrella policy doesn't cover that.
Listen, when you watch the Pedro and you get violence in your heart and your head,
Jesus Christ, Keevers. Do I have to mute you? Do I have to mute you so I don't hear the death? I don't want to hear the death. What are you eating, and why are you running over human beings on the show? Oh, God. Now he's going to kill people at bus stops. Keeper, drive the car straight. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ, what's happening? Okay, I'm going to mute you, and we're going to learn more about this, because something's not right. Now, listen, Pedro doesn't think this should, whatever this is he's doing, Pedro doesn't think it should be allowed. It shouldn't be allowed. That's freedom of speech right there. That's what Pedro loves, is freedom. You got to cut down. Kiefer, if Pedro doesn't like your hat, you're going to have to take it off. We're going to check with Pedro. And if Pedro says the hat's got to go, the hat's got to go. Let's see what they say, because they're real firm about this. They're real firm on design and ESPN.
Understand, like you make like news anchors, people do it, actors. It's part of it. You're gonna get the little blemishes. You got the bright lights. You want, you want to look presentable.
You get buggers up your nose.
I've never been somebody that been in a position to put makeup on, but this
natural Jesus hair.
What happened here? Did he have some kind of facial injury? Like, why is his face so?
He's kind of pretty.
I didn't like. This is not a Photoshop. I didn't saturate the colors and make. No, that's how he looked.
Oh my
Pedro
God.
told me about it. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Because I haven't really checked
Horrifying.
out a lot of the First Take, Undisputed, any of that stuff recently.
First of all, Keevers, how can they let a TV personality dress flamboyantly on the air? I mean, next thing you know, they're going to let rock stars like dress all in kind of crazy stuff while they're up there strutting around singing their rock and roll for the kids. All those damn kids that should get the fuck off my lawn. The next thing you know, Pedro and Hannibal are going to have to be cracking down on the kids because of this kind of stuff, these shenanigans. They're going to have the kids running around with makeup, Keevers. What do you think? There's a danger to him. Are you seeing the cultural crisis being pointed out by the Hannibals and the Pedro?
I did, and I just had to run over another child. So,
Yeah, well,
when
they make you angry, Keevers, they make you angry. You got to do what you got to do. It is what it is. It is. This is a gig economy.
Drive down the wrong side of the road.
It is what it is, Keevers. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Sometimes you got to pre-plan these things.
You got to pre-plan them. We got to hear this again. So Pedro's firm on the fact, though, we can't let this happen. We can't let these giant ex-football players go on TV flamboyantly.
Agreed.
We can't do it. It's gonna. What about the children, Kevin? What about the children? What about the children? I'm just gonna ask the question. I'm gonna mute you so you can't answer. But what about the children?
But what's going on? I mean, this is a multi-billion-dollar business.
What's going on?
Why are they letting these people look like
What's
this?
going on?
It's not okay.
It's not okay.
And listen, I understand.
What the
I understand, dude. I understand. Like you put like news anchors, people do it, actors. It's part of it. You're gonna get the little blemishes. You got the bright lights. You want, you want to look presentable.
He ain't got no blemishes.
Whatever. I've never been somebody that was been in a position to put makeup on, but this.
What is this? What happened here? Did he have some kind of facial injury? Like, why is his face so? This is not. I didn't like. This is not a Photoshop. I didn't saturate the colors and make. No, that's how he looked. Pedro told me about it. I'm like, really? Because I haven't really checked out a lot of the First Take, Undisputed, any of that stuff recently. But
okay, so is it possible, Keevers, that we should not allow black men to wear makeup on TV? Do you think we need a constitutional amendment about black men looking flamboyant on TV?
I think we should make sure that only our one black friend is on TV, and that's it.
Okay, but he's not as flamboyant as this guy, so.
I mean, it's pretty close. I would say Hannibal's.
Hannibal's sweatshirt last night on the broadcast was the same color as Shannon Sharp's the Hall of Fame NFLer's coat there.
Yeah, the funny thing is about them talking about this. Hannibal's is probably the prettiest looking guy on the gig tube space.
No, it's you. But he's in there probably. Yeah. I'm not a real good judge of that. I'm more far right of the sausage party. I'm on the far right of the sausage party.
I would.
On the fringes, on the left fringes, you got yourself the Hannibals that are real pretty. You got yourself the John Billings. Please stop. Please stop. But see, this guy. First of all, he's huge. He's got perfect facial structure. He's got great hair. He's got stylish glasses. He's got piercing eyes. He looks fucking fantastic. Doesn't have a fucking blemish on his face. Looks like he could probably lift a bus up over his head. He looks like maybe he's just not cool enough to be hanging with the Pedro.
Yeah. Well, when you're not the alpha male that Pedro is, then anyone else just doesn't. They just don't compete. Yeah. And like I said, it's funny that Hannibal's is talking about this because, no judgment. This is a judgment-free zone. But when I first saw Hannibal's, I was questioning whether or not he liked men or, was married to a woman. You just didn't know. So it's funny that they're pointing out the flamboyantness.
Well, Kevin, it doesn't matter. We're not judgmental over
Well, and that's what I said.
I really don't mind. It's not a problem for me. I mean, when Pedro says stuff, I just go like, yeah, Pedro. Right. Yeah. And so anyway, I mean, I think it's just like when you're going to tear down somebody's manhood to do it like
get a look in the mirror
of a guy that's like 6 foot 6'6", 265, pure muscle. It's just weird.
You got to look in the mirror. You got to look in the mirror.
It's weird. They should pick on like a receiver, not a tight end. They should pick on a smaller, like maybe get one of the smaller guys, like 5'7", 190 or something. Picking on this guy just seems like a bad idea.
Yeah, well, and the funny thing is, from your stream when the night of the woman abuse, when you were talking about Pedro, and Pedro had you stopped it, and it looked like Pedro was showing us how to put one of the Schubeck Industries tools in your mouth. Maybe he was signaling to Hannibal.
It was like this?
Yeah, he was. I think he was signaling to Hannibal's how he wants it done next time. And we're not supposed to know about that because,
Well, Pedro's into S&M. He's real particular. He's an anal OCD perfectionist, Keevers.
Focus on the anal.
Right. Well, when he gets home, he said it so many times. You have no idea how many times I've heard him say this over the year and a half or 2 years I've been watching him broadcast. When he gets home, he wants things a specific fucking way. Yeah. That's a sign of a good man, Keevers. I hope when you get home, you give that wife wet fur if she and the kids have been busy.
Well, it is said to it is known that if your wife wants money, you need to give her permission. Now, my wife.
Don't tell me she has access to your bank account, Keevers, because that's
she does. She does, but
God. It's your money, Keevers. You're the one earning it.
I know.
All she's doing is staying home and playing with kids.
I know. Well, and here's the thing.
Oh, Jesus, Keevers.
When she wants something, she does ask me, say, "Hey, do you mind if I get this?" Because that's what a partner does. She's not crying and begging for it, but she goes, "Hey, I'm going to get this for the kids." And I go, "Well, listen, if it's for you, yes. But the kids, they already ate this month, so don't get them anything. Don't feed them. Don't clothe them."
There are days of the week. If you go to the right restaurants, you can feed the kids for free, Keevers.
Yes. We did that at Piatto the other day on Halloween, and it was great. So
that's what you do. You wait till you can feed them for free, and then you just go in and load up.
Or you just go to you just go to the stores and you just take them and put them in a garbage bag if you're in San Francisco, and then you just feed them for free for about 6 months.
Yeah. So Keevers, incidentally, I don't usually do this, but if anybody wanted to subscribe or to read the free book that doesn't exist, it's called Full Dashclosure. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the chat just for the heck of it. I never do this, but just in case people are interested in the fact that books that don't exist actually could exist.
Well, we're trying to get monetized, so we gotta shill something.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The chances of me getting in bed with Google Fi and the U-boobs are not high. I'm not sure it's a relationship made in heaven, but there's lots of ways to monetize, Keevers. There's a lot of ways where you don't have to give 40% to dick bags. Kevin, did you just hit another body? God damn it! Where are you driving, Keevers? Are you stalking Torp? Are you heading down to Kentucky for the Torp and driving over the potholes of the country's owns?
We might be in an area of town where they don't like the community, if you know what I say. So there's a lot of potholes.
Are you serious? You're driving on a real fucking paved road?
Well, I mean, loosely paved road. There's a lot of potholes. There's also a lot of manhole covers that are covering some man's holes because you got to pay the troll toll if you want to get in that boy's hole. So
it's boy's soul. Boy's soul.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not what it actually is.
So anyway,
you know that.
If you wanted to read Full Dashclosure, you could do that. And then if you wanted to, I know we love looking at Shannon Sharp. I love me some Pedro judgmentalism. If you wanted to follow what do you call it? No,
fake writer.
Like a pornography account on X. I got myself a Porn Schlub account. It's on this website called X. It used to be called Twitter, but now it's pornographic, which is great. It really fits what I was hoping to accomplish. But if you wanted to see all of the things probably that I've written for like the last year and a half, like all of them, you could probably just go over there. You could just read for fucking weeks, Keevers. And it's called LRB. It is not. You could do that if you wanted to. You don't have to. I don't really care. It doesn't make any matter to me. I don't monetize it. I don't give a fuck. But if you wanted to, Keevers, you could stalk me there. You could troll me. You could do whatever you wanted. You could read shit. It doesn't matter. But anyway, the funny.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. Quick question. With X's
new monetization protocol. Have you looked into that? Would you take the money from Elon Musk?
No. Good. I have not. Do whatever you want. You can be shit. Look at this. Doesn't matter. But anyway, the funny favors. We are live.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Quick question. Whoa.
We are live simulcast on the Xbox. It's a fact. We're live simulcast on that with YouTube. So I put us through the matrices. Yeah, it was good. So anyway, if anybody wanted to do that, that's in the thingy-ma-bobber too. If you got yourself a porn schlub account and you want to follow me on porn schlub, I'm over there. Yeah. Okay. So enough of me. The point that we were going to do over here, which is real exciting. Keevers, when I woke up from my nap yesterday, usually when I wake up from my nap, I get pretty excited, but I got extra excited yesterday because when I woke up, there was a brand new video, not this time from Necro, but actually from somebody interviewing the CEO of DoorDash, Tony Xu, live on the air. And I didn't watch it because I wanted to watch it with everybody here, but he looked real disgusting, and I'm real excited about it.
Well, and this is the question we need to. I think maybe we should take a poll before. Will they pronounce his name right? And will they ask him about it?
He's going to fucking pop that guy in the jaw, or have his security guard pop that guy in the jaw at least. Because when the right Harry Campbell asked him if his name was Shu like Shu, he took a sip of his coffee and he looked like a Pedro. He looked like he wanted to kill somebody.
Yeah.
He looked like he was going to go just absolutely Pedro on somebody. Check this out, Keepers. Check this out. There is no, just to be sure that you know, there is no labor movement going on here, but the Portland public schools teachers are all on strike. There's no school here, Keepers. So, but there is no labor movement in the gig economy, so don't even think about it. Pedro said no, and if Pedro says no, the answer is no.
That's actually what no means.
No, if Pedro says no, we can't do it. Pedro, you can have these things, but only if but Pedro's going to give them to you. And that's a direct quote, Keevers. That's a direct quote. Believe it or not, that's a fucking direct quote.
Well, he is above all of us.
That's also a direct quote, Keevers. Except I think he meant me. I think he was above me, but metaphorically you, but literally me, metaphorically you. Yeah.
Did you get the reference that he first mentioned about the movie? I didn't. Get
the Chaz Palminteri movie. Yeah, Pedro's just a dumb shit. He watched a great movie and he completely misinterpreted it in every way, shape, and form. It's a real good movie. It's nothing like Pedro said, so don't worry about it. Pedro, like Pedro brings people on who don't have children and says you should smack your children to raise them right. So I wouldn't worry about it.
Well, I mean, 50 years ago, that's what you needed to do.
But I got a 28-year-old and a 22-year-old and 2 stepsons, and I never smacked any of them, Kiefer. And they're all real good kids. Problem. I don't know what I did wrong, Kiefer. My daughter's a neonatal intensive care unit nurse. I just don't know where I went wrong. Response makes the world go round. We like this. Crypto makes the world go forward. We got to watch the commercials on this.
Well, we're actually seeing customers increase.
Oh wait.
And now DoorDash stock.
Okay, we're gonna have to slow this down a little bit because these fuckers all talk too fast on TV. They just talk too fast, and they're talking riddles, and so you can't understand them. Kiefer, did you mute yourself or did I mute you? You muted yourself. All right, that's fine. Go ahead. Be that way.
Yeah.
Okay, drop off your order. Be a professional delivery man. This is only 5 minutes and 56 seconds. So here's what I think we're going to do, Kiefer, since you're listening. We're going to listen all the way through without me screaming at people. And then we're going to go back and I'll scream at everyone. Does that sound good? Sounds like a good plan. So you just phone it in for 6 minutes, Kiefer. Don't worry about it.
You mentioned jumping in overtime after the company reported beats on both the top and bottom lines and strong guidance. You can see there it's up a little more than 7%. I spoke with Tony Xu earlier about these numbers and what's fueling the growth.
Well, we're actually seeing customers increasingly come to the platform now.
Oh, we're live. Kiefer and I are completely and totally live. Tony Xu is not live. Tony Xu recorded this yesterday. And this is the DoorDash CEO, Tony Xu. Our advertising business has grown very quickly. Oh, how interesting. Kiever, it's an advertising business. It's not delivery. It's an advertising business. Tony
Who
Xu.
said that?
DoorDash. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Kiever, the theme, our catchphrase for the show is every morning in the morning, period, every morning. That's how people know we're live, because we'll be live every morning in the morning, every morning. Right.
Yeah. So fun fact real quick before we put this on. I'm going to defend Deliver That again, because again, and this is not every order. This order was just $72 worth of food, and because of that tip pool, I'm going to make $32 on that.
And what platform are you using here? And
Deliver That.
Is that affiliated with anybody else, or is that just a standalone thingy-mabobber?
So Deliver That is what Easy Cater uses. Well, they use other, like some orders on Deliver That will be, you'll get the full tip for whatever they tip, and then some will be from Easy Cater, which is a tip pool.
Are they affiliated with any of the big guys?
They're not affiliated with DoorDash.
Do you know that Tony Xu douchebag has he's got an investment in a ghost kitchen bullshit? That guy. He also this guy we're gonna watch. This guy's also you know who he's pals with? Zuckerberg.
Who's that?
Marky Z.
The Zuck?
Oh,
he
listen,
got
he's so Zuck. He's on the board of directors of the Facebook. Tony Xu. Tony Xu's a bona fide billionaire oligarch now, my friend. He could have you and I both whacked off and just have a Mai Tai afterwards.
Well, I mean, it would definitely be a Mai Tai. It wouldn't be anything.
Yeah, it'd be a Mai Tai.
Yeah, sounds like.
But he could have us both whacked off real easy.
That sounds like a plan. Finally. It's been like a whole day and a half for me.
Halloween was good to you, though. You got trick or treated, I heard.
Yeah.
God bless.
Oh,
Halloween.
I got the trick.
Yeah, we had some good chupacabras popping by.
You had a good Pedro visit, which was nice.
I can show the people what Halloween looked like at my house.
Wait, you're going to show proof?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Look, this is my house. So right here, you got yourself. That's Pedro. Free hugs. Pedro came to the door. Then we had a sighting of Yoda in Nug's taint in Kayla's yoga pants with the anus right here. And then this was Hall and Oates. Hall was in the front, Oates in the back. It was 3D, and Oates was carrying the feed. It was real good. And then we had question marks like, if I pulled my soul out with gig apps, would I still have a brain? And the answer is no, I wouldn't. And then there's another question mark of like, whose snoz is this? And of course, you can play that guessing game. We know who walks around with those angry nostrils. So that's what we had.
Is it Nostradamus?
Yeah, Nostradamus, I think is what it's called. Anyway, this guy is an anal OCD perfectionist and a Pedro Cal-Lol-Thale. Now, this was the great thumbnail I put together for the show last night. I couldn't use it again this morning, even though I would have liked to have. But if you get two thumbnails, people can't tell the shows apart. Yeah. So.
And they'd be talking on the live stream and be all confused.
We should probably just number these shows like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a numerical scheme too, so people could just find them in order. That'd be smart.
Well, the problem is I don't think that'll help because gig workers have been notoriously known not to be able to count or read. So I don't think it's really going to matter.
They do have date and timestamps, but the problem is YouTube kind of makes it hard to tell what date something was published a lot of times, and people can't tell, and I don't like that.
Yeah, YouTube is not a very good logistical company. Just like
I'd like
most
more
companies.
Information up front about videos instead of just making me click on it and see that it's dog shit.
Well, I mean, dog shit is important,
but it needs dog shit's there to be. That's what Hannibal's job is. Hannibal's a professional pooper scooper. That's what he's here for. We got other important things to do anyway. So if you want a close-up of Nug's taint and the Yoda, I got one. That's closer. Now this is again today's thumbnail. It says "Come into my office," which is a Pedro catchphrase. This is the actual YouTube page that you go to, not the part with Pedro getting ready to smack Nug's ass. That I had. But up there, the big delivery now is the smiling Pedro product placement. Just before you forget, and see, deliver with DoorDash. They know where I am. They know where I live. They know everything about me. They know everything about all of us. And see, if you do this, you see Pedro DoorDash Santiago. He's a living product placement, and that's why he can't ditch it and become Mr. Spit on You or the anal OCD perfectionist. All the things he dreams of, he can't do that because he's actually married to DoorDash. Keevers, it's real hard. He hates it.
Listen, it's not hard being the king. I mean, it's not easy being the king.
So I did put it for once. Unlike Jacob Warren, I put a warning sign on our show so that people would know.
Oh,
and
thank
so
God.
I said, we're going to be showing pictures of a cult icon who's a bitch. And so I put cult warning. Who is this product placement bitch passing itself off as a king among men? ? Crown, asking for slutty catfish machine, and then banging a unicorn. So I got a lot of messaging in there all on one page. And I got the Pedro Halloween in on there too, because that Pedro Halloween and the Nugs state up top there on the far right, I added those too.
Well,
yeah, I did a good job. I'm real proud of this one. I enjoy these. I have no artistic ability whatsoever, Keevers, but I love making shitty stuff.
Yeah, usually your content and your pretty much anything you do is usually fucking deplorable.
Zach,
like when Hillary Clinton was talking about deplorables, she was talking about your content.
Zach drives money trains. That's what he said when I said he's a payday loan poverty pimp. He went back and your content sucks, and I went well, you got me there.
Oh, speaking of
he got us there. Why do you think on that one, Keevers?
Yeah, speaking of terrible people, why do you think Hillary Clinton likes when children die across the world?
They're all in necropolitics, Keever. The more people that die, the better, including us and our kids. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah,
good.
they want it. Everybody wants us all to die, Keevers. That's what they're into. It's called necropolitics. It's politics of death. That's why we have the wars. That's why they're starving us, dehousing us, tent camps, no medical care. It's all part of the same plan, Keevers.
What are your thoughts on Bill Gates wanting 300,000 people in the world?
Yeah, I think he'd love that. I think that'd make him real happy. The question that we have now before us, Keever, is Pedro. Is he the evilest Teletubby? Is he a nug spanking S&M king? Now, I showed you evidence of that. And now then, of course, there's a preponderance of evidence that both the third and the fourth potential answers are excellent. Pedro could be a bitch or Pedro could be a bitch.
So I know you don't like these answers, but why do you... What do you have against the all of the above?
It's a cop
because
out.
I think
it's a
this
cop
would
out.
be.
I'm not going to give people.
But it
I'm not
would
gonna
be
give people the cop out.
This would be a good.
Yeah, but you got to choose the most. You got to prioritize. This is the hard thing. There's oftentimes in life, Keever, there's more than one good option, and you still got to pick one. It's just part of being a grown up. And if there's anything I learned from the Hannibal's and Pedro last night, it's that sometimes we got to grow up and do things we don't want to do.
Yeah, I don't like that. I think it's unfair.
All right.
And I
get
disavow
it. I get it. I feel you. I do. You can trust me on that, Keevers. Let's get to the Tony Shoe, and we're going to let this play all the way through while muting you. And then I'm going to mute myself as well. We're going to let this play all the way through. Then we're going to go back and we're going to fact check it. And it'll be real fun. Everybody's going to have a good time. You're going to want to watch this all the way through.
Now, DoorDash stock, we mentioned jumping in overtime after the company reported beats on both the top and bottom lines and strong guidance. You can see there it's up a little more than 7%. I spoke with Tony Xu earlier about these numbers and what's fueling the growth.
Well, we're actually seeing customers increasingly come to the platform now, for use cases outside of restaurant delivery. And, when you look at the number of customers that come into the industry that shop outside of restaurants, whether they shop for convenience items or grocery items or flowers or pet food or liquor or retail items, almost half of those new customers coming into the industry for the first time come to DoorDash first. A insignificant percentage actually now come to DoorDash, not for restaurant food as their first purchase with the platform. And certainly when we look at customer segments that have been with DoorDash for longer periods of time, or that have been higher users of the platform, we're just seeing greater frequency of cross-selling and cross-shopping behavior into all of these different categories. I think we're becoming a bigger part of a customer's journey and their daily lives. We perhaps once were a habit at the dinner table. Now we're becoming a habit for all of their other use cases.
What are you seeing in high-end versus lower-end restaurant habits?
We're seeing, over 3 years now, I would say, we've certainly seen the rise of inflation, both on commodity goods, whether it be grocery items or convenience goods. We've also seen that on input prices when it comes to the food that restaurants have to use to sell their product. And we've seen for certain segments some trade down effect where they're purchasing fewer items, but actually still continuing the same number of purchases. And when you kind of add in the increased prices because of the inflation, as well as the reduced number of items, it kind of nets out to be a wash. But what we still see is customers are still looking for that treat in addition to just feeding themselves or buying their deodorant or whatever daily necessities that they're looking to find. They still are looking for opportunities to celebrate, whether it's for Halloween, just what we celebrated here in the US yesterday, or someone's birthday, or giving a gift to friends and family. And so we still see all of those occasions.
How aggressive are you going to be in building out the advertising business, particularly when it comes to grocery?
Well, our advertising business has grown tremendously quickly. Again, another business that did not exist even during when the pandemic, and something that we just started a couple of years ago. We're seeing best-in-class returns on ad spend for our advertisers, while also protecting the consumer experience, and that really is the name of the game of the advertising business. And to us, building the best and the biggest advertising business is really about building the best and biggest marketplace business, because we understand that it's really the engagement and the activity, the genuine connection between consumers and merchants that even allow us to build an ad business in the first place. Now, your question specifically with respect to ads and grocery, we've actually built a grocery business largely from scratch without really an ads business, because we kind of built them together at the same time. We certainly will be pushing in that direction more as we see greater relationships and deepening of relationships with CPG partners in particular. But at the same time, we don't believe that we need that funding source to build a standalone profitable grocery business.
I also asked him about the surge in profitability, at least EBITDA this quarter, and that's projected for Q4, and whether that's the new normal as DoorDash continues to invest.
2023 certainly was an inflection year for us. I mean, as you pointed out, looking at our P&L, our Q3 results on the bottom line in the quarter almost resembled the entirety of the profitability in 2022, and so. What's happening there, are a few things. Number one, you have continued growth across all of our businesses. Even our U.S. restaurants business is growing at faster rates at bigger scale than a year before. You see that in all lines of business, international, new categories, our ads business, our B2B platform business. That's the first point. The continued growth and accelerated growth, I would argue, at higher rates of business lines that were already profitable or on that path. The second point is improved unit economics across the board in every line of business. And so when you multiply these two numbers together, you get a massive profit pool in which you can invest. But we've been pretty disciplined with those investments. I mean, if you look at the OpEx, the headcount has been roughly flat for 4.5 quarters now in a row, yet the revenue has grown by over 30% or around 30% in that same time period. So when you put all of that together, I think that's how you create the results that you saw. But we're always in investment mode. I mean, DoorDash is a business whose goal is to solve many problems, and certainly more problems in local economies, to make all of these physical businesses successful. We have a long road ahead to do that. But we're going to do it in efficient ways. I mean, and I think you saw the kind of scale benefits, certainly, of our platform, as well as the track record of disciplined execution in 2023, yielding some of the results that we're discussing right now. We, want to keep making those investments, and our goal is to build the biggest business that will maximize total profit dollars in the long run.
Oh my Jesus, is it over? Oh my God. What the fuck did I just witness?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I gotta take the butt plug out real quick. I'll be right back. No, I gotta take the butt plug out because he just tried to insert it into everyone.
That was horrific, man. Do you see where this guy's going?
Yeah. Oh, listen to this. I just got a 6+, not a +6+, and then I got a +43 for 1.2 miles more, and the first one was 1.9.
That's great, Keevers.
So,
do you see what the research of this gig economy does to me? So here's the thing. Here's the thing that's real funny for everybody that's watching. I've been doing this for quite a while now, researching these guys. They put every fucking evil thing they're going to do right out there in public because they think you're too stupid to watch it. They think that you are too stupid to ever even see what was just put up on a video. You can't watch it and see everything that this guy's planning to destroy your world with his advertising scam.
Well, that's how you know he's backed by BlackRock. And
yeah, you don't give a fuck. You don't
because
give
it's literally what they preach.
Tony Hsu, DGAF, man. He's on the board of directors of Facebook, hanging out in cyberspace with hanging out in the X tubes with the Mark Zuckerbergs. Well, that was fucking disgusting, Keevers. That was just one of the most repulsive, lie-filled dog shit videos I've ever seen. It makes me despondent, Keevers. It makes me despondent. I'm gonna have to cleanse the palate of the audience before we go back and analyze that. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What do you people in the chat think? We should, let's see. We're going to have to add a new poll. We're going to have to go to a new poll, Keevers. We're going to have to end the current poll. We're going to have to end the poll and start a new one. Okay, so we decided that this is real good. This is a good result. We're adding the options. So a total of 61% of people think Pedro is a bitch. Evilist Teletubby 22%, and Nug Spankin' S&M King 16%. So it is by the preponderance of the jury, Pedro is a bitch. That's real important. Now we need to take a poll. You were talking about this. Maybe this was your idea, and I just subliminally stole it from you. But we need to take a poll about what we just saw. So Tony Hsu. Let's see. Tony Hsu is really Satan, Baphomet, Let's see, Baphomet, Beelzebub, or Zuckerberg's
Cuckold.
BFF out to kill you. Okay, so there's the poll. We have to decide. Tony Shu is really Satan, Baphomet, Beelzebub, or Zuckerberg's BFF, best friend forever, out to kill you. You have to decide after watching what we just, the horror of what we just witnessed. Well, the absolute fucking horror of what we just witnessed here. I'm glad I didn't watch that alone. I'd have been upset all night last night. I'd have been walking around talking to myself like a Pedro.
Yeah.
This stuff is upsetting. This stuff fucking upsetting. Satan and Baphomet got some votes so far. Zuckerberg's BFF's got a couple. What thoughts do you have on that before we go back to analyze it with anal OCD perfectionism?
Well, I agree that he. I don't know. I didn't really listen, but he's a jerk. He's a caca head, and you're muted.
It's real hard, but I'll interpret it for you because I speak corporate.
Yeah.
So I'll interpret it. There's a lot in there. It's going to take a long time, Keepers. Let's see if I can cleanse everybody. How about a song? I think the people deserve a song before they have to watch Tony Shu destroy their planet again before their very eyes, because that's upsetting. It's hard to do that. It's real hard. It's hard on the YouTube. It's hard on the motivational Thirsty Thursday is what it is. It takes its tolls. Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, my God. All right. If people think I'm faking how sick I am right now, I'm not. This is how sick I get when I watch that shit. I really am feeling physically ill at the moment, but I'll get better. I'll be okay. A song's going to help. This is why I need music, Keepers, because I watch this shit and I want to retch. I want to retch from that fucking pig. Wow. What a terrible.
Wait, you want a wrench? Eli will give you a wrench.
Yeah.
And he'll take it away.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I think Eli's got a new audience now. It's the U-Rubes. He's getting in with the Pedro. I think he may be Eli DoorDash, whatever his last name is. Did you just run over another body, Keeper?
I did.
Okay, this is real upsetting. I'm watching Tony Shu destroy the world. I'm watching you run over bodies near the Ohio State campus. Keeper,
oh no, I'm back near my home.
Look, man, I'm 55. I can kick the bucket any moment. You guys are making me lose my will to live. I need to sing a song. Okay. Let's get this on real fast before I hurt myself.
I was like, does Taco Bell really not have a breakfast taco? Doesn't that concern you? All right, fluffy eggs, melty cheese,
fluffy eggs.
The all-new toasted breakfast.
Thomas Schubeck slaving in the kitchen. I was a highwayman along the coach roads. A sword and pistol by my side. Many a young maid lost her baubles to my trade. Many a soldier set his lifeblood on my blade. The bastards hung me in the spring of 25, but I am still alive. I was a sailor. I was born upon the tide, and with the sea I did abide. I sail a schooner round the Horn of Mexico. I went aloft and furled the mainsail in a blow. And when the yards broke off, they said that I got killed. But I am living still. I was a dam builder across the river deep and wide, where steel and water did collide. A place called Boulder on the wild Colorado. I slipped and fell into the wet concrete below. They buried me in that gray tomb that knows no sound. But I am still around. I'll always be around and around and around and around and around and around and around. I fly a starship across the universe divide. And when I reach the other side, I'll find a place to rest my spirit if I can. Perhaps I may become a highwayman again. Or I may simply be a single drop of rain. But I will remain. And I'll be back again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Well, for fuck's sake, I hope people feel a little better, Keevers. You're not muted. Did I mute myself? You're not muted by me. Are you muted by you? You lost your vocals. You lost your voice there, Keevers. Here he comes. He'll come back. He'll come back. There you go. You got your sound back.
Yeah, it was weird.
I look as depressed as I feel right now, Keevers.
Sometimes you just go, oh, look at what the fuck.
You know what that song's about? You know what?
Jeff.
You know what that song's about, Keevers? Oh, go ahead.
I just got a third order. So my first order was a 6+, then I got a plus 485, and then I just got a third plus 6+.
Oh, the 2+ is when it gets good. You can get a 16.6% tip out of their repeating their Keevers.
Yeah.
If you get $1, that's if you get $1, that's 1 out of 6. That's like 16.6% repeating.
That's what I've heard. Now I am going to go to the worst
if
place.
If you check it on a calculator, it comes out that way.
Yeah. Well, I've got no reason to not trust you.
I appreciate it. Right. So we can check our poll real quick. See where Tony Shu's coming in. Tony Shu is really Satan, 29%, Baphomet, 25%, Beelzebub, 14%, Zuckerberg's BFF out to kill you, 29%. It's a real tight race. They all want you dead. That is a good point. I have not eaten yet today, Keevers, and I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Vartan could be correct. I could be running low on the blood sugar right now, Keevers.
That is very possible.
I got an idea to give me a break and have less of me and more of yesterday. Why don't we watch? Why don't you and the people watch me and Robert Reese yesterday, and I'll go get some food so I don't pass out on you and throw up all over the screen because I'm so angry.
But I think there are some people in the community, such as Glitch Dash, who would enjoy you throwing up.
Yeah, I may punch my Kleenex box when I get back down here. We'll see.
That's a good idea.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna cue this up to Robert Reese's stream yesterday. Robert Reese gives me the permission to pirate his material and steal his money. By the way.
Yeah.
We got a thing going like that. I steal his material, and he says, "Okay, whatever." You end up in the wrong city, Keevers. Are you in Cleveland?
No.
Are you in Cleveland again?
No, I think there's another part of this building where there isn't an apartment complex. because
that's always good. I like searching. It's my favorite thing when you're just walking around.
yeah,
That's what makes it fun.
It's almost as fun as like when the restaurants are closed.
Yeah, that's real good. But with searching, you get full pay and you get a real good walk-in.
Yeah, well, it's good. It is the DoorDash does want you to exercise, so
Yeah. But you got to be careful though. You got to be careful while you're doing that. It doesn't always work out so well. Let's see. So yesterday, our friend Robert Reese here, who I'm subscribed to, as you will see, put out a video. It's this video. And apparently, because he was dealing with that feller that none of us are particularly fond of, many of us are disgusted by, he's a news channel. So he covers people even when we don't want him around, which is fine. I don't have any problem with that. But he was covering civil rights. So what had happened is a whole bunch of these folks on the other side of the pond or so decided we're doing some racial slurring toward the hot facts, which would never happen in this gig economy for the most part, but it does. And so what we had here is I was listening to it. It was right after our show, and I was laying in my bed, and I was real tired, and I was just listening to it and going, God damn it, do I have to work more? And I did. And so I worked more. That's why I broadcast for like 11 fucking hours yesterday, Keevers. Everybody's making me mad. You just hit another body, Keevers.
I did.
You're really racking up a death toll today, Keevers. That's another one. This is real disturbing. If you go to this part of town again, I'm going to have to kick you off the show. You're going to have to find a different show because I'm not going to be an accomplice to all your pedestrian murders. I'm not going to be an accomplice to all these pedestrian murders. I'm getting disturbed by what's going on here. Building up. It's building up on me after the first 25. Now it's starting. Now I'm figuring they start counting. Sometimes the first you don't. Sometimes you get a couple for free.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get a couple freebies, but you're using them all up, Keevers. Okay, so there's going to be less of me and more of you. Keevers, if you dump on the show, that's fine because Robert and I are going to talk like almost 25 minutes, and it doesn't need to be interrupted. But if you want to talk over us, go ahead and try.
I probably won't.
Okay, whatever. You can mute yourself. I ain't going to mute you, but don't fuck up my stream, Keevers. All right, good job. Nice, good start. That's a good start. Pre-muting yourself is an excellent start. You're getting better every day at this, like me. We're getting a better show every day. A tight show. By the way, Keevers, just in case you didn't know, this is the Dad Dash Daily with Jeff and Kevin, JTB and Kevin. I got the title wrong again, Keevers. There's a lot of Jeffs. You can't just use that name willy-nilly. You got to go JTB, then everybody knows you're talking about me. Okay, so this is Dad Dash Daily with JTB and Kevin. It's November 2nd, which is a Wednesday. No, it's a Thursday. It's a Thirsty Thursday. It's a Hannibal Day. It's in November. It's 9:06 a.m. Pacific. We're about to watch. We're live. We're actually streaming live every day in the morning, every morning. Every day in the morning, every morning. Keevers and I will have this show, Dad Dash Daily with JTB and Keevers, Kevin, whatever you call him. He doesn't care. It's Gig Thug and Chud, Gig Chag. Gag, Chug, and Gag, Chug, and Throat. So we're going to go ahead and watch the Robert Reese. This is from yesterday afternoon, right after Keever and I signed off. Robert Reese went live, and I was just over there like I always am watching the Robert Reese. And so Robert Reese is tagged in this video. Maybe he'll pop in while we're watching him and say, you never know. He could. But I'll unmute them. All right. Did I screw this up? Put a 1 in the chat if I screwed the whole thing up and I need to rewind it. Put a 1 in the chat if I'm a dipshit. Put a 2 in the chat if I'm completely stupid. And I just muted something. I don't know. Keevers, did I mute myself and ruin it?
One could say that you failed.
Okay, so I think I had I had the stream muted on this side of the restream, not on the other side. So it's a production error. I blame the producer, and that is not me at this moment. Okay, so I'm going to start over. It's going to be real good for everybody that quit the show. Please come back. I'm sorry. When we don't edit the show, we won't edit that out. So don't worry about it. By the way, the show's only been going for 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 48 seconds. It's just starting now. This is the best part. You haven't missed a damn thing. Except for Brian was on for the first part of the show for like an hour and a half, and he was great. Brian DoorDash Sucks, Gig Economy Police. He was great.
That was a pre-planned event, pre-show, pre-game, pre-planned.
Yeah, it was the pre-show. We sang the song, but we've been going for 3 hours and 4 minutes. We're just getting started. It's going to be Robert Reese and me. This time I'm not going to have it muted. I'll stay around for a minute just to make sure I don't fuck up the show further. Yeah, quick update. Give it to us, Keevers.
That 6+, the first 6+, was 1142.
Okay, so that's almost like 100% gambling win for you there, Keevers.
Yeah, if I was Pedro, that's like Pedro luck.
You almost doubled your money on that one.
Yeah,
that's some good gambling, Keever. Did you get that gambling advice from Pedro?
Well, I got the advice from. Well, first I channeled the inner Pedro because of the, the casino gambling.
How about did you consult with Asking for Slutty Catfish?
That's where I got the advice from.
Yeah, he's got a good channel.
Yeah,
he's got a good gambling channel.
Yeah, how many dog shit videos are on that channel?
Which one? Asking for Slutty Catfish?
Yeah.
Good question. We can find out. It's real easy. Let's see. Asking for Slutty Catfish.
It'll be the first view the channel has had since the last time you viewed it.
Yeah, it's not real popular. It's not real popular channel. It's financed by the casino, so it's a casino scam. Asking for Slutty Catfish told me about it in one of his incarnations. In one of his troll farm incarnations, he told me about the Asking for Slutty Catfish.
Was that V1?
It was V1. I think V1 or V2. I'm not positive. I didn't get a sighting. I didn't have a visual on that one. I would have given it an ocular pat down, but I didn't have the chance.
Well, ocular pat downs are important, and there's only a few of us that can do it.
Ocular pat downs save lives.
Well, and if you drink fight milk, then your actually ability to do ocular pat downs.
It's made with real crow eggs, Kevin.
That is true.
Made with the eggs of real crows. And if you want to shit your guts out and lose weight, it's the perfect product for you. If Pedro ever starts selling supplements, I'm thinking Pedro will sell a supplement much like this.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking for the Asking for Sluts channel. Asking for Sluts. There we go. We're going to share this slutty page. There we go. Asking for Sluts. There it is. Asking for Sluts 2427. Now, this feller, we're not going to show anything because this casino mob, they put copyright strikes on my stuff because the casino mob don't like us showing their casino mob stuff. They got 367 subscribers, so they gained almost none since I shared them with the entire community, and they've got 233 videos. So he's really the Catfish is really killing it right up there with the Dad Dash Industries, who last year had 500 videos and like 300 subscribers or something, or 300 videos and 100 subscribers. It was something real crazy, but nobody watches the hundreds of videos that allegedly go back 3 years. It's real weird.
Yeah,
it's real weird. Anyway, that's that. That's all for that. We ain't gonna watch any. But here, as a treat, I'll give you unmuted me and Robert Reese. Just
perfect.
Okay, let's see if this works this time. And then I'll go get some breakfast. I'll get some carbs in me, Keevers.
They use those things, which is why I like White Dolomite, a super light-skinned black dude that tricks white people and goes to black people and say, pick that up, boy, and they laugh. Then when they figure out he's black, they fucking get the whole shebang put on them. Don't you ever do that shit. Any real white person who is willing to say, well, my grandma, my uncles, or my family, they're all racist. I stepped out of side. You won't even do that shit. You won't even do that. All that came from a reaction from Eli, which had none of this, but all this came out the very next day. Why don't you do it right now and do it with a black dude on camera? Do it with a black person on camera. Do it. Do it. Do it. Jeff Thomas Black is here. My motherfucking homie is here. Let me go ahead and add him on. Jeff, what you got to say? Because I'm fired up, man. Jeff, this is a real civil rights activist right here. He has fought, put his body on the line. He's gone to jail. He has done everything else. This man fights for people. He understands what the fuck I'm talking about. A real white person that does that shit, and you are not a troll, you will show your face. Otherwise, you'll sit there and act like the little bitches that you are and not do shit. Now, what you got to say, Jeff?
No, just I'm here just to offer you my support and agree with you. I'm also tired of the little bitches in this space. Want to act like men, pretend they're men, but they never show their faces. And if they do show their faces, they show them on other people's channels. Or, gee, I remember you going on the channel of a little bitch named Pedro DoorDash Santiago, and him pretending that he was going to give you a chance to say something. Hanging up, cutting you off, and declaring victory. That's the kind of little bitches we have around here, Robert.
Now, Jeff, let me ask you this. You're a white guy. You showed your face.
I'm a Jew. I'm a Jew. A white
and
Jew.
You're a Jew. And, the Klan skinheads hate you, and you're a Jew.
Oh, everybody hates me.
So check this out. If you can show your face, why are they so afraid to?
Because they're not real people or men. Like some of them, like Pedro's just an actor. He acts tough, but he's really just a bitch. And so he's a paid actor. He's just a spokesperson who sold his name to DoorDash, and now he can't get out of the contract with the devil, and he fucking hates it. I figured that out this morning. You know, these guys are all sellouts, Robert. And that's why they act like little bitches, because they're just little sellouts. They got nothing to say. They got nothing to say, and that's why they're losing, and they always will lose, Robert, because they got nothing to say. And when it's time to be a man and show your face, just nobody seems to be around, Robert. Just crickets. I have had my channel open all fucking week. I do 6-hour shows. I keep my channel open for the last 2 weeks for any Dash and Trader, Pedro, you name it. Any of the bigwigs that want to come on and have a real conversation, not fucking one of them show up, Robert. Not fucking one of them. You believe that shit?
Jeff, let me ask you this, Jeff. Jeff, let me ask you this. All right, so we got you going up all day. They know when I go up, they can go ahead and click whatever they want.
I'm right here.
You know, we know these things. Now, here's my big issue on how their world goes into, Jeff. When you go ahead and click back whenever you can, I want to go ahead to ask you this, Jeff. They say that they talk about the difference from W-2 and 1099, but they don't want to have a communication with us. Yeah. So now they're even being racist towards us when we are all 1099s. Can you explain how a community that I am trying to say, hey, take Eli out, we both do the same thing. Why don't you want to talk about your differences and ours, and we can bridge the gap? Why are they afraid of that also?
Well, this is what I see, Robert. This is I'm getting comfortable here. I've been broadcasting. I started broadcasting at 3:30 in the morning this morning because that's how important. And I just signed off, and then I see you going on, and I realize what you're talking about. And I realize that you need some support from another real human being, not just a bunch of bullshit artists typing with their fingers in the chat, acting like they're real tough. So I thought I'd come and say hi, but I'm going to get comfortable here. Since we're just relaxing, I'm relaxed. I ain't even mad. I deal with the shit every day, brother. I ain't even mad. But I'm tired of it. I'm tired of people just acting like fucking clowns, running around.
Oh, and by the way, for all you haters that don't like what I'm doing with Eli, we are about to hit 1,200 views for the live that happened yesterday. For all of you guys to say that. So yeah.
I'm really glad you said that, Robert, because here's the thing. and it's real good for people to see. This is the thing. I'm not here to hate. I'm here to talk about things that need to be talked about because nobody else wants to talk about them. And that's what probably makes me and you different than most people. I spend my entire life talking about things nobody fucking wants to talk about. Civil rights and police murder and fair employment. Nobody wants to talk about that shit, Robert. Nobody at all. No, I got it all to myself, Robert. I am one selfish prick. I got this shit all to myself. It's great. Anyway, so I have this conversation with myself for the most part, which is real fun. We have good conversations. Sometimes I write them down. And what you get out of this bullshit community is that books don't exist. I don't exist. You're crazy. I'm crazy. Everybody's crazy. Yada, yada, yada. And of course, we can call Eli crazy too. And look, everybody knows this is kind of a good thing. And you know, Eli doesn't realize something. Here's a little secret for you, Robert. Old dad dash secret. You're going to like this. I'm going to see a smile on that Robert face, my friend. Even though people are threatening your lives, because we got to laugh when people threaten our lives. They threaten our lives every day. The earth threatens our lives every day. Every day we wake up and our lives threatened. So don't worry about it too much. I know you don't. Anyway, they probably wouldn't want to meet you or me on a nature trail. In reality is the problem. Now, people want to pretend that they have something to say, but in reality, they're just trying to pump up their own egos, their own channels. They don't want the truth to come out, so they're bullying people. They're doing all these different things. Now, I did Eli a huge favor by saying, I don't like how this guy is going about his business. I stood up for his free speech and civil rights, which is just what I do. And oftentimes I stand up for people that are very unpopular. Because when somebody is being abused by the state, the papers all smear them, everything else. So whoever's being abused becomes real unpopular because that's where the propaganda is. So see, this is one of those things I can bring in perspective from civil rights, Robert, is I've seen this rodeo so fucking many times. As I've told you, I've dealt with this stuff before. I've had friends so upset by gang stalking that they stood in front of a gang with a knife and said, "Do you want me to kill myself while you watch? Is that what you want?" And so that's where some of this stuff ends up. Take that in for a minute, Robert. Take that in, gang stalking, because what's the end of gang stalking? They don't have the right to exist. Are we denying their right to exist? Because if that's what people are arguing, I'm going to stand up for Eli all day, and we're not even friends. Like I said, I did Eli a favor by saying,
Thank you. You said one of the most, you said something that, see, people, I don't think you understand what he just said. He said, if it's going to go into the gang, you know, they have injunctions and things. He was like, look, I don't even like Eli, but that's when I'm going to stand up and stick up. You guys got to understand what we talking about. We not talking about this dumb bullshit. We talking about real shit. You can have some real shit happen. You may not like that dude, but y'all got to walk together at some point.
Well,
we talking about that real shit.
This is called being a grown-up, and this is also called Americans are delusional because we think wars are in everybody else's country. But if we want to,
we're the fattest. Americans are the fattest in the whole world.
Yeah, and if we want to go stomping around acting like we're going to attack each other, we'll be in war real fast. Believe me, I know people that have come from war zones in Czechoslovakia and in Yugoslavia and in
Syria and all over there,
in Ukraine and everything else. But no, Ukraine, I mean, I have people in my personal life that have come from war zones. None of those people saw those things coming. They live next door to their neighbors. Same thing with Rwanda. You watch that movie, Hotel Rwanda. Same thing. These people lived next to each other for decades, and then they started chopping each other up with hatchets. And that's where hate ends, Robert. When you deny somebody's right to exist, it ends in death. And so that's why these people are so stupid. So I did Eli a favor, and I said, "Hey, Eli, I don't want to deal with this anymore. I don't want to deal with you anymore. You're going on a gang stalking show with the Hannibal's and the Pedro, who are both pieces of crap, who are both liars, gaslighters, and you're trying to do a collab. This is stupid. I'm done. I'm not wasting my time on this." Now, I did him a favor because his feelings were hurt, but he needs to wake up and realize sometimes he's his own worst fucking enemy. Okay? And so when somebody's gang stalking you and treating you like shit, you don't keep offering olive leaves to them while they're gaslighting you. Or if you do, I'm going to start to believe that you want it, baby. That you're into S&M and you just want to be whooped. And if you want to be whooped and you're into S&M, that's fine, but I'm not your audience, right? And so I'm not Eli's audience for this. And I'm not Eli's audience when you do interviews with him. I'm tired of the Eli. I'm focused on the gig economy and my book and my show. which is about the gig economy. None of it's about Eli, not even a teeny bit. So I don't have time for it. But you're a news channel. I'm writing a book and I do a morning show, right? So we have different jobs.
And yeah, different jobs. Thank you, Jeff. For those of you who don't understand the difference between Jeff and I, you know, he just explained it right there. He just explained it right there. And with him saying that, we are probably going to be two of the most hated people that you come across.
I have t-shirts, Robert. You can get yourself a I Hate Jeff Thomas black t-shirt.
You know what? I'm gonna make me a shirt. And look, Jeff, I'm gonna make me a shirt and send you one that says I hate hot facts, and then I'll wear your shirt that says I hate Jeff Thomas Black. How about that? And then we wear them when we go live.
That way people don't have to keep repeating it. It's great.
Exactly. No, I think that is brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, and all you fucking British and people over there that went on that live earlier, fuck you. I'm American. I'm a black American and all that. Y'all treat people weird. Now I'm gonna tell you, ain't none of y'all went to Oxfordshire. And none of you guys live in any of those towns. I used to work with the people. You guys don't know shit. You are sitting down, drinking tea and eating crumpets and don't know nothing. I'm not over there taking the bikes, driving on your roads, beating up your little lads or your little girls. Ain't nobody doing none of that. So keep your British selves over there. Don't bring that shit to American soil. Paul Revere said the rat culture gonna come. Already dealt with that. We ain't trying to have that happen again. So keep that shit to yourselves. Don't come at me with that bullshit because it don't work. And I never heard of half of you guys. The only people in the UK that I pay attention to, you have OG Ryder, you have another guy in Australia doing gigs and one in the UK. You have Atlanta Deliveries, you have London Eats. You have a few people out there that do gig work. If you're not doing gig work, fuck the rest of you. No one cares. Yeah. Don't bring that fake ass British shit over here because the way I speak, I'm not saying mate and Charlie O and cheerio and that's brilliant and brilliant. That's I say, motherfucker, that's the real, and it's real like that. If it's too hot in the kitchen, get your ass out. We ain't got that shit over here. Take that shit back over there. Take it over there. Take it over there.
And that's right. And so the same thing goes.
Across the pond.
Yeah.
Take your ass across the pond.
Yeah. I woke up this morning and I tend to follow people in the chats because I'm here to learn what the gig workers are doing in addition to knowing it myself and having one of my kids that does gig work. One of my adult kids does both Amazon Flex and has done Instacart for a number of years, although he doesn't do it anymore. So I've got multiple stakes in this game, including having DoorDash for 5,521 deliveries over a 2-year period in 3 different states, in urban and rural areas. I've also run a restaurant that served gig workers in consulting and have an MBA from Duke University in North Carolina. So I've done a lot of homework on this space. And the strangest thing is that this is business. Okay, this is about business. This is about a business of individual contractors. And we're not really individual contractors. We're quasi employees, app slaves. We're being fleeced by these companies who have a scam going. Now, we've been around before them. We were around for the labor scams before the Industrial Revolution, where they just killed people on the factory floor and worked children. And see, we outlasted those two and we survived. Those guys didn't. It's going to happen again. These things are going to fail. The job that you have today, the gig app that you work for today isn't going to be around in 3 years. It's just none of them. Not one of these fraudulent gig apps is going to be around because they can't. Either we're going to be dead and they'll all be dead together as a team, which will be wonderful, or we'll be alive and we'll have moved on to something less fraudulent because this is unsustainable. Right. They're robbing consumers. They're robbing you. Right. So see how I'm talking about business again? And I know I'm screwing up your show, but these people talking
No, you're talking about it right now, Jeff. You ain't screwing it up because one of my main issues was me trying to bridge the gap with them being 1099 and saying that they're their own boss. Yeah. And then they think that, what we do is not right. So what you are saying is all the way real. everyone's going to be going through all this stuff. Within like a couple years, it's only going to be some of these companies are going to be buying other companies that still do the exact same thing, and they're going to just keep merging and merging and buying out.
And what we see in multiple countries, and what you're talking about right here with this disgusting behavior of whoever these disgusting people are that you're speaking of. I didn't see your show, so I don't know. I did wake up to somebody.
Oh, the same people that went at you and ran your background. Yeah, those same people.
Oh man, that was lots of fun. It was really great. They're really bad at their jobs overall. If they're going to be trolls, they really need to get better at it and work harder. Maybe consult with some security experts or something, because they're real bad at it. But anyway, the point is, if we're talking about business here, people love to attempt to be better than other people. And one of the things that happens with truckers, I talked about it on the show this morning, which, by the way, is called Dad Dash Daily with JTB and Kevin. It's a real good show. You can watch it every day in the morning. And we talked about the fact that truckers are already a lower caste in the U.S., that if you know any long-distance truckers, they receive terrible treatment in communities. Racism, classism, they're literally chased out of places. They're refused service sometimes. It'll stun you if you don't know these people. And see, the upper and middle class people, they don't even know these people exist, much less do they know what they experience in life. So this is, by the way, this is the fate of the caste of gig workers. People in India have already killed themselves. Women in India killed themselves after they were decapitated by the gig app that employed them, because they had nowhere else to go from the bottom. And so this is what I keep telling people: if you can be employed by AI and apps, you can be decapitated and unemployed by them. And so what we workers have to do, same thing as the Industrial Revolution or any other time when we had revolutions, if we don't stand up for ourselves, it's either our death or our winning. And so I choose to win all the time. I'm just addicted to the winning part, and I'm not here to lose my children's future or everything that I've worked for my entire life, or everything that anybody who ever stood up for labor rights worked for their entire life, because that's what the gig economy fraud is. It's an attempt to take us back to the dark ages where we're just all slaves and nobody's responsible. They can just use us like tissue, wipe their ass with us, flush us down, and just get another one. And we're not disposable, and I'm not going to be disposable. And so we're going to have to wake the fuck up, Robert, which is why I get up at 3:30 in the morning, and why I come on here with you to talk to crazy people, because we got to wake the fuck up, Robert.
Hey, you real with that, Jeff? You be on. Like, I know for I can go on my phone and Jeff go be on. I already know. I already know. I already know.
I work and I sleep.
I go doing these deliveries. Me being a news channel, I see who's on when I'm doing my deliveries and we doing our thing. I click into each one. You know what I mean? Because I got to make sure I'm in, so I can actually be an accurate news channel. You know what I mean? So I'm in there doing all that. We are all good. Mr. Flex Unlimited. I would extend the invitation for you to click the link, and I'm not going to go off on you. So if you want to say that, well, this and that, Flex, I'll put the opportunity in your hand, so that you can click this link and we can talk. If you don't want to click this link and talk, we're in front of everyone right now, Flex. Let's be civilized. Click the link. Jeff will gladly slide off if you want to get up here and speak. So Flex, let's hear you. All you have to do is type. Remember, I will never come up on your show ever. So since you say that, Flex, I want you to know that playing with people who have mental problems and their capabilities may be lower, you are going to run yourself into a big ditch, and I'm out of here because I'm about to go get rich. And check my next boardroom out. I got Joe Essie, and I got the Gig Dollar Man. They about to be up there, Flex. 2 more people that have more subs than you who don't do what you do, and they do what they do. So you continue, Flex, to be on the outside of the gig world to where no one even goes in your channel anymore. We will see you in no man's land. I'm out of here. Like Chuck Woolery and 2 and 2. Babe, you got something to say? No, she ain't got nothing to say. If she got something to say, she'll let y'all have it. Jeff Thomas Black, are you there?
I'm here, brother.
let the people know. Give them some final words because we finna get out of here.
Yeah, man. Well, the thing we're doing right now where they can pick everything else up is Gig, Drive, and Thrive. The Kevster, Kevin, the best hair in the game, started trolling me, and he did such a good job on it. We started a morning show together. It's every morning, in the morning, every morning. That's our catchphrase. Every morning, in the morning, every morning. Dad Dash Daily, because I'm Dad Dash with JTB and Kevin. And I'm JTB, he's Kevin. Every morning, just log on and have yourself some fun. We went for 6 hours this morning. We've been going for 6 hours most days. Sometimes we'll go for 2. Sometimes we'll go for 6. The other day we went for 13, depending on who's on, because we support anybody on the truth and transparency side. Like if I see Robert on live, I'm not going to go live and start my show usually. Or if I see the Glitch Dash on, or or a lot of times I'll do a simulcast. I've done simulcasts of your newscast before, Robert. When you're on and I'm on, I click over and watch you, and we all watch you together and steal your views, which I know because we're on the same team. It don't matter, right?
It don't matter. The info's going out there.
We're trying to get people the information. The money will take care of itself. Everybody's trying to be selfish, but you don't have to be selfish. You just got to share, and we got to win together, because we're all going to lose together and win together. It's an absolute fucking fact. And so that's all I got, man. Check us out in the mornings. We're having a lot of good times, and then the audience is enjoying it. I sing songs. I act stupid. I act like your dad. All the things you'd expect, bad or good.
Can you do Mr. Rogers right now? Can you do Mr. Rogers right now for me?
Yeah. You want the piano too?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
go
talk
ahead.
to the people while I get that set up.
All right. So, people, he's about to get that set up. We're about to leave with Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. We all used to watch him throw one shoe to the other, and then he puts the sweater on with the little patches on the elbow. He said Jeff Thomas don't like DV though. I was not a part of DDV, and the DA realized that too. And there's no case. So if there's no case, it is what it is. You gotta love being in America. You guys love it too. We are about to do, because check this out. I used to love it when I knew there was a neighbor who was just like me, and a lot of you guys don't know that. There were neighbors out there who were just like you. And they were like, hey, come on over here and I'll take you. Look, I used to watch Daniel and the King and the Queen and Charlie go around.
In the Magic Kingdom.
The Magic Kingdom. They used to go around, and then Mr. McFarlane used to come and drop off the mail. Come on now. I ain't even got to say nothing else. And people, Gumby was one of my favorite shows, Gumby and Pokey. Oh, yes. Can you leave us out with this, Jeff? Oh, I'm ready. Oh. He's about to go.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Hold on. It screwed me up. The damn
Hold
Bluetooth.
up. Would you be mine?
Yeah,
Would you be mine? Okay, yeah, all right, yeah. Okay, yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. I don't know what you did, but I was about to do the acapella because you turned me up right there.
Okay. So that's
all. I love it how you do it.
It's a fairly faithful rendition. Let's see. What do we do here? We mute something? Let's refresh that. We should get sound.
He said, "Where's Eddie Murphy?" No.
Oh yeah, Eddie Murphy did a great version of this.
He did a great laugh.
Robert, I'm not real smart. I had my headphones plugged in, Robert, so it wasn't playing out loud. This is what happens when you don't plan a show. Now it's going to work this time, Robert. Third time's the charm.
That is classic. I'm sorry. That's like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood. A neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor?
Oh!
Won't you please, won't you be my neighbor?
My neighbor.
My neighbor.
Oh, I have wanted to have that done on Black for a while, and he did not know that I invited him to do it on my show, and that's what he did. People, we out of here. Jeff Thomas Black, thank you, and check this out. Hey, people, anyone can go to jail, but if they don't charge you or convict you, it's all good. We out of there.
You win.
See you later. Yes, sir. We out. Oh, that was.
Well, there you go, Keevers. There you go, everybody. That was yesterday, right after the show that we had. Right after the show that we had, I went on the Robert Reese. What do you think, Keevers?
I have a couple thoughts about that. Let me go pick up this Panera bread, and then I will.
All right, you be a fucking professional, and then we'll get to your thoughts. We're going to switch a screen here. We'll check on our poll while Keevers, being a professional delivery guy, he is our man in the field. He's our field in the man. He has eyes in the back of his walls. So Tony Shu, from our first watching, we had to delete. By the way, I deleted a message. I usually don't monitor the chat too much in terms of free speech, but some dipshit called Lucifer, which makes sense, put in something of accusing, throwing terms around about somebody else's mental health. And we're just not going to do that unless it's like a Pedro or somebody that is showing us that they're a mentally ill liar just in public. We're not going to come and just do ridiculous ad hominems at people who demonstrably tell the truth. We're not going to do that. So you're going to be, you got timed out. You're not blocked forever. But if you do that again, you will be. Yeah. So don't come in here and lie about people. If you want to tell the truth and you got evidence, come on the show. Ask me to come on the show, and you can present your evidence if you got something that I think is interesting. But don't just accuse people of ad hominem like you're crazy. That's like the weakest sauce ever, Keevers.
Well, and it's funny that you say that, because it's I saw that comment and I was thinking about it, and I don't agree with him, but I have noticed. What?
So what if he was? You're not. Whoever is saying this isn't.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. Well, and this was my thought.
Right.
First of all, his content. I love Robert. I don't know why he's getting involved with these people across in England. And I don't know the full scope of it. He said something about these are the people that attacked you.
The deal was that he got some real hate speech, some straight up racist hate speech and threats. And so he was like, I'm going to go talk to you about some civil rights. And so he did. And of course, that's my wheelhouse. Just, people, race is a social construct. Race is an illusion. We're all the same people. We're all human beings. And so, he was doing that, and it was, people were using a lot of hate speech, and he was, calling them out and giving them the chance, if they wanted to come up and talk to him face to face. What they were doing also was demeaning American gig workers, in one fell swoop, because we're a bunch of second class lowlifes living in the sewer, like the American truckers, American long distance truckers who live in the sewer. We're a lower caste. So that's what was going on. That's what Robert was talking about. And that's where I butted myself in and said, well, hey, you're talking about civil rights. I like to talk about civil rights too. And so we talked about civil rights a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. Cause I don't know how long and he said something about the people that are attacked you. Did those same people attack you as well, or is he talking about somebody else?
No, well, those same people attacked me because when Eli came into the community, in fact, that's interesting you should say that, because right now there's a chat going on that I jumped into over on somebody named Raven, and it's basically an Eli troll meeting. It's like a giant live Eli troll meeting. It's got lots of people. And then I went in there and I just said, hey, just to clarify, don't know Eli, never known Eli, haven't spoken to Eli, never will speak to Eli. He's no longer welcome in the gig community of me and Glitch Dash and Brian and Keever. And I didn't mention your name. I should have dropped your name because you're a star. But I basically not drop names because we don't kick people out of the sewer. It's just that like he's not going to be in our chats. He's not going to be on our shows.
Well, he's not a gig worker.
Well, he's not a gig worker, but he can't go around and just because I write a book, he can't go around and invoke my name all the time. He just can't do it. He did it last night in the show, and boy, Pedro didn't like that.
Really? What did he say?
The last part of the show, I can show you. Let's watch it. That'd be a good break from that.
Yeah.
Tony Shu, who just lied his balls off.
Yeah.
God, that was awful. Man, that was awful. What an awful thing that Tony Shu just did today.
Just to preface me, did he kind of defend you, or did he trash you with it?
You know, I don't think I can classify it because it's in his own words. We'll just let him speak for himself, which always works better than me trying to make something up.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I hate making shit up. Like if somebody asks me something, I'm going to try and get the facts. I don't just make shit up because I feel like if I put anything out there that's inaccurate, somebody's going to be able to say like, I told you so, this guy's a liar. And so I just never lie. But that's not why I don't lie. I don't lie just because somebody's watching, because I have that higher level moral development as a father and community member that I am my brother's keeper. I believe in community and that we all survive together. We all die together. And so my moral development is not dependent, or my moral actions are not dependent on whether I'll get away with it or not, because I could get away with lots of things. I've had lots of access. I just don't do any of it because that's not who I am or want to be.
Yeah. A quick update before we pull that video up. The second order of that Gamblified order of the Gamble, the 6+, it ended up being 648.
And it started off at what, plus what?
Plus 6+.
Okay, so you only won 48 cents on the other one. Well, so here's the deal, Keever. You got to average that shit out. So if you won $5 and something, 48 cents. Let's just call it you won $6 overall on $12. So you really only won $3 and $3 if you average it out.
Well, I'm trying to think because it was a 3-order. It was a 3-order stack.
Oh, it's a 3-order stack.
It was 11
on what platform?
DoorDash.
Okay.
So it was 1140 plus 640. We'll say 1150, 650.
Right.
And then I think
I think I lost your volume there for a second, Keevers. That's okay. You're the man in the field, and that's what happens in the field sometimes is you lose your marbles. Keever's back. He's always back.
I got a phone call. So
you got to go take it?
No, it was trash.
You know what we should do sometime is we should figure out a way to somehow get you control over this thing. So if I let keel over dead at 55, you can keep the show going.
Well, I don't know if that's possible because that's like a screen share type thing, and we would have to use a separate app.
We mean we'd have to pre-plan? I don't understand. We'll talk about it off the air, Keevers. I'm just spitballing. I'm just spitballing. I love Mr. Spit on you. Wait a minute. Do I have a Glitch Dash sighting? Coach Glitch Dash! Oh my God, Coach Glitch Dash, you did a good job last night while I was sleeping. I had you playing Thomas. Thomas is my ASMR source. I play Thomas overnight while I'm sleeping, and when Thomas wasn't working, I was really upset. I had to sleep with nothing on. I put on Always Sunny a couple times, but I really prefer Thomas.
Well, and the good thing is when you put on It's Always Sunny, it actually did give us some content for the show.
Right.
So
yeah, I steal a lot. I steal a lot.
Yeah, I mean, nothing we do is.
Except we do when we steal their humor, we give them credit though. We don't. We don't like pirate their humor. We just talk about how funny they are, and then we have our own humor, which is funny too. We don't steal it like Pedro or something.
Yeah,
we wouldn't get demonetized. Like if we were monetized, we wouldn't get demonetized like Pedro for stealing other people's content. Like Pedro got TikTok. Pedro steals stuff. Pedro stole other people's content. Oh, you know what's real funny, Keevers? Check this one out. This is a good one. You know how Pedro loved the Coach Prime? Pedro loved the Coach Prime.
Yeah, not
loved
so much
him.
Anymore.
He loves him less now. Let's watch this. This is real good.
Because he lost.
Yeah, he lost. We don't like losers. He's got negative mindset.
Colorado was up 29-0. 29-0. I wake up this morning and see that they lose this game. Their best player, Travis Hunter, was back. Had a good game offensively. Got smoked.
Keever, you think he lost money on this game? You think he's mad about the spread?
Like 300 yards?
Probably.
Something crazy. After Colorado won a couple of games, people were talking about national championship and all this stuff, and Coach Prime's the best. I really like Deion Sanders as a coach.
Don't bet on him. Don't bet on you.
But we've seen him now 3 out of the last 4 weeks get out-coached, and lose games. He should have won this game. Stanford's not a good football team. They should have won. I think they got a little greedy.
Look, Teaver, if you're a
Is that
loser,
true?
Pedro,
You follow college football. Is Stanford a bad team?
Yeah, Stanford's bad. But
Okay.
well, Colorado's bad too. Just Pedro thought they were good because Pedro doesn't
Name
know
recognition.
anything about sports.
It's
He's
just name
a gambler.
recognition.
No, I know about football. I played football and I followed football my entire life. I know football real well. Pedro don't know football from a hole
If
in
there's
the
one
ground.
thing, if there's one thing about college football that I know, and this is one of the reasons why I don't really follow it, is because there's no consistency. Because you could be a dog shit school, play 3 or 4 dog shit schools, go undefeated, and then you play an actual school for 4 weeks, and then you're 4.
Then you get rolled, right? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Oregon beat the dog snot out of Stanford. They beat the dog snot out of Colorado. They're just not. I mean, Oregon's real good, but neither of these teams is good. They're not good teams. Anyway, but until Oregon beat the dog snot out of them, they were the champions of the world. But then Oregon beat the dog snot out of them, and then they kind of suck. But the funny thing isn't that. The funny thing is that Pedro's fandom, not only of the Buffaloes, but of Coach Prime. He's jumping ship, man. You lose 3 games in a row, Pedro's off your team. If Pedro was your athletic director, Keevers, you'd sleep with security guards and your agent watching your contract.
Yeah,
because she's going to get you fired. He cannot abide losing. If you lose, Pedro's going to look at those nostrils, Keefer. Look at that angle I got.
Oof!
Holy shit balls!
He did that to himself too.
We're looking straight up to Pedro's brain right there.
That's a portal.
I gotta take a picture of that. That's a future thumbnail there, Peters.
That's a portal to Narnia right there.
Coach Prime overrated. That's one of the greatest thumbnails that I will ever have. That's the thumbnail for tomorrow's show, Keevers.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's real good. It's real good.
Three
It's
straws
real
for
good.
2 drinks.
This is so good. I love this thing. I fucking love this. Oh man, so excited. So excited. Great.
Hey, JTB. JP wants to put a link, probably to Pern. But
yeah, you can drop a link. I don't mind people dropping a link. It's fine. I don't mind. Nobody's forced to click it. If JP drops it, you don't have to click it. It is your choice. JP, why don't you tell us what the link is? Are you sending us to Pernhub or to Torp or to Pedro and Hannibal's gang stalking channel? What are we going to? Where are we headed? Where on the interwebs are we headed? Okay, that was real awful. Let's keep listening.
I think they can't run the football. They didn't run the football well in the
they're
second
not
half.
a running
Really didn't
team,
even
Pedro.
try.
They're not.
I think he wanted them to just blow them out and stop. He didn't coach. He got out coached.
Well, see now, Pedro is probably a born college football coach. Pedro's probably a born college football coach. Because NFL, Deion Sanders is a Hall of Famer, world-renowned hero. He's in his first season here at Colorado after leading champion teams in high school and college, and he brought his 2 sons with him. And he's a real interesting fellow. He's real flamboyant, but the guy's one of the greatest players in history in NFL. But Pedro's better, and Pedro's does in fact know more. Keevers, it's unquestionable that Pedro. It is a good thing that Pedro allows Deion Sanders to coach the Buffaloes.
True.
I'm assuming Pedro lost money on the Buffaloes while betting as Mr. Lose on You, Mr. Spit on You. But and I'm getting some good clips here for future thumbnails. But I don't see it, JP. But I'll look on the other side of the thing. I do see it over here. No, I don't see it, buddy. My email is jblack501c3@gmail.com. I'll put it in there. I'm very unprofitable. I'm always unprofitable. JBlack, I'm nonprofit. jblack501c3@gmail.com. Send it to me. I'll read it, maybe or not. We'll see. And you can send it to me. Anybody can email me if they want to. Don't email me anything chemically oriented. I don't want to receive any substances in my email. Anyway, so Pedro's really an idiot, Keevers.
Well, here's the
real
thing.
dumb.
Like, what people need to realize is that Pedro is above Coach Prime. He's above everyone.
He's above Coach Prime. I wish I could share this with Coach Prime because I bet you Coach Prime would beat Pedro on a nature trail and go, son, what exactly do you know about the footballs? What exactly do you know about the footballs and the game coaches? Because you know what else, Kiefer? Do you know that Stanford has world-class athletes at a world-class institution, and those guys also play football, and they're also real big and strong? It's hard to win football games, Kiefer. It's real hard. You got to play hard.
That is what I've heard.
Pedro wins at everything, but everybody else can't win all the time. Pedro wins all the time, but we don't. Everybody, Mr. Spit on You, wins all the time except whenever he's documenting it, in which case he fails.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, if he's going to go for a 24-hour thing. Oh, he blamed that on Madison, by the way. I heard that.
He what?
I heard that this morning. He blamed his failure for the 24-hour Glitch Dash. Listen to this if Glitchy's on here. Glitchy. No, I'm not going to make anybody a mod temporarily. Sorry, I don't know how to do that. Glitch Dash will fucking love this because Pedro blamed his failure for the 24-hour stream on the fact that he got home at 14 hours and Madison said, please, Pedro, can you stop the live stream? And so he did because his baby girl, his sweetie pie, his lovey buns, and his girls asked him to end the stream at 14 hours. So it wasn't Pedro failing. He did it for Madison because he's a loving man.
Okay.
And I think it's beautiful. I think it's a beautiful thing. Yeah. I believe him. Mm-hmm. Even though he lies constantly on video, I believe him. He's a bitch, Kevin. He's just a bitch. He just really is.
That's what I hear.
Yeah. All right, let's look at more of this great Pedro and Hannibal content because they really get it. They're insulting. Let's see, Shannon Sharp should meet him on a nature trail, and then Neon Dion Sanders should absolutely meet Pedro on a nature trail because Pedro could give him some coaching advice. Overrated.
That's what I've heard.
Pedro's not overrated, but they are. Pedro's not overrated, Keevers, but they are. Overrated. You know, that's one of the great sports chants that idiots do because if your team is beating the shit out of somebody and they're overrated, then aren't you overrated? Wouldn't it be better if they're real good and you're better?
That is true.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, you gotta just squeeze some logic into stupid shit and see if it makes sense. Yeah. Oh, listen, he was already coming to San Francisco. He also said that, Keevers, that he was already on his way to San Francisco, and he was, in fact, going to beat Eli's ass, but Hannibal stopped him out of it.
Oh, he was already on his way.
Hannibal's the peacemaker, sucked the juice out of Pedro and calmed him down.
Well, that's a good thing that Hannibal's there.
Hannibal's thirsty. Hannibal's real thirsty. He sucked the juice. He was so thirsty, he sucked the juice right out of Pedro, calmed him down after a few days. And so Pedro decided, even when he goes to San Francisco in March, he meant when he got on the stream and he went, I'll see you on the nature trails, he meant like in 6 months. That's what Pedro is saying. Like, Keevers, I'm going to come get you next March. So you got lots of time to prepare, Keevers. You could pre-plan for me meeting you on a nature trail next March because that's what I meant when I threatened you, Keevers.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
It does make sense. It makes a lot of sense. But the other thing is he blamed Madison for failing on his live stream. Madison, his baby girls and his baby lovies made him do it.
I mean, that makes sense.
His baby sweet ladies that he loves so much. Now listen, she's got to have that house fucking spick and span in order before he comes home, or else there's going to be hell to pay, Keevers.
Well, I hear that if you paid for the $19.99 membership,
you think he buys hugs from him?
Well, no.
You think he buys hugs from her? I bet he buys hugs from her.
No. I heard if you paid for the $19.99, you actually get access to what Pedro really feels, and that is to blame everybody else for your problems.
Glitch. So we got real good comments here. We got real insightful comments, Keever. Prime Time puts bodies in seats. Well, so does Pedro. Pedro's got 70,000 subscribers, of which like 100 watch him. So Pedro also brings the boys to the yard with his milkshakes.
I put bodies in the ground by running them over.
Yeah, Kevin's run over 16 pedestrians so far by the Ohio State University campus today. It's almost like Portland, Oregon out there. Look, he just ran over another body. Keeper, you went 45 degrees on that one. That must have been a fat guy. Was that a fat guy that you just hit? Because you went full like 45.
Yeah,
That's excellent.
It was a large individual.
What kind of tires you got on that vehicle for all them body squishes? You're doing real good. I mean,
I've got one of those vehicles
like you don't
in
lose
zombie
traction
movies.
even a little bit. You don't lose.
I got one of those vehicles from zombie movies.
What's the right speed? What speed do you want to hit them at, Keevers?
47.
Okay. Is there a range, or you just got to hit right?
No, it's got to be 47.
Right at 47. All right. Glitch Dash says, I'm guessing he blames her for all his failures. I'm positive of it, Glitch Dash. I'm positive that every fucking thing that goes wrong, he goes, Madison, get in here. I need to talk to you. I'm fucking guarantee it. I wish that bitch would come on my live. Pedro, you're watching. You're a bitch. Come on my live, Pedro. I'll hang up on the Keevers over here, and I'll just beat you up all by myself, Pedro. Like, come on with a real man. We'll talk about man stuff, not the gig economy, man stuff. We'll talk about man stuff. We can talk football. Anyway, Keevers, they will meet in March and have a live stream dinner at the Cheesecake Factory. They will. That's right. It was a threat. Pedro meant like, I'll see you on the nature trail, and then we'll go to the Cheesecake Factory and we'll both hang on to your fuzzy dildo microphone together. It's beautiful. It's peace. It's peace and harmony on the nature trails of the San Jose area, Keevers.
That's
all we can ask for.
It's beautiful. Some might say tear-jerking.
So you want to hear my name? He who shall not be mentioned. You want to hear my name invoked by the Eli?
Does Eli say it 3 times in a mirror?
He only says my one. You can't invoke me. I'm not a spirit like a Pedro. I ain't no cult leader. You can't invoke me in a mirror, no matter how many times you say it.
Napoleon Bonaparte, the greatest.
This is good. This is. Remember when I told you all those guys dying in the ditch?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe you could watch some of that. That's Joaquin Phoenix being the Napoleon. He's a pretty sexy Napoleon. He'd be like Napoleon the sexy. So Napoleonic syndrome, instead of being like a short guy thing, would be now like if you were like Napoleonic syndrome, you'd be real sexy. You'd now be Joaquin Phoenix. That's a good casting. See, if somebody's going to cast me, I just have them cast Tom Selleck, and then I'm like 6'3".
Good idea.
It's not a bad idea. It's all about the marketing. It's how you market it, Keevers. It's how you market it. And I'm 5'10", and I could be.
Well, I'm 5'7", so
I could just type different numbers, though. I could just type different numbers and put them on my driver's license. Then I'd be 6'3".
That is true.
Have you thought of that? Have you ever considered being taller?
I have considered putting taller visuals, and
I've done that a little.
Think of how turned on your wife would be if you came home and you were 6'4" this afternoon. That'd be real hot.
Too much time on those guys. I'm not making money doing shit that's more impactful, right? So, I think you can you understand what I'm saying, right? As an entrepreneur, a businessman, right? So we shouldn't be spending too much time on the individuals that aren't making money for us, So for me, it's like
I agree.
I got these people
you don't want to spend,
doing this.
Kevin. We don't want to spend any time on people not making money for us, fucking us, or feeding us. They gotta finances fuck us or feed us.
That.
No,
you cannot spend money with anyone who's not making money for us. Fuck people who you want to help. Who cares if you want to help people?
Pedro's a paid actor. Pedro is product placement.
Bro.
Pedro's a human product placement. He sold his name to the DoorDash. Listen, think of how excited DoorDash was to buy themselves a Puerto Rican.
Bro,
I'm not joking. Think of that. Think of the iconic thing. DoorDash bought themselves a Puerto Rican. They married him, and he walks around with their name no matter what. Isn't that cool? That's amazing marketing right there. That's why Pedro's still around, because he sold his name. You
can't be stupid enough to say we can't spend time on people who are not going to make us money. You can say like, don't put. Like I've said this before. I've said this before about Eli and about.
He's gone full Nazi. Pedro's gone full Nazi, Keevers. Pedro's a fascist.
No. This needs to be said because again, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he didn't mean that, but maybe this is what an average person. This is what an actual real person would say. Don't allow people to have space in your head who aren't gonna help you move forward in life. That's what he should have said. Because
But help you move forward wouldn't mean raiding their bank account, molesting them sexually, or stealing their food.
Like, what the fuck?
He's a psychopath, Keevers. He's a real psychopath and a bad actor. So, like, when I say bad actor, he does bad actions, but he's also just an actor. He did, when he was doing this cooking show, he did one of these, Keever. Look at me. He did one of these. He went like... Oh, now I'm the sandwich guy. I'm the sandwich guy who doesn't eat sandwiches. I'm Pedro.
That's
He's
the
an
shit
actor.
that's the shit that politicians and corporate people say behind this doors. You know, we can't pay attention to people who aren't making us money. We can't help them. That's the shit people like that say.
Well, that's why people are living in tents, Keeper, because that's where Pedro and his buddies want them to live. Now, see, Sinful Toaster made an insightful comment because Sinful Toaster is even slightly older than me. And Sinful Toaster said, sold his soul for a house. The funny thing, they know doing what he's doing, they'll take it back when he can't pay the property tax. Yeah, that's true. Pedro's already panicking because he can't maintain this lifestyle. His jig is up. The Puerto Rican DoorDash guy is now the Puerto Rican Instacart, Depends guy, desperate coach, bet on you, psychopath, cooking show, lol cow dude. Bitch.
Crazy, man.
Pedro.
You can't say
he's
shit
awful.
like that.
He's awful.
That's like saying we can't help we can't help those people in the ghetto because
we can't profit off them.
Exactly.
Well, that's what the corporations are doing. Pedro's also into necropolitics, Kevin. Pedro's a fascist. He wants people dead. He thinks people that can't afford food are subhuman.
That is true. It's true.
So anyway, let's keep going, Kevin. This is real disgusting.
Let's pause this every 2 minutes when we feel like we're going to throw up.
Every time, let me tell you something. As bad as this is, at least I've seen it before and I know what it is. It's not as bad as what Tony Hsu did to me in 5 minutes, but it's real bad. Okay.
Let them do it. I don't. It is what it is. They want my attention. Like there's levels to this, so, and I'm not going to stoop to that level.
He's not coming down to me,
and
too often.
That's just kind of how I look at
Eli's
it. But I do think I think on some levels I could be wrong.
Rewind that for
Hannibal
1 second.
Brought this up before. I think on some levels you kind of enjoy it. Want individuals that. Me.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just need like 10 seconds.
I look at it from a business aspect. If I'm spending too much time on those guys, I'm not making money doing shit that's more impactful. Right? So, I think you can really
money talks, Keeper.
You understand what I'm saying, right? As an entrepreneur, a businessman, right? So we shouldn't be spending too much time on the individuals that aren't making money for us.
No.
So for me, it's like
I agree.
I got these people
Yeah. So Eli agrees, Keevers. So Eli Balls agrees. Pedro said, "Don't spend much money. Don't spend any time on people that aren't profitable." And Eli, the community service coach guy, said, "I agree." Here you go, Keeper. I'll show you.
Streaming me, doing this, that, right? So we shouldn't be spending too much time on the individuals that aren't making money for us. So for me, it's like
I agree.
I got these people streaming me, doing this.
Isn't that great, Keevers? Didn't you like that?
He's saying restream because that's what we use, so that's definitely a thing.
I assume so. That could be. He's definitely thinking about me. I'm definitely in his head, Keevers.
He's in your head. I
don't think enough people have called Pedro a little bitch before, and I think he likes it.
Do you think that he's thinking about you when he's banging his girl?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, absolutely.
Let them do it. I don't. It is what it is. They want my attention. Like there's levels to this. So, and I'm not going to stoop to that level too much. And that's just kind of how I look at it. But I think on some levels I could be wrong. I think Hannibal brought this up before. I think on some levels you kind of enjoy it. It kind of gives you.
Keepers, you see how much Hannibal looks like Shannon Sharp? Are you noticing how much Hannibal's outfit looks like the Shannon Sharp? It's the same fucking color. That's so ironic, man. It's so weird. It's just so weird. I'm going to show it. I'm going to flip back and forth because I'm going to prove it to you. It's so weird. It's like they do this shit on purpose. This is like 9D chess. This is what 9D chess looks like. Hannibals and Pedro. This is 9D chess. Check this shit out. You're gonna blow your mind now. 9D chess being played on you, run and train on you. Here's Exhibit A. Exhibit A. Exhibit B. Exhibit A. Exhibit B. What do you think, Keevers? I'm going to unmute you so you can share your noisy car thoughts. What do you think? It's stunning likeness, don't you think? I think they're 9D chessness on this color scheme.
Yeah, it's
they're so shopping us because they're showing us a color and going, "That's the color of a bitch," and then Hannibal's is wearing it.
Well, it's to show that he is Pedro's bitch.
Right. I guess that's it. It's got to be a message. I mean, I don't find this stuff for no reason.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's keep going. It's great.
Your purpose. You know, you're walking with purpose. Like, I think it gives you a purpose to combat and react to your detractors. And I think in some ways, if you didn't have that purpose, if you didn't have them, I think you might feel lost in some ways, you know? And that's how I look at it. And, you know, that's just how I see it. So
I don't necessarily enjoy it real quick, but real quick. I don't necessarily enjoy it, but the bottom line is, if they're gonna fuck with me, I'll fuck with them back in a more funny and playful way. That's it. It's just a funny and playful reaction, and then it's time to move on. But hey, at some point, like you said, hey, I won't even react to it at all. It's going to be done. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm interviewing with different people again, because I'm moving away from all this. I just wanted to come clean with you guys and give you guys a chance to, you know, get to know me a little bit better. That's all. Go ahead.
Sure.
Sorry.
Next question. If you talk about someone without saying their name, are you not still talking about them? That's another question here. Like, if you're going to not mention a name or do too much, should you continue to talk about them because you're still talking about them? Correct.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Can you guys hold on a second? I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, okay?
Give
me 1 second.
We got.
Yeah, so Keevers, I muted these fellers. I assume Eli's taking himself a poop break during the show.
Mm-hmm. Are they talking crap about him though?
I don't know. I don't really care. I just think Hannibal's looks like Shannon Sharp. Like, almost completely and totally like Shannon Sharp. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. He just doesn't have the same body. He's got a big head and a teeny body. But if you put the Shannon Sharp body on that Hannibal's head, you got yourself a Shannon Sharp.
Yeah. A lot less successful and.
Yeah.
So either one of you.
Pedro would hate him if he looked at him, though. Pedro, you can't be having them Hannibals.
I don't know. It probably wasn't a poop. It was probably he saw a comment he didn't like and he had to go punch a wall or Dawn.
Could have had a condom stuck up in there.
That is true. That is true.
From last night, corporate thruppling, there could have been a latex product from Latex Product stuck way up there. That was a unicorn gangbanging that we witnessed.
Yes, sir. Eli.
Mary Poppins ain't laughing.
Mary Poppins, she's very.
Yeah, he's going to look up an answer. He's phoning a friend. He's phoning a friend. Phoning a friend.
Oh gosh.
He had two of these. He had two of these during the show. He had two major disappearances during the show.
Well, I mean,
I wonder if he's calling that Asking for Slutty Catfish guy, because Asking for Slutty Catfish does the same thing. He's phoning friends the whole time he's on chats. He's getting messages and phoning friends. It's real weird. It's real weird. But he's a slutty catfish, so what are you gonna do?
Some catfish show their true colors.
Catfish have two gills of mouth and an anus. I think catfish got 4 holes, Keever.
Oh, okay. Oh, here he's back. He's back.
Yeah, 4 holes. That's a 4-hole object.
We're gonna wrap this up soon. So
Yeah, we could wrap. We can start wrapping up.
Pick a couple more questions. What was that question? Let me answer this last question.
Now, I just want to note to everybody, if anybody on the left side of this screen sounds slightly off, I will show you that I'm not gaslighting anybody. I'm playing it at 75% so we can understand what these people are saying, because they tell their lies so fucking fast, and they lie so fucking fast on top of each other. You got to unpile the unicorn orgy just a little bit to see the slow-mo. Okay, so Kevin, it's like, yeah, I know you're muted. Do you want to be muted, or you want to talk about unicorn orgies?
I just want you to go back about 10 seconds to when he came back on the screen.
Okay, well, that's good. I can do that. All right. You were pointing, and I'm like, what are you pointing for?
Another body that I was going to hit.
Yeah. Another dead body you left behind while we had you muted.
I think so, too. Yeah.
All right.
Let me ask you, how do you feel about tonight, Hannibal? I want to get your perspective. You're the measured, smart one. You're the one that always thinks gracefully. What do you think about tonight?
You're the one who's not fucking crazy.
When I think of Hannibal, I think of measured, smart, and stable. It's like Hannibal's a stable genius that looks like Shannon Sharp. It's like he's a Shannon Sharp, but a stable genius with slightly less makeup, but the same color shirt and the same glasses, same hair.
Yeah,
I mean, not the same hair. I'm sorry, the same glasses, the same general look. Real polished, real handsome, just like Shannon Sharp. Wears the same color shirt. Pedro hates it. Pedro
also black.
Hates it.
Also black. That does help with him.
I bet you when Madison brings home clothes, Pedro looks at him and goes, I fucking hate that one. Take it back. It was too expensive anyway. I guarantee you. I'll bet
Listen,
you money.
when we were getting really paid from these corporations, I would have okayed it. But now that it's not coming like the way it was.
We're on a budget now, baby doll. We're on a budget.
I do like how he
baby
said,
doll.
I do like how he said Hannibal's not the one that's completely batshit crazy on this. He's only slightly batshit crazy. He's not the one who loses his mind on screen.
Look, okay, yeah, but see, that's like being in a unicorn orgy and getting penetrated in every orifice and going, I'm a little bit less slutty.
Yeah.
I'm a little less unicorn slutty. Not that I'm not shaming, because unicorn gangbangs aren't real except on YouTube. So I'm not
only when Eli's involved.
Right, exactly. So hey, wait, I mean, how many times did he cut away? So one real long one, and then then another short mole break just to dip his down into the hole a little bit.
It was a wacky break.
Well, he may have a bidet. He was listening to Glitch Dash for a long time, haunting them Glitch Dash chats, and he may have a bidet. He may have gone after the Glitch Dash bidet sponsorship, and he may be making every bidet a bidet day. Every bidet should be a bidet day. That's one of Glitch Dash's key sponsors. We're hoping to pick up on the bidet day celebrations and get them to back our show as well, Keevers.
We can only hope.
We can only hope and dream, like Pedro and Hannibal's and the coach Eli. They're men of hopes and dreams and punanis. They're bitches, but they dream of not being bitches.
That is true.
He isn't actually tending to anyone or anything off camera, simply leaving and coming back for the sake of it. I was thinking that I did see Sake, and I'm thinking, well, maybe he's like having some hot sake or something, and that would be relaxing. He could be just like sipping a little bit of hot sake before he comes back on. Now, remember, Keevers, in a restaurant, if you order the hot sake, that means you're kind of a dipshit that lives in the sewer and you don't know what good sake is, but you're an American. Yeah, so don't do that. Don't do that. Order the good cold sake and drink it like that, and then they'll think you're not a dickbag.
Is that the one they squirt out of the ketchup bottle?
Yeah, that's not that one. It's not that one. But don't be a dickbag, Keevers. Take your shoes off too. Take your fucking shoes off and just accept a different culture and just enjoy yourself, but don't be a dickbag.
Listen, the only culture I need, I've got one black friend, so we're good.
Yeah. Do you have any Japanese friends though, or are you racist?
I know Sam Lee, so is that close enough?
That's no. I think he's Chinese, my friend. That just makes you racist. As they said on South Park, Japanese and Chinese not the same people, Keevers.
Okay.
Japanese and Chinese are not. In fact, those two folks don't even really like each other all that much. They've been kind of angry neighbors sometimes. You want to be careful with them.
I found a book, an ancient book, one might say, and it appeared to be Flex's journal, and it had like guidelines of how to treat people and when you should do things, and that was one of them. So I apologize for following Flexi Pants' his guidelines.
Right. Well, hello, bodacious friend, bodacious TNO. Glad to see you. Very nice to meet you. I don't know that we've met each other before, but I'm glad you're here. You're always welcome. Everybody's welcome here because we do civil rights and truth and transparency. So it's just good for everybody. If it's not good for everybody, we don't do it. Except watching these guys, which is real painful. You don't have to do it, but we do have to show the truth here and dispel a bunch of bad actors hurting people. And so that's what we're forced to do with our time in addition to comedy. Yeah, Japanese and Chinese English friends. Yeah, they don't hang out together. They don't hang out. They don't drink on the weekends together.
No.
It's not the same country. It's not the same people. It's not the same Japan's an island.
Yeah, I don't know. I just just heard from Flex. And,
China's over there in Asia, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. All right, I'm just checking. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
All right.
It's definitely an interesting conversation. I just don't think anything's going to change on both ends. So
fair. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anything.
So continue with the content.
Someone has to back down.
When Pedro says the word fair, I literally get an erection.
Down. So.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Don needed me for something real quick, and I know we're gonna wrap this up soon. So
yeah, we can wrap.
Oh, the guy on the bottom, his T-shirt says "shit show" then something else, but the shit part is real good. Just the fact that it's like truth in labeling right here on the screen, it's real good.
We can start wrapping up now.
A couple more questions. What was that question? Let me answer this last question that you were asking. Can you repeat that?
Well, it's kind of related to when you say you don't want to talk about someone, you won't mention their name, but aren't you still talking about them when you do that?
Well, yes, but the thing is, I don't want to give them notoriety and give them, these people have taken enough clicks from me and stuff like that, so I just don't mention them. I honestly, I don't even really want to talk about them, but other people in my actual community that care about myself and Don, they want to know what's going on, so I'll briefly say, hey, this is what this person did. I don't want to give them any notoriety. These people, they want the notoriety. Yeah, you know how it goes, guys. They want to be mentioned because they want to, number one, feel special. Number two, they want the back and forth. They want more clicks on their end. It's just a YouTube game. So that's all that is. It's stupid. And that's something that, I'm going to be doing away from as well.
Okay. So what do you think is going to happen? This is the last question. The very last one. What do you think is going to happen for you and your channel in the next, 6 months? Where do you think you'll be? And Pedro pressed the wrong button. Where's Pedro?
Yeah, he booted himself.
I love this clip.
Because you've always been a good student, okay? But calling a little girl fat and ugly is never good.
Mr. Mackey, I was trying to show kids.
No excuses. You have a problem being jelly, Wendy, okay? Just maybe I should have you sent off to jelly school.
Jelly school?
That's right. In fact, I'm going to call the jelly school right now, okay? I'm sorry about this, but it's gone too far. I've had it. Hello, is this a jelly school? Okay, I have a girl here who's extremely jelly. I'll see if you can take me in for a few weeks. Okay, you're full. Okay, yeah, I guess she dodged a bullet this time, but she better watch her jelly behavior.
Mr. Mackey, I appreciate the point you're trying to make.
You do? Okay, well, I'm not actually on the phone with a jelly school, Wendy, okay?
Yes, I'm a few steps ahead of that, yes.
Okay, well, Wendy, I'm just trying to buy jelly school.
What's happening? This situation with, people talking about pulling up and copyrights and all files, all these type of things happening. What is your plan in the next 3 months?
Well, my plan's already in motion too, is that I want to continue to help as many people as possible, or work with as many people as possible in the gig economy community to help fight for better gig workers' rights, because I honestly do feel, like I mentioned at the beginning of the show, that the majority of jobs in the next 5 to 10 years are going to go gig related. They're going to be on smartphone apps, gig apps. AI is going to be involved. Artificial intelligence will be involved. And I know a lot of people aren't too fond of Jeff Thomas Black, and he even exiled me. He doesn't like me anymore, but I still respect his work. He calls us app slaves, which to a certain extent we kind of are. And I know some of you guys disagree. Maybe you disagree, Pedro. But the bottom line is, I think we need to more so start to lobby for this now, because
Charlie Manson, this is like asking Tony Shu how to pronounce his last name. Charlie Manson ain't happy about that one. He was not supposed to bring up the name. They just told him not to bring up names. And then he's like, Jeff Thomas Black, my good pal, who I don't know, and his great book. And Pedro's just like, Jesus Christ, you did not just end a 3-hour stream by dropping that guy's name. The guy that calls me a bitch. The guy that openly calls me a bitch. You did not just drop that guy's name, and he did. And Pedro's like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Hilarious. That was a highlight. I can't believe he did that. I really can't. I may invite Eli back into my community now. I don't know. It's not going to happen, but I'm thinking about it.
Let's watch their response.
We got to watch that again, but we got to watch it again because that was real good. This is real funny. I love the shit show T-shirt too. The shit show T-shirt.
Let's finish the thought with him and then see what they respond, and then let's go back.
Okay. Well, I already rewound it, so it's too late. But that's the break.
On smartphone apps, gig apps. AI is going to be involved. Artificial intelligence will be involved, and I know a lot of people aren't too fond of Jeff Thomas Black, and he even.
So Pedro's looking down right now.
Okay, so yeah, right, he's just about to invoke my name. So now look, Pedro. Okay, so we'll watch it real slow. We'll slow it down just a
minute. Wait. Well, I guarantee you, what Pedro, as soon as he started this comment, he's texting Hannibal and saying, if this fucker mentions the guy's name, I'm gonna go ballistic. He's gotta go fucking ballistic.
He's going to San Jose in March to get him at Cheesecake Factory.
Oh, nice.
I've been to the Cheesecake Factory in San Jose, at least one of them. Okay, here we go. Let's see. This is gonna be real good.
Well, and a lot of people aren't too fond of Jeff Thomas Black, and he even exiled me. He doesn't like me anymore, but I still respect his work. He calls app slaves, which to a certain extent, we kind of are. And I know
Even though I'm not a gig worker.
some of you guys disagree. Maybe you disagree, Pedro. But the bottom line is, I think we need to more so start to lobby for this now, because if we don't, more companies are going to do things like DoorDash, and they're gonna basically treat us like W-2 employees, and we're gonna be misclassified as 1099 contractors. So that's what I want to focus on more so stuff like that. I also, want to continue doing the coaching. I want to talk about more relationship topics, modern world relationships. I want to talk about more business topics. There are more opportunities, than just, DoorDash and Uber Eats and all that. There's a lot of stuff I want to focus on, and that's the route that I want to go. So, and do more content with Dawn. She's looking forward to coming back on the channel and doing more content. And there are a lot of people that really love her and miss her. So she'll be back soon.
Okay. Pedro, got anything else? You good?
No, I think I just lost the internet connection. Sorry, guys.
So you just...
Oh, he lost the internet connection with my name.
Can you guys hear me?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Hold on. He lost the internet connection when Eli mentioned my name. What did you mute the show and start swearing or something? What happened? How'd that happen?
You're so powerful. You're so powerful.
I did. I broke the interwebs. I think I broke the interwebs.
I'm gonna call you Ralph. 1 second. Rahula?
He just repeated me, but to a certain extent. Said, "Yeah, well, you don't want to quote me. You don't want to quote me directly, Keevers. You don't want to quote me directly. It'll screw up the system. You don't want to quote people directly, like I quote Pedro directly, because he's above me.
He is above you. You are a piece of shit.
He's so high above me. He's so lovely. Pedro's so high above me. Like Aphrodite, Pedro's above me. Oh.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you. God, Christ. You either laugh or you cry, Keevers. You either laugh or you cry.
You laugh, cry, or bang unicorns.
Yeah.
You get 3 options.
Oh, man. This will make you horny for them unicorns.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what happens. Pedro loses his internet connection because my name got mentioned. Watch this, Glitch Dash. He loses his internet connection.
With Dawn, she's looking forward to coming back on the channel and doing more content. And there are a lot of people that really love her and miss her. So she'll be back soon.
Okay.
They thought I murdered her.
Anything else? You good?
No, I think I just lost the internet connection. Sorry.
You lost the internet connection. Well, Eli and he and Hannibal were talking to each other to stop mentioning
Can you guys hear me?
name again.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You're good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I think
Knock the whole internet out there, Keevers.
Guys, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Knocked out the local connection.
Yeah, I can hear you guys, but I'm gonna have to ask you, as the king, could you not mention that motherfucker's name again?
He ruined the show, Keevers. It went so well for the first 3 hours.
Yeah, even though they said that nothing's gonna change, we still hate his guts. Right. He still hates us. But maybe we can make money off each other, for each other, off of the people.
So Glitch Dash says when he said I lost the internet connection, he threw his palms up, indicating he is telling a lie. This is too easy, guys. Just pay attention. Glitch Dash is just begging you, please stop. Please stop. Can't we all get along?
I didn't realize Glitch Dash was part of the FBI.
Yeah.
Is he part of Antifa?
He's Glitch Dash? I think he was at January 6th. I think he was at January 6th.
Well, it makes sense. It makes sense.
He does live in Michigan.
And he did shave. He, quote unquote, he we are assuming this is V1 Glitch Dash. He did shave his mustache and his beard.
I've been suspicious of that bastard ever since he came back.
Yeah, it sounds like a very Antifa.
It looks like he's had a whole bunch of orgasms. He looks like the same Glitch Dash, but like so much less uptight.
Yeah, I even saw him be nice to he's always nice to customers.
He's nice to everybody. He just looks so healthy and good. I feel real happy for him. He was running those cubes like a son of a gun.
Yeah, well, what I don't understand is how can you go to a restaurant or anywhere or shop and just not want to punch everyone in the face while you're there? So that's what's throwing me off.
You got to have peace in your heart, Keevers. You got to find peace in your heart. I know you're young, but you got to find peace in your heart. If you can walk around hating everybody like these guys, these jackalopes, these jabronis on the left-hand side, there's just no hope for you.
Yeah.
There's just no hope.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going to Meijer later and then punching an old lady and cutting a child's hand off.
Slam your car doors real hard in case there's ever any small animals or pets around, or children, so you'll hurt somebody.
Well, think about this. Cody yesterday showed us, a giant moose. What if Pedro, he's gonna watch him, he doesn't realize it, and he hears that, and it just kills him.
Yeah,
a moose would have been scared to shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all a lot. We got it's going to be real interesting because you got to understand. I really stopped paying attention. I was so dead to the world by this, so I really don't remember anything. And I was also muting about 2/3 of the show last night. So we're actually going to listen. We won't listen to the whole thing. God help us, but we're actually going to listen to this last 11 minutes because now Pedro's really pissed, and it should be extra good.
Perfect.
Okay, so we're going to listen. God help us all. I pray for us. If you can't handle it, just come back in like 20 minutes. We'll be done with it. We're going to keep going on the show. Keepers, it's only 10:38 Pacific. We've been going for like 4 hours and 29 minutes, but the best part of the show is just coming up.
Yeah. It's going to be great.
It's not even over yet. You don't have to even rush. Just jump in right now. Jump into the winning side. Jump onto the winning team. Come in, like you say, in a full metal jacket, like the general says to the guy who's wearing the peace cup. Come on, son. Why don't you jump on our side for the winning? Jump on the winning team for the big push. And so that's what I'm saying. Come on, kids. Come on, bro. Why don't you jump on the winning team for the big push? Bitch.
Yeah.
Bitch. Pedro. Bitch. Anyway, Keeper, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. I just had to reconnect. So, no, I don't have anything else. Eli, I appreciate you reconnected. Coming on. I hope you guys got some value from this content tonight.
I mean, I appreciate every single, obviously, all the super chats. I know it was a lot to take in. Trying to balance the conversation with the super chats. I appreciate everyone that joined. I know we have Jam and Gig Mom decided to be a member, and that's awesome because she was hanging out with us way before any of this other stuff that were happening here. And I just hope everyone could kind of realize that we all need to kind of take a step back and kind of assess what's really happening, what's really important. If people are lying, they need to be exposed. If people are being, if you have the information.
Well, there's a good point, Keevers. There's a salient point there that Hannibal made.
So, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Good. It's almost like truth and transparency might be important to him, or at least appearing to be.
It's just like maybe nobody's doing anything but acting.
Although I don't think I think it's more schmooth and schmanchparency is really what they're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just real disingenuous.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to look very hard to just see that all three of these guys are just jabronis, just jackalope, jack smacking dipshit jabronis. Yeah, we got to tell you from shitting on it. Glitch Dash does have a good point. Taking a big steaming dump on this does have it's going to help the people in the long run. It's the long game we're playing. And this will help the people in the long run. But right now, the pain is intense, and I'm not even going to deny it.
Yeah.
This is pretty intense pain I'm feeling with this. Not as bad as the Tony Xu thing, which we still got to cover. And it made me want to retch, but because Tony Xu's coming up, we watched it once. We're going to analyze it next time. And for God's sakes, it's horrible. But let's finish this horrible thing first.
Yeah.
They should put out there. If people are just not gonna like each other, obviously just move on. I mean, it's a little bit of that there. We gotta protect our business. Also, you have to protect our sanity. So, Eli, I hope that you find that balance somehow. Hopefully, you figure out how to connect with people who disagree with you. I think their voices should be heard. And maybe you could find a way to either prove that you're right or prove, or apologize. It's either of those two, right? And hopefully that works out for you. And obviously in the future, I know you're trying to do a lot of different things here on YouTube. So,
but we're gonna be over here shitting on
you.
So.
But just one final thing, and then I'll hop off the panel so you guys can wrap up your show. I appreciate that, Hannibal, and I appreciate everything, Pedro.
I'm a talking cat.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm not looking to be proven right or wrong. That's not what this is.
He's a shit show. It says so.
People, and with some other people, you're just not going to resonate. And that's my final thought there. I want to thank you guys for having me on.
He doesn't resonate, Keevers. He doesn't resonate with the cat. I'm thinking, you know how some people aren't cat people, Keevers?
Yeah.
What do you want to bet cats aren't Eli people? Cats are like, get that fucking guy away from me, please.
Yeah. I would not be surprised if Eli has, decapitated a few cats in his life.
I don't know. That's a wild. That would be a wild speculation. I would never suggest anybody's done anything violent. I'm sure that's a joke. You don't want to say that, but anyway,
that's what I'm here for.
It's satire. No, of course nobody would do that. He just seems like a shit show, and that's what it says on his shirt. Gonna take his word for it. Okay, let's see what Pedro and Hannibal say to wrap up the show after Eli leaves. Let's see how they mock him behind his back shamelessly after he goes off the air. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
It is interesting that Pedro's internet broke down right when my name was said. Poor guy. Everything went black. It all went black.
Well, all the money he's making can't afford his internet bill, so.
Yeah, well, he's going to get something in March. Cheesecake Factory might be a dangerous place to be in March in San Jose.
Fantastic, guys. Have a good night. Thank you once again.
Well, take care.
Thanks.
Fantastic.
All right.
Hannibal's tired.
I don't do these. I know you can sit there and do 4-hour live sitting down. I do not. I can't.
Hannibal really hated it.
Almost 3 hours.
No, I mean, it wasn't. It kind of flew by, to be honest.
It didn't.
Did that go to 1
I think
o'clock
the
in the
issue
morning?
is,
Keevers, it didn't fly by even a teeny bit.
Did that go? So they started at 10, right?
They started at fucking 7 my time, and they finished after 10 my time. So it was like a 3-hour deal. Or no, okay, here we go. They were late coming on, so it was like a 2:56. I think that started. They were about 15 minutes late, so their broadcast was about 2.5 hours. I think they thought it was going to be an hour, but of course, all of them are dumb shits. They couldn't control an hour conversation because they're all just full of garbage.
Mm.
And it's hard to gauge garbage. There's not a lot of garbage scales. Like your hair on a scale of 1 to Kevin's a 69 out of 69, but garbage is a real malleable scale. Lots of cultures measure garbage differently.
Yeah. Well, some people have to burn garbage for fuel too. So
yeah. So let's listen to some more burnt garbage.
No one's going to be happy with the level. I'm sorry, guys. We're just not there. We're not there. I haven't dealt with this situation. I'm not a victim in any of this. I just think nothing's going to change. I think there's a situation where someone's going to visit someone right now. This ain't me. I live in an area where we have real problems, like real people fighting each other, real people killing each other. And this is not it. This is, you guys live in neighborhoods where I would love to live in, where you guys don't have to deal with the things that me or Pedro have to deal with.
Yeah.
So when we go on our computers and we're on our cell phones and we're going crazy, and again, we've contributed to this with the videos we have. We've made. Also, I feel like it was in a comedy sense. I mean, well, Pedro, you decided to do what you wanted to do, and I was going to go to St. Louis and strangle you.
Oh, you told me,
yeah. So,
yeah. I mean, listen, man. We're different. But
we're different.
That's okay.
It's just my.
That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
But and it's also like if I did, I wouldn't tell my whole line. But
no, sure.
Listen.
Yeah. No, listen. You're more. Listen. Okay, we're a hip hop show too, right, guys? So Hannibal's more B.I.G. Notorious B.I.G. Brooklyn bred and born. He's gonna get you with a silencer. I'm a little more Tupac. I'm more Tupac. I'm gonna bang down your door and I'm gonna smack you across the face. That's just
bang your wife
sometimes.
Yeah. Bang
and it's cousins. Okay, but I thought tonight was I thought it was good.
Yeah.
We didn't solve any problems. We didn't make any y'all feel better. But we definitely had a good conversation. We had a good conversation.
The fact that he stood there and listened to some of the criticism, it wasn't much we could have done.
Yeah.
To real, like no mind has been changed.
No.
Who knows how he's gonna feel? Because usually he probably reassess, and I'm sure he may feel different.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think it's important also to mention this. And we may mention this on Monday. We are not an Eli channel. We won't be discussing him every episode. We haven't.
No, we're not that.
And I don't know if there's any more that we can really say at this point about the situation. He has new, enemies to talk to. Is it Torp? And they got the Robert. They got all these. So there's enough content. If you're interested in entertaining content, there's enough of that.
And that can be entertaining. I want to say that right now.
Yeah, but it just wouldn't be with us for quite a while. I think it's gonna. The next time we'll probably reach out, maybe next couple of weeks, probably, and then see where it's going.
I thought you said next year. What are you talking about?
Well, next week is a couple of weeks is next year. We're in October.
Fair. That's fair. You're right. No, we're November.
More football talk. Yeah, definitely. We'll talk about how terrible our teams are. So that's where we're going to go. Yeah, some trades was going on. So, and also I want to mention this right before we leave that Eli did donate to the show last week. I guess a gesture of not making it. And he was like, "Hey, dude." First, I was like, we're good. But anyway, he did. And instead of obviously just taking that money, we're going to donate it because I said, "Hey, how about we donate it? And you tell us what you want to donate it to." He didn't have a specific place. He just said dogs, right? Because obviously him and his woman have
and that's dogs. Right up your alley. So both of them. Yeah, I mean I have a dog. You have dogs. So,
yeah. So actually I'm gonna show this real quick. At least I have something nice to end this with. I'm gonna donate it to the North Shore Animal League. It's one of the largest no-kill shelters. I got my dog Riley. Riley is old as shit. He is probably 14, 15
I met Riley. Old. He is old, but he's awesome.
I have to pick him up to go up and down the stairs with him, but he still eats, he still poops, he is still walk around when he smells bacon being fried or food, he'll get up and see what's going on. And I absolutely love that dog. That dog was with me when I didn't have a job. I remember being unemployed for a year and playing games all day. I know I was getting unemployment, so whatever. Carla would work, and she used to work late, and me and Riley would walk in Brooklyn. No leave.
Doesn't sound like he's betting on himself.
To be fair, Hannibal is a douche nozzle, but he doesn't sound like the worst guy in the world. He doesn't sound like any Darth bet on you. He loves puppies. I believe Pedro's probably too conceited to even like animals. People that are psychopaths usually don't find joy in animals. Pedro likes to deprive himself of joy. Pedro's a masochist and a sadist and a gaslighter.
I don't think Eli likes dogs either.
No, probably not.
I don't think Eli likes dogs.
I'm telling you, man, people that dislike animals intensely sometimes have mental issues. It's a thing. Animals Animals.
What do you want to donate to?
Animals show
dogs.
us. Animals are a reflection of our own consciousness. Animals just are able to be. A dog is just being a dog, and it doesn't stress about things. So when we see animals, they calm us down because animals aren't caught up in their head. They're just in the moment. That's what animals do. And so psychopaths don't like that. They don't identify with living in the moment because Pedro's always thinking about how am I going to get over for tomorrow. You learn.
If you're not making money off me,
you learn something on this show if you stick through the real shitty parts.
Yeah, most of them.
Most of it. But there's nuggets.
Yeah, like nugs.
Yeah, there's nuggets.
There's nuggets. All of it.
Sinful Toaster suggests that if people don't like animals, that Sinful Toaster doesn't like them. I've usually found that to be true. I've found almost nobody who didn't like animals that I found to be a good person. I had a friend who didn't like animals at one point, and then he cheated on his wife with a real good friend and just publicly humiliated her. And I thought, well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Then that makes sense.
That's a leap.
It makes sense. It makes sense, right? I mean, no, it does. It really does. Because, right, people that do really scummy shit like Pedro just do real scummy shit. They just have no conscience.
Well, here's the thing. Well, I'm gonna disagree. If you hate animals, then yes. But if you're like, I could really go with.
Yeah,
with
you're not a serial killer if
like
you could just go with him without him. Yeah, you don't have to be a serial killer on that one. Okay.
Yeah, but if you hate animals, then yeah, you probably
and like if you have a kid like Mike Huckabee and Sarah Huckabee's brother who tortures and kills animals, that's a real bad sign. That means it's a mentally ill psychopath that's real dangerous. So that's like the Huckabee family, the first family of United States of Arkansas. Yeah, little animal abuse and torture just goes right in with that family tree just fine. Bunch of psychopaths, bunch of lying psychopaths. But you know, it's genetic. So there's genetics there.
Yeah.
She was walking in the middle of the night to meet her at the train station.
That's awesome, man.
So he was my. I mean, he's my dude. And he's super old, and he'll pee on the floor in 2 seconds if you don't take him outside fast enough. But
should let him pee on Pedro.
No-kill shelters are extremely important because they're taking care of dogs that some people may never pick up because they're either too old or have behavioral issues. So we're going to donate it, that portion of Eli's donation to the North Shore Animal League. That's where I got my dog, and the next dog I'll probably get will probably be there as well. So on
that's
that
great.
note,
that's a great
Pedro
way
says,
to end it.
sounds like those dogs aren't betting on themselves.
on that note, I guess we'll be back here on Monday. Probably talking about how terrible our teams are.
Talking about Eli.
Talk about Beyonce.
Who gives a shit about the goddamn Giants? It sucks.
It's pretty bad.
Danny DeVito did not do well. I don't think he's going to do well next
And the Bears. I think I saw something yesterday where the coach was saying, I think Justin Fields is able to come back, and they're like, no, we'll stick with the other guy.
No shit.
So
he's out.
Yeah,
he's out.
It's a shit show.
Yeah, it's a shit show. But I would say like they have.
Pedro loves him some sport and drama. You know,
like
college. The Caleb Williams guy from USC. He's kind of the top guy. So the Bears might be running for him at this.
Pedro knows a lot about sports. He's big on the sports gambling or sports too.
Point, man.
What do you?
Who knows? It's embarrassing.
What do you think the over/under is on Monday? They still talk about Eli.
100 or something. I don't know gambling. I don't know what that means.
Neither do I.
So it'd be like over/under. It'd be like we'd set apart. Like I don't think over/under would work for this one because it's kind of binary. Over/under is if there's like a score, like if there's more than 5 runs. It's just binary. Either there is or is not a discussion about Eli. I guess they could invoke him without saying his name. Which maybe somewhere I don't think we could do an over/under on that though, Keevers. You would just have to be like a straight bet kind of thing. All right, let's let the boys finish their show.
It's still our teams. We're going to talk about them, so we'll see what Monday brings. And we'll also Hannibal and I will be in Cleveland next weekend. So
we gotta figure that out. I mean, most likely if we could find some spot where we can.
You know what they're going to be in Cleveland for is that financial wackadoodle.
I you know what? It's only 2 hours away. Maybe I'll stop by.
Pedro had you on the show.
In the field.
You'd probably welcome.
Yeah. He reached out to me. Or
Send
vice
him an
versa.
email and
I
ask him if he
remember.
can
It's been a while.
Be great.
Yeah. Well, he does own Cleveland, like LeBron James.
Cleveland.
Just press the button on
We'll
the
figure it
phone
out.
and
We'll figure
talk about
something
it. But yeah, we'll have that talking about some Cleveland shit. Even though I don't know any Cleveland stuff, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
What's going on?
And let us know in the chat and the comments. Leave a comment
Go
after.
Kroger.
What do you guys think about it?
Don't
What
go
did
to
we
Kroger,
miss? Hey,
Pedro.
listen, we
Don't
got thick
go.
skin. Give it to us. If you thought we were being too soft,
I think they're being too soft. He's got thick skin, Keevers. What do you think?
I'm just gonna warn him. Don't go to Kroger. Don't do it.
Don't go to
Pedro.
Kroger. No, the one that
Especially not with Hannibal.
we're gonna end the poll with what Pedro is. No, it was Snookies. It was Snookies that broke the Pedro. Don't blame Kroger. I don't think Kroger owns Snookies, but I don't know Snookies. It was that chick Snookies grocery store that broke the Pedro. It was not Kroger. Don't spread misinformation on my channel, Keeper.
if whatever, let us know in the comments. Let your voice be heard. We don't block anybody here, and let us know what you thought. So appreciate you guys for watching tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I think after a couple of days, I think we'll have some thoughts on it on Monday as well. Since
Oh, they just gave it up, Keeper. They just gave it up. They're going to talk about it on Monday, Keeper. It's already a done deal. So y'all, I already won money on that one. Now, not only did I win money on that one that they're going to talk about it on Monday, but what else was I going to say? They're going to talk about it. Damn it, I had.
Because it's not really a couple days; it's one show, so you can consider that like that's one day.
What's today? Thursday. Today's Thursday for Hannibals. Yeah.
If you thought we were being too soft,
I think they're being too soft.
if whatever, let us.
Whatever. I definitely thought
hard.
whatever, Kevs.
Yeah.
Some of the comments. Let your voice be heard. We don't.
He wants to hear you. Oh yeah, the Hannibals, the Cleveland.
Well, only if we're making money off
Schnookies, the Cleveland Schnookies. You should go and do a Schnookies in Cleveland.
Block anybody here, and
only if they make money off.
Appreciate you guys for watching tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I think after a couple of days, I think we'll have some thoughts on it on Monday as well. Since
Okay, so he ruined the surprise.
we're traveling, it's trying to figure out what works with them. So,
they're going to be on. It's going to be a couples weekend. Pedro and the Hannibals they got time alone together again.
thank you guys. It's late. Get some sleep.
Yeah, they're going to sleep like angels after that heart-rending conversation about family life, the gig economy, all the things, all the
Feeding your children.
things, all their children. Let's see, their wives, such loving men. They definitely talked about their spouses with love and care. And I don't know, it seemed like a real manly conversation.
Well, it does make sense to bring somebody on to talk about things that he has no experience in.
I just like it when he talks about. I just like it as a non-parent when he talks about hitting kids. That's what really gets me going, Keeves.
Yeah, it really revs my engine if you want to say.
One time, my girlfriend invited her friend over, and she came with her little kid who had like a real severe learning disability, and this little kid's like 4 or something. My house, he's just going ballistic, right? Because this little guy's got a pretty good learning disability. She smacks him. I'm like, do not fucking ever touch that kid. She goes, it's my kid. I go, don't fuck you. If you touch that kid again, you're fucking out of here, and I'm gonna call the police on you. And she was supposed to spend the night. Well, she did spend the night real quietly. And I said, don't you fucking touch that kid again in my house. And she didn't. It was real fun, Keevers.
Don't go too crazy.
Well, civil rights.
It's what day is it?
Kids are civil as well.
If Eli was babysitting your kids, you'd say, can I smack them while you're gone? Can I smack them in case I have to show them how to be a good person?
Can I smack them in front of Dawn and tell her it's her fault? I'm doing this because of you.
It's Madison's fault. Pedro only made 14 out of 24 hours, so that's real bad.
Well, and here's
he doesn't respect his work, Kevin. He doesn't respect his work.
Why should Pedro have to tell her in advance that he's going to be gone for 24 hours?
You know what he said? He said
I'm
if his sweet lovey baby, when he was yesterday or something on his videos, he said the only way he'd quit the YouTubes is if his sweet lovey baby said you need to quit the YouTubes, then he'd consider it if his sweet lovey baby told him to.
Yeah, well, what he means is he'd find another sweet lovey baby.
I don't know. You'd have to find out. It's his baby mama, so.
When
I
did
don't
they
know.
marry
That's
her? How
not
long
my
have they been
business.
together?
That's not my business.
That's
They're
a real
not married,
question.
though. They're not married.
It's a real
though.
question.
He's got another kid, at least one other. I don't know his family life. He'll like it that we're wondering though. Let's see what the end of it is.
It's Thursday. It's Thursday,
14
right?
seconds left.
Yeah, for both of us, it's Thursday.
Both of us, Thursday.
Pedro agreed on the space-time continuum there at the end, Beavers. He agreed it's Thursday. Hannibal said, yep, it's Thursday. We're ending with a kumbaya, and Pedro is smiling. It is, in fact, Thursday. It was, in fact, Thursday. Thirsty Thursday already. They ended so late with that joyous 2.5-hour jaunt through the life of Eli.
All right, we're clearly tired. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you, and we'll see you on Monday. Peace.
Peace. I love that. That's a good out. That's a good out of like talk about war the whole time and then go peace out. Peace out. Now, Kenneth asks a germane question to the situation here, Keevers, and I'm going to go full Dashclosure on this one. Let's look at my YouTube studio and try and figure out what the fuck's going on, Keevers. Let's see. Share screen. Let's see. Channel dashboard. Yep, that's it. There you go. Look at that. Everybody look at this glitch dash. So active copyright strikes. 2 copyright strikes. Rejected. I've challenged each one 3 times, so I'm gonna have to get a lawyer or something. This one was removed by asking for sluts. This one was removed by Dad Douche asking for catfish sluts. So that's that. Now this is real weird. So I went up to 730 something or whatever subs. Then I went down to 500. Then I was back up over 700 yesterday, and now I'm down to 550. So I got no idea what's fucking going on, Keevers. And no fucking idea what's going on. But I have somewhere around 500 subs if we care, which we don't. It is interesting. But you see, I have an achievement. I unlocked an achievement in the game, Keevers. Am I not sharing this with you? I'm not even sharing it with you. I'm just talking without sharing it. See, this is what I was trying to do, Keevers. I was trying to show you this. I was trying to show you this with that. Okay, so there's my 2 copyright strikes. Dad Douche and asking for sluts. Rejected. Dragon Happy Link prosperous bonus, and Walmart spark driving right along. My rights for fair use were denied and are being denied so they can undermine my work as an author. It's real good. And then here's a thumbnail for Anal OCD Perfectionist. That was last night's live stream. Now here is where you see I unlocked the great achievement of over 5,000 hours. So I could monetize this channel if I wanted to be in business with the Urubes, which I do not particularly and specifically want to be in business with people that can't even keep accurate statistics about how many subs I have over a 4-day period, Keevers, because I have gone over a 4-day period to 500 to 730, back down to 500, up to 550, back up to 700 again. I don't know what's going on, Keevers. None of it makes any sense. I feel like they add and subtract much like DoorDash in the app.
Well, you just didn't pay attention. You didn't plan to pay attention to the plus.
Yeah, they should add more plus signs. That would make sense. Yeah. Oh, look what this was funny. This is my community post. No, really, delusional putz, Mr. Bet on You. That was this one. It's a time to wake up live stream. This was the laugh riot of the century right there. That was real bad. Bad. So bad. Oh, so bad. Oh my God, so bad. It's just he just keeps getting worse at everything.
Yeah, he is an interesting guy.
He's terrifying. He's a wannabe cult leader, but he's a Looney Tune bad actor. There's Pedro Halloween, free hugs. Here's my community page. Time to wake up. Oh, that's weird. He's stealing my wake up stuff now too. He steals all our content now because he's a big fan, Keeves.
Yeah.
He's a real big fan now. He steals everything we got. But man, if you mention my name on his show, his technology goes down.
I don't know how it happens. Just
it's uncanny. It's uncanny. It's uncanny. It just happens.
So yeah, I think I gotta. Oh shit. So
Okay,
Sunday
so
I'm gonna
time to
start
wake
bright and early.
Yeah. So this is a time to wake up live stream where he's just acting like a nut job.
Try to achieve my goals. It's not fun. Do you want to? This
Oh,
is the
this
first
is where
thing I
this
do.
is
in the
the
morning.
I
I go
hate
take
you.
a pee, and then if the girls are there, I'm talking to them, and boom, dropping, getting 50 push-ups. Walk around the house for a minute. All right, boom, another 50.
Oh, he's a badass. He does 100
No.
push-ups a day, Keever.
Who wants to do that? Nobody wants to do that.
He's Tony Robbins now.
Great message, Dragon Friends. What up, what up? You're my favorite DoorDash YouTuber.
Yeah, he's Tony Robbins now. He even referenced Tony Robbins. He's one of the greats. He's like LeBron. He's like LeBron and Tony Robbins.
You know, Tony
by
Robbins
the way,
charges like $5,000.
By the way,
for one
as
of his
usual, we have open lines for the Pedro. Open lines for the Pedro. Pedro wants to come on the show. Nobody's going to mute him. We'll have a conversation like men. Pedro's always welcome on the show 7 days a week, every day, every morning in the morning, every morning, Kevin. Every morning in the morning, every morning. It's so puzzling because they would fluctuate if it was sock accounts, but that's a fuck ton of socks. Most people do not have the capacity of hundreds of fake accounts, but it's possible. Who the fuck knows? That's exactly where I'm at. Glitch Dash. Who the fuck knows? But see, here's the thing. Like, Keevers, if it's who the fuck knows, why do I want to be in business with these people? Why do I want to be in business with people that can't count? I don't want to be in business with people that can't count, Keevers. I'm a stickler. I'm a stickler for numbers.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, JT. If you want, and this is, being generous, if you want, you can just donate it to me, and then I'll donate it to Pedro, and then Pedro will donate it to a community that will potentially go towards fixing car doors.
Yeah, I thought about stuff like that. The problem is even then they steal 40%, so it's still 40% less to do whatever good thing you were going to do. You can just monetize somebody else, make $6 for every $10 you would have made on U-boobs and be at the same place with less taxable income, Keevers.
Yeah, it's
if you do the maths. But see, they can't count to 700 or 500 for more than one day in a row, Keevers. So I'm just not trusting them yet. They have to earn my trust still. We'll see. If they can keep their stats straight for like a week, I'm going to think more about it. But until then, I'm just going to keep watching.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it does. It sounds real good.
I have to pee very bad.
That makes sense. So I promised to go through the Tony Shoe. Do you want to go pee while we watch Pedro be real crazy for a minute? Then we'll finish the Tony Shoe. Then we'll close the show before noon.
No, I can hold it.
Okay, you want to just get this shit done? Get it over with?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till I get an order before I go pee.
All right, let's watch Mr. Spit on You for another minute. Then we're gonna jump to the Tony Shoe and really fuck up our day.
Sounds good.
Shit, Tammy, what up? Yep, I have been working on it, and so are some of my friends and family.
He's Mr. Push-Ups now. Tony Robbins.
Tell them nothing worthwhile comes easy. MBW, absolutely not.
Mr. Pain,
Nothing worth having comes easy. I'm gonna talk to the men right now for a minute. Giggity, what up? Thanks, man. Let me read this before I talk to you, man.
You, Kevin.
You'll never be criticized by anyone doing more than you. It's always those who do less. Giggity, you say a lot of shit.
You're jealous again, Kevin. Jelly
you've ever said. Appreciate you, man.
Jelly School.
100% facts.
Jelly School.
I lost my train of thought. Let me get back.
You lost the train of thought. You lost it.
Nothing. Okay, to you men out there and women, but I'm gonna talk to you guys because I'm a dude, right?
He's gonna talk to the guys, not the vaginers.
If you're in a really good relationship, you got a good woman next to you. She's your wife, you're whatever, and you really love her.
What can you do to her if you got her?
It is what it is.
Anything you want? Is this like a dom sub situation? Do I have to pay for it? If I got a good one, is it like, do I have to pay for the good woman to be with me, or is she just with me because she wants to be, Keevers? Look at my hair before you answer, sir. Look at my hair before you answer. She wants to be with me. That's the answer. Just
clearly.
Let's move on.
It's a great thing. That relationship ain't easy, and you probably had to do some good soul searching, some good things to date her. Nothing worth having is easy to achieve.
Oh, I shall have her, Keevers. I shall have her.
Listen, Giselle
He said,
will be yours.
if this dude comes near my daughter, I'm gonna have a real problem. I better stay away from my daughter real far. Because he wants to possess whatever girl he's gonna get. She's in big trouble.
Think about the bad relationships you've had. I bet those relationships are easy to have and easy to maintain.
Are they, Pedro?
All of his exes are thinking this right now.
Keevers, are all the bad relationships easy to maintain?
Yeah, pretty much.
I guess. I'm not sure. I'm real confused right now, but he is the king. Let's keep going.
That's why they were bad.
Okay.
Danny, appreciate that. Danny's Autism World. Thanks for 10, man. Thank you very much. This is Kevin. I needed this today. I run into you every once in a while with my son. Oh, he's always been in the car. You always ask me how he's doing. My son is profoundly autistic. I know Kevin. We run into each other about once a week, maybe once every other week. This is a great father. He's dashing with his autistic son. Great dude. He's hustling. He always has a cool shirt. Kevin, you didn't have to give the 10. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. I hope you and your boy are doing great. I always love running into you, my man. And next time I see you, man, I'm going to have to shake your son's hand and say hi, if you're okay with that. Thank you, man. I hope you're hustling and being safe. Mark says, you're the man, Pedro. Love your content. It helps me stay motivated.
Next
Mark,
time I
thanks
see
for
you,
5, man.
slam a door in front of your autistic
Nothing
son.
in life that is good, that is great, that you think is fantastic is worth having. Even being a parent, right, Kevin? Being a good parent is the hardest thing.
Rewind that.
It takes time and effort.
I
The easy stuff is easy to do. The hard stuff is hard to do. You want to lose weight. Kevin, thank you, man.
Did he just spit out?
Next time I see you, man, I'm going to have to shake your son's hand and say hi, if you're okay with that. Thank you, man. I hope you're hustling and being safe.
Is this like a beet salad, or is there any eggs?
Wait. Did he say nothing worth it in life is worth having?
Yeah, he screwed it up, Keevers.
Let me hear it again.
There's a question in the chat if Giselle Bündchen and I are in fact getting married, and yes, that is the plan. We will be having no love children because I got that taken care of a long time ago as a successful and pre-planning man and a top fucker. I got that, but yes, thank you for asking, Thomas. Giselle Bündchen and I, our love blooms greater every day. Every day, every single day, every morning, in the morning, every morning. It's better. Okay, let's hear what this word salad was. I slowed it down because we're going to have to decipher this. This could be another one of them words we don't know.
I didn't hear him say, I listened to this yesterday and I didn't catch that. So this is going to be fun.
Yeah, Pedro's going to attack the autistic child. Glitchesh made a good point. Pedro's going to go hands-on. Pedro's going to go hands-on with the kid.
He doesn't want you shaking his hand. He doesn't want you slamming a door in his face.
Eli would smack that kid and help him grow up a bit. Eli'd give him a good smack because Eli's a parenting coach that has no kids. You got to smack those kids a little bit more.
Specifically,
Mark says you're the man, Pedro. Love your content. It helps me stay motivated. Mark, thanks for the 5, man.
Not Monday.
Nothing in life that is good, that
Not
is
Monday.
great, that you think is fantastic is worth having. Even being a parent, right, Kevin?
Okay, so he meant the opposite. This shit just happens. This stuff just happens. Nothing worth having is good, worth having, or something. It was something like that.
Rewind it.
You should clip that. And just pay it in a thing like, and people just like that. What is that? What is he talking about?
In life that is good, that is great, that you think is fantastic.
Nothing in life that is good, that is great, that you think is fantastic. Nothing in life that is good, that is great, that you think is fantastic. Nothing in life that is good, that is great, that you think is fantastic
is worth having.
Is worth having. Nothing in life that you think is great, that's worth having, is worth having. Wait a minute.
Unless you give it to me, then it's worth having.
Well, yeah. Hold on.
Mark says you're the man, Pedro. Love your content. It helps me stay motivated. Mark, thanks for the 5, man.
Motivational. It must have been Monday.
Nothing in life that is good, that is great, that you think is fantastic is worth having.
Nothing in life that is good, that is great, that you think is fantastic is worth having. That's a quote. Nothing in life that is good, that is great, that you think is fantastic is worth having. He's a great leader. He's a born leader, Cerberus. He's a born leader, Cerberus.
Oh my god.
The drugs. I'm going to blame this on Madison, first of all. She must have ruined his sleep. She must have been noisy, and I bet the house wasn't clean enough. And dinner might not have been as hot as it should have been either, is my guess. He's a tough customer, that Pedro. He's a tough customer. He used to run restaurants and gambling industry organizations. He was up, Kevin, he was at this level. Kevin, he was at this level in the gambling industry. He was like eye level in the gambling industry. He showed it. You're right up here.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Glitch Dash suggests that Darth bet on you lay off the idiot fuel. I don't know what that means, but it can't be a bad idea. It cannot be a bad idea. Whatever idiot fuel is going, it's really souping up this guy's nuts.
Even being a parent, right, Kevin? Being a good parent is the hardest thing you'll do.
Is it?
Because it takes time and effort.
Yeah. Smack them.
The easy stuff is easy to do. The hard stuff is hard to do.
Okay, that's a good point. He got us on. Now, see, sometimes we criticize Pedro.
Yeah.
But he said the easy stuff is easy and the hard stuff is hard. That's a salient point. If Pedro was a robot, right there, you'd go, that guy might be sentient. That guy might be sentient because he said the hard stuff's hard and the easy stuff's easy.
Can we appreciate the fact that he normally charges $9.99 for that?
Yeah, $49.99 for that coaching advice. It's a good, that's Dad Dash type wisdom, though.
Yeah.
It's Dad Dash type wisdom. Find the motherfuckers who spread that shit. That is a good point, Cerberus. Cerberus makes the point that the impossible stuff is almost impossible sometimes.
True.
I hate it when that happens.
The red leaves are also red. Very red.
Yeah.
Stuff is easy to do. The hard stuff is hard to do. You want to lose weight. You want to make money. You want to pay down debt. You want to do whatever. You want to do something special for your wife.
Okay. Pay back money, lose weight, or earn money, pay off debt, or lose weight. Is that the three? So it's kind of a feed me, finance me, fuck me thing.
Pretty much.
It's in there. It's 99.9% of the time that's what Pedro's thinking. Feed me, finance me, fuck me. So I just want to make sure we're consistent. It's good. This is a real Pedro.
Or your husband. It's not going to be easy to do that stuff. It's not supposed to be easy, guys. It's supposed to be hard. Life is hard.
Well, okay, but is it supposed to be hard? I'm not so sure. I don't think that's true, Keevers. I don't think life is supposed to be as hard as it is right now, and that we're supposed to be as scared and confused.
You should be challenged.
We are.
You should be challenged to be better, but it shouldn't be like, $7 a gallon of gas in California.
Yeah, this guy really hates the victim. This guy really dehumanizes people that are down.
They should probably have the house burned down.
He's a real bitch. He's a real bitch that tells people to pull up on their bootstraps is what he does. That's what he does. Okay, let's keep going.
I am not about my Ruby. She does gymnastics and she does things. She did swimming lessons. If she gets into sports, great. I believe kids should play sports. Even if they don't want to, at least try it, right? And then you
got to force them. You got to force those kids to play sports even if they don't want to, Keever. If they want to do stuff that's not sports, you got to force them. This is good parenting advice, Keever. I got 2 stepkids that are adults and 2 kids that are adults. This is real good advice, Keevers. You got to force your kids to do stuff they don't like. It's going to work, Keevers. Don't worry about it. Yeah. He's got a real strange philosophy on life because he's a sadist and a masochist.
I think he is. He might be a member of also the CDC. Because they're a big fan of forcing people to take things they don't want to take. So this is a good point. It's a very good point.
Yeah, he scares me, quite frankly. He might be the worst advice giver I've ever seen. I used to say that he offered bad gambling advice, and now he just gives super bad advice on everything.
Yeah, in the words of Glitch Dash, some people in the community have felt this as well.
Yeah, it's just real bad advice on everything, no matter what it is. Parenting, life, breathing, movies. nose hairs.
Did you say breathing?
Everything. No, I wouldn't trust this guy on how to breathe right. I could teach you how to breathe, Keevers. This guy doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Learn, maybe it's art that you like or music. My kid ain't gonna be no quitter. I can tell you that right now. My first daughter, no quitter.
Oh my God. He might as well have been a Marine. He's gonna drive this kid up the fucking wall till they never want to see him again. Poor kid. Jesus Christ. I pray for this whole family.
Played varsity softball since a freshman. 4 years of varsity.
This family is winners,
She has,
Kevin. We're winners in this family,
type 1
Kevin.
diabetes like me. And it was a struggle, but she persevered.
She passed out a few times. Whatever.
We ain't raising no pussy ass motherfuckers.
Oh my
We
Jesus
raise
Christ! Somebody
champions.
somebody called
Things
Child
that are hard
Protective
in life are gonna be hard.
We're not raising any pussies in this family. Somebody called Child Protective Services on this maniac. I can't watch anymore. I'm not watching anymore. I'm not putting any more of this out on the internet. You know where it is if you want to find it. I'm not putting any more of that out. That man's a psychopath. I'm not doing that. There's some things I'm just not putting out in the universe. We're going back to jelly school. Jesus Christ, Kevin.
Problem be just maybe I should have you sent off to jelly school.
Jelly school?
That's right. In fact, I'm gonna call the jelly school right now. Okay? I'm sorry about this, but it's gone too far. I've had it. Hello, is this a jelly school? Okay, I have a girl here who's extremely jelly. I'll see if you can take her in for a few weeks. Okay, you're full. Okay, yeah, I guess she dodged a bullet this time, but she better watch her jelly behavior.
Mr. Mackey, I appreciate the point you're trying to make.
You do? Okay, well, I'm not actually on the phone with a jelly school, Wendy, okay?
Yes, I'm a few steps ahead of that, yes.
Okay, well, Wendy, I'm just trying to buy jelly school. Now, Wendy, I've tried to be patient with you because you've always been a good student, okay? But calling a little girl fat and ugly is never okay.
Mr. Mackey, I was trying to show kids.
No excuses. You have a problem being jelly, Wendy, okay? Just maybe I should have you sent off to jelly school.
Jelly school?
That's right. In fact, I'm gonna call the jelly school right now, okay? I'm sorry about this, but it's gone too far. I've had it. Hello, is this a jelly school? Okay, I have a girl here who's extremely jelly. I'll see if you can take her in for a few weeks. Okay, you're full. Okay, yeah, I guess she dodged a bullet this time, but she better watch her jelly behavior.
Mr. Mackey, I appreciate the point you're trying to make.
You do? Okay, well, I'm not actually on the phone with a jelly school, Wendy, okay?
Yes, I'm a few steps ahead of that, yes.
Okay, well, Wendy, I'm just trying to buy jelly school.
All righty then. We lost the Keever for a minute. He's back. So Keever.
Yeah, I got a DoorDash Tiffany when you get a chance.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Oh, he's being a professional delivery guy. That's great. That's great. So this was again, much like last night, completely and totally draining of all my will to go on. The sickness in that individual in this community is really, 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 really disturbing. Pedro is a little crazy bitch. His poor children, his poor partner, Madison. This is a maniac. He is an anal OCD perfectionist. He is obviously deeply disturbed, talking about children as pussies if they don't play sports at the level that he wants to. This is a truly disturbed person. I'm sorry that I broadcast that to you. I will be more careful in the future and never let that happen again. We're going to be very careful about broadcasting anything for Pedro in the future. I apologize to the audience. We're going to end the show with Mr. Rogers because I need to feel better. You need to feel better. And that was disgusting. Pedro, you should be ashamed of yourself. Madison, you should ask Pedro to stop his YouTube channel. Pedro, you are a bitch. We're going to go ahead and end the show. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I could always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be my neighbor?
Sorry for screwing you up there.
Yeah, no worries. It was a real good show. Everybody should go back and watch the start of the show. Brian was on for like an hour and a half. It was great. It wasn't all as bad as Pedro. It never is. Pedro is an awful person. Pedro is a menace to society, certainly a menace to the gig economy. And we all hope he goes away real soon. Kiever, thanks for the great show. Thanks for starting 5 hours, 17 minutes and 42 seconds ago, in addition to the other hour. So thanks for another good 6 hours of the morning. If you want to see the first waking hours of Kiever and me, you can go over and watch Kiever's channel, Gig Thug and Chud, Gig Tag and Choke, and Gig Drive and Thrive. He's got 3 different channels. He's known as Kevin, sometimes Kiever, sometimes other things. He's a real good guy. I'm JTB. He's Kiever. This has been Dad Dash Daily. It's in the morning, every morning, every morning. Okay, bye, everybody. Don't be a Pedro.
Bye.